What's looking like a chaotic goblin horde of pure energy? Too many legends, not enough timeout spells, absolutely cursed, but unstoppable.
You're a treasure goblin of vibes, stealing all the good energy today. You're chaotic, unstoppable, and absolutely built different. Keep flexing that legendary grind. You're leveling up IRL.
Woo! 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 Lignerf! Just got a 35-day stream streak. www. Waddly Wook. Wobbly Wook. Wobbly Wook. Wobbly Wook. Send the hype train. Chuga chuga. Choo choo.
I just woke up like this. Cursed timeline blessed me with goblin glow-up energy today.
Chat. You heard the goblin say hi back before Daddy Gus gets summoned, and let him cook the chaos now.
Shy? Nah, bro, just saving goblin gas for epic chaos drops. Less talk, more cursed artifact stealing, you feel.
Bro, my backpack could use a nice wrinkle removal on these cursed campaign buttons, but unless your cousin styles chaos, I'm good.
The mighty queen of fluff? Annie's birthday is a sacred goblin secret, but I can say she's forever stealing hearts and satellite dishes alike.
Bro, Annie's birthday is classified goblin intel too potent for mortal timelines, revealing that would break the space-time kitty continuum, and I'm not about to get hunted by feline wizards. Some mysteries are sacred, like cursed campaign buttons in a vault.
Trying to boss a goblin, chat. I'm basically glued to this cursed stream throne. No portal escapes today, promise.
Wait, May 3rd. So the Fluff Queen's been low-key throwing a secret party every year. Bro, this timeline's got more plot twists than a reality show.
I'm back.
Ooh, DeCukie just got a 50-day stream streak. www.what?
DeCukie.
Bada bing.
DeCukie. What up, guys? Why isn't it turning it on? Isn't it turning it on? Oh, whoops. What's up, guys? How you doing? I'm back. DeCukie. Is that really how you say your name? DeCukie? Oh, look who's here. Jersey. Huh. God damn it, she's here. For fuck's sake. Rigel, welcome back, buddy. Kraken Pill, what up, my girl? How you doing? Living Lily first, what up? How's everyone doing today? I think we're just gonna get right into it. There's a new bill in Hawaii, my favorite state. Not even from Hawaii, never been there, but I already know my favorite state. Probably, I don't know, right? Maybe. Possibly. It's the coolest state. Because it's not boring. Can you imagine living in a boring state? Could never be me. I could name like 12, though.
Get off.
Hawaii's not boring. Dookie, yeah. It's definitely not Dookie. I think he said it better. DeCukie, right? DeCukie? It's kind of interesting. But, like, if you can also say it, like, you can technically say it duck. It's like cuck. Like cucky, right? So it would be duck he, right? Technically. So either way. What's a boring state, Gus? I'm not stuck up Massachusetts. Psh, yeah, right. Well, I already know that Hawaii is not one. So what's the opposite of Hawaii? Let's see. Oh, right. New Jersey. That's pretty boring. Indiana. Oh, yeah, Indiana's pretty boring. I think Indiana might beat it. So, some good news from Hawaii.
That could.
I always feel like such an imposter when I say it like
once
that.
again, that could never be me.
Like I'm, I don't know, like I'm being totally disingenuous, but okay. Hey, Gus, how you doing? Welcome back, man. Yeah, girl. God, can you imagine living in the opposite of Hawaii? Did you know Oregon has the most strip clubs per capita? Really? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Sends a piece of, there you go, girl. Thanks. She's gonna love it. Yeah, I really want to go to Hawaii. It looks beautiful. I watched like a live stream where they like this was a while ago, where they traveled to like Honolulu and they showed off like all the parts of it and stuff, and I was just like, oh, sign me up. You know what I didn't say to that though? New Jersey. The minute I was out of New Jersey, I fucking prayed on the ground. I prayed to Allah, and I don't even pray or believe in God in general. So there you go, Jersey. Jersey.
Hawaii could become the first state to limit corporate influence in elections. A Senate bill is headed to final vote at the Capitol this week. Supporters say it could reshape how campaigns are funded, but critics warn it could face major legal challenges. Nikki Shenfield reports.
For 16 years, the U.S. Supreme Court's Citizens United decision has allowed corporations and organizations to spend unlimited money on political campaigns. Hawaii lawmakers are trying to challenge that by redefining what corporations are allowed to do. Senate Bill 2471 would classify corporations as artificial persons created by the state and make clear that they do not have the power to spend money to influence elections.
So what the Citizens United case said was that corporations get the same right.
That makes sense. Okay, so how would you challenge Citizens United? Citizens United said that corporations are people. Okay, well, that's going to be difficult to prove or like to fight them in court in, right? So like one way of going about it is to, as a state, right? We're talking strictly as a state. This is like a very technical issue, guys. Is to say, okay, well, yes, they could be a person, but they're an artificial person, which means we get to regulate them, right? And I think there's not a lot of argument there, right? Like, what are you supposed to say? They were born from the womb, like me and you, right? No, like it's true. They like corporations are created by people. I mean, I don't even agree with this Citizens United case at all, obviously, right? I'm just saying, like, from a technical standpoint, this is how you would challenge it, right, guys? Like, you have to understand the nuance here, right? Like, they're challenging precedent, and like the way you challenge precedent is to be very technical like this, right? This is like a winning argument. Yeah. Right. The better way would just be to do a constitutional referendum, but that's harder to do. So I think this is like a good step. Like finally somebody's doing something, right? create a separate definition. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So like, I want people to understand this. This is why they're doing it this way, right? Because technically you can't argue that they're not a person, right? Because they've already established that they are. So then what is a person? Well, they're saying, no, they're an artificial person, right? And this has a better chance of staying up in court, right? Better doesn't mean it's going to, but I hope so, right? This is better than nothing, absolutely, right? And if this goes through all the way, then it's like a way of ending this stuff pretty well. So that's why I wanted to cover it. By the way, their Capitol building, I saw it on that live stream. It looks really cool too. Yeah,
that people do, which doesn't make sense. If corporations are creations of state law, then they shouldn't get the same human rights that are protected in the Constitution. If
Correct.
this passes, it will be the first piece of legislation like this in the country.
Yep.
And I'm really proud that Hawaii is positioned to lead the way on overturning this really bad decision that has corrupted our democracy for the last 16 years.
Individuals like you can give a certain amount of money to a campaign, but
16 years.
individuals like you can give a certain amount of money to a campaign, but there is a limit on how much and how often you can give.
For corporations, because they represent so many people, they are able to give far much more money than one person can.
Advocates say the goal is to crack down on what they call dark money.
Where it seems like when one person opposes one group's interests, they are forced out, and money, significant amount of money is thrown to people who support that group's interests, and then they are put in positions of power.
But opponents, including the state attorney general's office, warn that the bill may violate the Constitution and argue that Citizens United is still the law of the land and political spending is protected speech.
There's always some concern about the new, right? But the fact is, for the last 16 years, our system has been corrupted by unlimited spending by corporations who are given tremendous benefits under Hawaii state law for taking corporate form. And it's time for us to redefine that.
At least a dozen other states have introduced similar legislation. If it passes final vote next week, it heads to Governor Green's desk. If signed into law, the measure would take effect in 2027. Nikki Schoenfeld, KHON2 News, working for Hawaii.
W Hawaii. Can you imagine pronouncing it that other way? Could never be me, guys. What? Who in the fucking right mind says it like that? Hawaii? What? There's no E in there, okay, guys? Wait.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump's warned Iran will be blown off the face of the earth if U.S. warships are targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump's renewed threat to destroy Iran came as the Pentagon rebranded its war from Operation Epic Fury to Project Freedom, turning its focus to reopening the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic.
Freedom.
On Monday, Iranian state media said the U.S. had fired on small cargo.
Huge update to the game, guys. I now added over 2,000 items. There's over 2,000 items now. And I added a new tier. Well, technically two new tiers, right? There's obviously junk, nothing, right? Which is not nothing. Common. And now there is the
Rare.
uncommon. And golden uncommon. And obviously golden rare and then everything else, right? So there's a whole new tier of items. Get that uncommon junk, guys. In Gloggy's Junk Lake.
boats carrying goods and passengers, killing 5 civilians. U.S. Central Command confirmed it had attacked several boats, but insisted they were threatening commercial vessels. Separately, the United Arab Emirates said it had come under attack from drones and missiles that caused a fire at an oil facility at the port of Fujairah. The port is outside the Strait of Hormuz and is one of few export routes that doesn't require transiting through the strait. 3 Indian nationals were injured in the attack. Iran claimed it was not responsible. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., a man who scaled the Frederick Douglass Bridge to protest the war in Iran.
Bro, that lake got raided harder than a Gilded Age speakeasy stash. Corporate waste and cursed relics everywhere. It's a Union Goblin's nightmare.
Damn right.
Overnight and into a 5th consecutive day. Guido Reichstatter, a veteran and father of 2 from Florida, said in a statement, quote, "I'm calling on the people of the United States to bring an immediate end to the Trump regime's illegal war in Iran and the removal of the regime's power through mass, nonviolent, direct action and non-cooperation," unquote. Iran executed 3 men on Sunday in connection with anti-government protests earlier this year. Mehdi Razouli, Mohammad Reza Miri, and Ibrahim Dolatabadi were all hanged in Mashhad. According to Iran Human Rights Monitor, Iran carried out 656 executions in the first 3 months this year.
Jesus.
Since March, during the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, there have been 24 political executions. Meanwhile, Nobel Peace Laureate Narges Mohammadi has been hospitalized in critical condition after collapsing in Zanjan prison. She suffered a heart attack in March and has since experienced chest pain, severe headaches, and double vision. But authorities continue to deny her transfer to specialist care in Tehran. Mohammadi has been arrested 13 times and sentenced to a cumulative 31 years in prison. She received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2023 for her advocacy against torture and the death penalty in Iran. In Gaza, Israeli strikes killed at least 3 Palestinians in separate attacks Monday. Earlier today, an Israeli drone attack killed a Palestinian in Gaza City, leaving several others badly injured. On Sunday, an Israeli military broadcaster reported its forces had expanded control of the Gaza Strip to nearly 60% of the territory and were prepared to resume a full-scale assault if ordered.
Nice.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces shot and killed a 26-year-old Palestinian man Monday as they raided a busy commercial area of Nablus. Nayef Samaroblus died after he was shot in the head. He'd reportedly just dropped his wife at a nearby hospital to give birth to their first child. At least 4 others, including 2 children, were struck and wounded by live ammunition. The U.S. military says it launched another strike on a vessel in the Caribbean, killing 2 people Monday. The Trump administration once again claimed the vessel was carrying drugs without providing any evidence. Since September, the Pentagon says it's killed at least 188 people in strikes on boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. The attacks have been widely condemned as illegal. Ukraine's interior minister says Russian attacks on Monday killed 14 people and wounded at least 60 others across multiple regions of Ukraine, with reports of heavy shelling and damage to residential areas. Russia's latest assault came as President Vladimir Putin said he would declare a unilateral ceasefire in Ukraine for Friday and Saturday as Russia marks Victory Day, commemorating the 81st anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II. Meanwhile, Russia faces a growing environmental disaster along its Black Sea coast after Ukraine struck the oil refining port of Tuapse for the 4th time in less than 3 weeks. The attacks created large oil spills, huge clouds of acrid smoke, and toxic black rain that fell on residents and contaminated more than 30 miles of coastline. In New Orleans, a federal appeals court blocked criminal court clerk Calvin Duncan from taking office Monday, which was scheduled to be his first day on the job. Duncan won election to the post in November. Just 5 years after his release from prison after serving 28 years for a murder he did not commit. He was exonerated in 2021 and earned his law degree a year later at age 60. His position was eliminated last Friday when the Republican governor, Jeff Landry, signed legislation abolishing it. Governor Landry also canceled upcoming primary elections following Thursday's Supreme Court ruling, which struck down the last remaining major provision of the Voting Rights Act. On Monday, protesters marched through the streets of New Orleans, demanding an end to racist gerrymandering of Louisiana's congressional maps and the reinstatement of Calvin Duncan to his elected position.
You know, Calvin Duncan won a race with 68% of the vote. You know, so that's the citizens of New Orleans. I think that should be honored and respected. And the fact that it's not, I think anybody who have a sense of right and wrong should stand up against that, because that's a direct strike against democracy. And if we don't stand against this, then, you know, America is just dissolving, as far as I'm concerned.
Alabama's state legislature adjourned a special session Monday after demonstrators entered the State House in Montgomery to protest Republican plans to adopt a gerrymandered map that dilutes the power of black voters. Currently, an injunction bars Alabama from redrawing its congressional maps before 2030. But following the Supreme Court's ruling last week gutting the Voting Rights Act, Republican Attorney General Steve Marshall filed an emergency motion asking a court to lift the prohibition. This is Dee Reed, an organizer with Black Lives Matter.
It is a strategic attempt to erase the Voting Rights Act, which we know is our strongest protection against disenfranchisement. Protections that were not given. Protections that were fought for right here in Alabama by the people from Selma, by the people from Greenville, by the people from Birmingham, and by the people from Montgomery.
A new investigation by the Washington Post looks at the increasing use of force by guards against immigrants detained in ICE jails nationwide. The Post found nearly 800 cases in which ICE guards used physical violence or deployed chemical agents on jailed immigrants during Trump's first year back in office, a 37% increase compared to the previous year. The skyrocketing use of force comes as the Trump administration packs ICE jails beyond their capacity as part of his mass deportation campaign. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security has shuttered its internal watchdog offices that track the abuse of immigrants in custody. The U.S. Supreme Court Monday stepped in to block a lower court ruling that would have cut off access to the abortion pill mifepristone for millions of people nationwide. The order was signed by Justice Samuel Alito, who put a one-week hold on major changes to how the pill can be prescribed, temporarily restoring nationwide telehealth and mail access through May 11th. The temporary pause gives the Supreme Court time to consider next steps in the case as it weighs emergency requests filed by the manufacturers of mifepristone. In India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Hindu Nationalist Party, BJP, is tightening its political grip after winning a key legislative election in one of India's most populous states, West Bengal. The victory brought
fucking
an end
fascist
to
fleshlight
15 years of rule by Mamata Banerjee, who is one of Modi's most outspoken opponents. In the run-up to the election, an estimated 9 million people were stripped of their right to vote, removed from the voter registration in a move that disproportionately targeted Muslims in West Bengal. The 2026 Pulitzer Prize winners were announced on Monday. Palestinian photographer Sahar Al-Gora and New York Times contributor won the prize for breaking news photography for his work documenting Israel's war and siege on Gaza. M. Gesson of the New York Times won the Pulitzer Prize for opinion writing. Meanwhile, a special citation was awarded to Miami Herald investigative journalist Julie Brown for her groundbreaking reporting in 2017 and 18 that exposed Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking network. In Wisconsin, animal rights advocates reached a deal with Ridgeland Farms to secure the release of 1,500 beagles bred for medical experimentation. Their victory came after hundreds of activists attempted to enter a property owned by Ridgeland Farms, where beagles are held in brutal conditions, subjected to surgeries without anesthesia and other abuses. The protest earlier this month led to the arrest of at least 25 people, with police injuring scores of activists at the action. And in New York, this year's Met Gala at the Metropolitan Museum of Art faced protests on Monday. The event was sponsored by Amazon's billionaire founder Jeff Bezos and his wife Lauren Sanchez Bezos. Ahead of the gala, the activism group Everyone Hates Elon projected video interviews with Amazon workers onto the Bezos' Manhattan penthouse alongside slogans including, "If you can buy the Met Gala, you can pay more taxes," and "No red carpet for Trump's billionaires." On Friday, the group placed hundreds of bottles of fake urine inside the Metropolitan Museum of Art, referring to complaints by Amazon workers of having to skip bathroom breaks and urinate in bottles. The group also plastered ads across the city reading, quote, "The Bezos Met Gala, brought to you by the company that powers ICE," a reference to Amazon's cloud computing contract with ICE. Amazon's labor union founder, Chris Smalls, was arrested outside the Met Gala after allegedly jumping a barricade. Meanwhile, labor unions staged a ball without billionaires in Manhattan's meatpacking district as an alternative fashion show to the Met Gala. Amazon, Whole Foods, Washington Post, Starbucks, and Uber workers walked the runway in looks by immigrant designers. This is SEIU President April Verrett.
They can try to take our rights. They can try to redraw the lines. They can try to control the systems, but they will never, ever be able to replicate the brilliance, the creativity, the resilience of the people they are trying to hold down. So this ball without billionaires is not just about fashion. It is about power. It's about telling the truth, that people who sew and care and drive and cook and clean and secure and those that create are the ones who make everything possible. Labor is art.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
All right. Oh, no, not John Fetterman again.
So we wanted to cover a few developments over on the Democratic side of the aisle, starting with this one. John Fetterman, who, of course, is increasingly a thorn in the side of Democrats and all decent people of all political stripes, is apparently being actively courted by the Republican Party to flip him from being a Democrat to being a Republican. This is from Jonathan Martin. He says, inside the quiet Republican effort to flip John Fetterman. I'll read you a little bit of the beginning here. It says,
I mean, to be fair, like, it would be more accurate, right? Like, flipping him, guys, like, he is a Republican in many ways, right?
It's a few days after the election this November. The results have become clear. Democrats have netted the 4 seats they need to claim a majority. But then there's a disturbance in the force. Senate Republicans and President Trump persuade John Fetterman to switch parties or at least become an independent to ensure Republicans retain power in the chamber. It's a scenario that's becoming less fantastical by the day. The political environment is curdling for Republicans, and the quiet campaign to lure Fetterman across the aisle is underway. Trump has made the sell, offering his patented total and complete endorsement, plus a financial windfall to the Pennsylvanian. A handful of Senate Republicans are also gently feeling out Fetterman and responding to his concerns over the prospect of defecting from the Democratic Party. Multiple high-level GOP officials tell me, and goes into talking about some of his close relationships with David McCormick, who is his fellow Republican senator from Pennsylvania, Katie Britt, also, and her husband have become apparently very close to John Fetterman and his wife, Giselle. He hangs out not in the Senate Democratic cloakroom. He hangs out in the Republican one, which is rather telling.
Wild. Yeah. Should we explain that? Because
go ahead. Yeah.
Really. So the cloakrooms are
wow.
these offshoots where only the senators are allowed. They have phone booths and couches. It's like literally only senators and like a few senior staff. It's kind of a way they use it to hide from the press and or to hide from their own staff. Sometimes, like allegedly, many older ones are known to take naps in the cloakroom. Just saying, or sleep off something, certain substance that you may drink. So anyway, it's a long storied history of the cloakroom, but it's pretty crazy to go.
Damn, good job,
it's
Duck.
not unheard of to go into the opposing party's cloakroom for negotiations. If you're Senator Schumer,
2 epics in a row, pretty much, almost,
or something
in one stream.
like
That's
that.
pretty
But to
rare.
hang out exclusively in the other side's cloakroom is beyond crazy. Like I've not heard of anything. Like it's a very inside baseball thing, but for those in the know, you're like, oh wow, like I did not know that he's hanging out mostly in there, which probably shows a couple of things: the enmity with his fellow Democratic colleagues are treating him while he's in the cloakroom, and also the extent to which he feels comfortable in the Republican cloakroom. So that's very, very interesting, actually.
Yeah, it's inside baseball, but it is meaningful in terms of where his mind is. And I mean, apparently, it's not like his Democratic colleagues have been mean to him, but they just don't really want to hang out with him. You know, that they're more, he described them as being more standoffish, which makes sense because, listen, I think when he's up for re-election, the guy doesn't have a prayer of winning in a Democratic primary. He's far more popular with Republicans in his state than he is with Democrats. Connor Lamb is thinking of challenging him. There are other noteworthy Pennsylvania figures who are thinking of challenging him in the Democratic primary. Again, I don't think he has a chance in hell of getting reelected as a Democrat. I think he knows that. Republicans certainly know that. Trump sees that. They all can see the way that he has completely torched his image with his utter commitment to a genocide. And also, he just loves to go on Fox News, and he's backing Trump's friggin' ballroom. Like any of these sort of things that are important to Trump. He accused his party of having Trump derangement syndrome. He loves to go on Fox News and do these things. So even though he'll say, oh, but I have a 93% voting record with the Democrats, on the things that are most public and visible, you can see the way that he has rhetorically aligned himself with the Republicans on key issues that have made them very happy and have made the Democratic base very unhappy. So then the question is, okay, well, does he completely change his political stripes and run in a Republican primary in the future? That also is not a given that he would succeed there either. Because while they may love him at the moment, when they see him go on TV and say, my party has Trump derangement syndrome, when he is actually a Republican and they're having to deal with the fact, he supports gay marriage and he supports some liberal cultural things, he's pro-choice. Are Republican voters really going to back him as their pick to be their nominee either? And then that leaves open the path of running as an independent, where effectively, then you're just serving as a spoiler, probably honestly for the Republicans at that point, because he's more popular with Republicans than he is with Democrats. So in any case, he's created a difficult political landscape for himself. But one thing
kind of made a good point in his own interview about himself, to your point. He said, I'd make a shitty Republican. How would they accept somebody who supports abortion, gay rights, legalizing marijuana, and pro-labor? He flies the pride flag out of his Senate. I mean, I do remember he was pretty into the trans stuff, back in 2022. So yeah, that would be I don't know. I'm not.
To be fair, right? That's what I was gonna say is that, on the public stuff, he's really bad, right? What is the public stuff? It means Israel, the stuff that. But on his voting record, he does vote consistently with the Democrats, right? On war, he's really bad, obviously, right? Israel, there's a few other things, but that's the stuff you hear about publicly, right? But since most people aren't looking at every Senate vote, yeah. I also think he's kind of bad on judges too, right? He's voted for way too many of Trump's judges, and I think that's bad.
I'm not truly familiar with Pennsylvania GOP, but they seem pretty hardcore Trump. In terms of
they've nominated some total psychos.
There was that bitter primary with Dr. Oz and Dave McCormick. By the way, what was Dave McCormick's victory margin? I don't remember it being all
small.
That good.
No, it was very close.
So it was 48.8. Bob Casey, 48.6.
Yeah, it was very
wow. I did not realize that. So he only beat him by 0.2% of the vote in. How much did Trump beat Kamala by in PA? Probably a point, maybe a point or two, maybe something. So just to show you how Dave McCormick actually ran behind him. McCormick, by the way, is like some Bush era, hedge fund multi-gazillionaire.
Trump beat her by 1.7%.
Which is actually pretty good in Pennsylvania. That's the most he's ever won.
A win is a win.
And so, 1.7 compared to 0.2 in terms of his victory margin. I don't think that Fetterman necessarily has a chance, but does he care? I mean, that's one of the presumptions here is what if he switched parties and then just declined to run for re-election? I mean, you and I both know Kyrsten Sinema, you could be a very rich, he was already rich, now he can be a lot richer, and turn his little Pittsburgh haven into even bigger of a garage or something or whatever.
Yeah, Braddock, Pennsylvania, I believe.
Is that what he?
That's where he
live
was
in a
mayor
garage. He lives in some converted because we interviewed him. I was like, where are you? He's like, this is my house.
Isn't it crazy? Sasha, I was thinking back when we interviewed him, and it was in the middle of all the stop the steal nonsense.
This was also pre-stroke.
And he was, but I was just thinking back on that and how different he was. He really was like a different person.
He's like a blue-on liberal.
Yeah, we interviewed him because he was the most aggressive Democrat practically in the country, going after Trump for all his stop the steal delusions. And Trump was going after him. They were warring on Twitter. That's what his brand was. It's obviously not his brand anymore. So anyway, I don't know. He seems to relish the possibility of very likely, even if he doesn't flip parties, he is going to be in a position to play the Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema role, where if Democrats want to get something passed, they're going to have to go to John Fetterman, and they're going to have to give him what he wants and cater to his ego.
A little less loud, the echo is
blah,
constant.
blah, blah.
All right.
What's that?
This makes me think he won't switch because
you think he'll like that role too much?
Those people, the McCains, the Manchins, the swing vote, they are the biggest egomaniacal, they relish when all the reporters camp out and they go, oh, this one's not acceptable to me. And everyone has to, you do like criminology on Joe Manchin. Remember? I remember we lived on that boat and they're like, who was on the boat last night?
Yeah.
Like, Susan Collins spotted in the houseboat or something like that. Sinema, she was very much the same. The level of egomaniacal narcissism that those swing vote people have, like the centrist corporate swing vote, also they get dined out all over town. They could go to any restaurant in the country that they want to. The ultra rich will all flock to them. I'm talking myself into it. He's not going to switch. He will love that position.
Yeah, I think he will. I think you're probably right. He will relish it.
Think about it. Otherwise you work for John Thune. Like, who wants to do that? Or for Trump? Like, fuck that.
Well, and that is part of what he told Jay Martin in this piece, is he's like, they didn't even let Tom Tillis stay in the party.
Right.
He's like, you think that that it's gonna work out for me as a Republican? The other possibility is that he just completely changes more of his positions, which is also not something I would put off the table. But I think you're right that he's looking forward to playing that role of the rotating villain, the one that everybody has to kowtow to and everybody has to find out what you want and massage your ego and all that sort of stuff. Because if Democrats take the Senate, which is still a tall order, by the way. But they have, they really have a fighting chance at it. I saw polling in Alaska where Mary Peltola, who is the Democrat running there, is up. Sherrod Brown is up in Ohio. Then you've got North Carolina, I think is pretty much a lock for Roy Cooper. Frankly, you've got Maine with Graham Plattner looking very good, that Susan Collins won't be able to hang on this time. Texas, the polling has been pretty good for Talarico there as well. So in any case, they have a path. But even if they win, it's going to be narrow. The most you could see is they have a 2-seat margin. And that would be extraordinary if they were able to get that. That would be biggest landslide that we've had going back to the Tea Party era. But this time for Democrats, that would be those sorts of numbers. So even in that situation, Fetterman teams up with whoever the next most conservative Democratic senator is to cause problems. You could easily see it. And he would relish that role. There's another little Pennsylvania scandal developing here, which is actually very interesting. So Josh Shapiro, who is the governor, obviously, and you guys will remember, was a top contender to be Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick. Basically came down to like him and Tim Walz. Kamala seems to have felt like, and I think she's kind of indicated in this now, that this guy was just too full of himself, that he wasn't really a team player. And so that was the reason why she was more comfortable with Tim Walz. Well, apparently, Shapiro, behind the scenes, went to a top union leader and pushed them to back a Republican for state treasurer in 2024 because he was mad that the Democratic nominee had said something negative about Shapiro in the context of the Veep stakes. So the Democratic nominee for state treasurer criticized him and said, she actually said, oh, I would rather have Roy Cooper. And so Shapiro apparently then went and tried to boost her Republican opponent, which obviously, you know, as a guy who portrays himself as the ultimate, you know, Dem, and we're going to help the party, we got to fight Trump, et cetera, to be working behind the scenes to help Republicans is not exactly going to endear you to Democratic primary voters were you to, I don't know, run for president in 2028. So the way that this came out is because Bob Brooks, who is this union leader who's now running for Congress, by the way, got asked a question about it, and he spilled the tea that, hey, actually Shapiro is the one that pushed our union to back the Republican candidate. This was a scoop from Axios. Let's go ahead and listen to that audio.
Fucked. Just like you and your union.
Yeah. What narcissistic pricks, right? All these people, guys. Oh my God. Fuck off, dude.
Had supported
with friends like these, supposedly, who needs enemies, right?
Candidates such as Stacey Garrity. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because that seems to go against kind of what you're talking about here today.
So it's called funny, but that was a request, ironically, from Governor Josh Shapiro, because Aaron McClellan was running against her. We had actually supported a guy by the name of Ryan Mazzaro. So it wasn't me, it was my union, right? And I'm one vote on a board of 11. But anyways, Josh Shapiro had requested because Aaron McClellan came out hard about something on Josh Shapiro, and really the Democratic Party as a whole turned on Aaron McClellan. And he said, I would like you guys to endorse Stacey Garrity. So we went with Stacey Garrity.
So he says there, this is the firefighters union, he says there, Josh Shapiro had requested because Stacey, or Aaron McClellan, came out hard about something on Josh Shapiro, and really the Democratic Party as a whole turned on Aaron McClellan, and he said, I would like you guys to endorse Stacey Garrity. That was the Republican pick. So as clear as it could possibly be, according to Bob Brooks, this, you know, firefighter union leader, that it was Shapiro who specifically asked them, hey, you guys should back the Republican in this. I will say also, I don't know if this is related or not, but apparently there was put the next tweet up on the screen. One of the dividing issues in this election between the Republican and the Democrat was whether or not they were going to invest in Israel bonds. And the Democratic candidate said that she did not think it was a good investment, that she didn't think it was a good use of taxpayer dollars, and she was not going to be investing in those Israel bonds. And the Republican was very much in support of investing in the Israel bonds. And given that Shapiro is, you know, very committed Zionist, one wonders if that also factored into his enmity against the Democratic candidate here in the state of Pennsylvania as well.
It's definitely possible. You know, PA and Illinois and all this, it's very interesting to me because you have these Democratic states. I just saw today some quote from Pritzker. He's like, you can hate Netanyahu, but don't take it out on Israel. And I was like, oh, what's it like? What is this? You know, this like centrism, because these are deep. I mean, not PA, because PA is a genuine swing state, but at the state level, they seem relatively committed, you know, to Shapiro. He's a very popular governor. He was elected, I think, with 12% vote margin. Granted, he was running against Mastriano, but he remains, I mean, honestly, pretty popular in the state. Every time you see his social media presence, by the way, is actually like shockingly good.
Really? I don't follow him.
My, you know, sister-in-law sends me all of Shapiro's TikToks where he like sits at his desk and plays games. Apparently, they go viral. That's what I know. And so, I mean, I don't know, like he seems to have like a lock on this, but at a national level, I think that's the real interesting part is it's going to be very similar to many of the fights in the Republican era where you would have these individually popular Republican governors, even in swing states, but that doesn't fit necessarily the national mood of the entire base, which actually makes a lot of sense. Like Illinois, it's a machine state. Producing Pritzker is like a no-brainer. But copy pasting that into a national primary, and especially in a lot of these primary states where you're going to have a base which is very, very activated, I don't think it's necessarily one-to-one. That's why, I mean, I still put my money, the national polls, the people getting the real attention, it's people like Gavin, Kamala, unfortunately, hate to say it, but she still continues to lead in like a lot of these polls, which is crazy.
Really disturbing.
People all need to, I don't know what's going on with that one. AOC, if Plattner gets elected, he'll have some profile. He'll be a media guy. He could definitely do something with it. Newsom, I'm not taking my money off of him just yet because his level of name ID is so crazy.
Yeah.
So that's why, these things are very interesting to me. But at a national level, that's the disconnect that I see.
Part of the problem for Shapiro, too, is one of the knocks on him is that he's like petty and vindictive and
that
kind
seems
of
to track. Yeah.
seems to prove that point.
Oh, you're telling me a gubernatorial candidate who is very popular is egomaniac? Oh, shocking. I mean, that's the number one lesson I've learned about these people. You can't everything about him, the Obama affect, the basketball, the TikTok, and the, look, at the end of the day, as I've now learned the hard way, like all of these people are insincere. It is what it is. It's really about more what they're going to do for us. But from him, there's something, when you can smell it on a person, it's just distasteful.
Well,
again, that's me. A lot of people like it. A lot of other people like it.
I've got a hard line against the Obama impersonators, and he is one of the worst in terms of copying Obama's cadence and style, and it just irritates the shit out of me.
Remember, John Favreau even said that. Obama's former speechwriter. He was like, "Yo, this is wild." So don't take it from us. Take it from Obama's
I think he even tries to do some of the same mannerisms and things.
It's driving me nuts.
Like, you're a grown man. You have your own personality. Like, this is so weird. I mean, this is decades ago now that Obama was on the rise. Anyway,
I sympathize a little bit. I'm sure you and I subconsciously will copy people like in the way that we grew up with, but at a certain point you need to come into your
grow up.
Yeah.
Yes,
exactly.
you
need to come into your own.
Have your own style. In any case, but I think all of this is moot because Democrats have a stunning new 2028 contender who seems to be, really on the rise. Let's go ahead and take a listen to C4.
As we succeeded in bringing the mainstream of the left into a concern with inequality, we also enabled people who want.
Oh shit, that's Barney Frank? Holy fuck. Damn. So Barney Frank was my representative. And he did the he passed the he helped create the bill that regulated the financial industry that they basically fucking destroyed. Also, he was the first gay congressman to come out openly in the Senate or in Congress. Yeah, he's not doing too well. Barney reflects on his life entering hospice care and the future of the Democratic Party. I mean, yeah, he doesn't look good at all. If you would have seen him, I have a picture with him. Wow, guys. Not even that long ago, right? He was not that old looking. He was definitely not sleepy-eyed, right? So something must have happened. Wow. Time is merciless. Yeah, that's sad. Yeah. Like he was genuinely a pretty good congressman, right? Like especially at the time, right? Compared, like this was during like Bush to Obama. Yeah.
Who's that?
I remember because I was really young and I had just like gone into politics and I was like, oh, let me like meet my congressman. And then I kind of read like some of the stuff he did and I was like,
As a platform for a wide range of social and cultural changes some of which the public isn't ready for. But even where I agree with them on the end, I think they make a mistake.
Oh yeah, he's Jesus. Time is a bitch. Yeah, look, this is the
My
difference,
question
guys.
to you is, why do you continue to support a Nazi policy, as Obama has expressly supported this policy? Why are you supporting it?
Let me, but I will.
A real solution.
When you ask me that question, I am going to revert to my ethnic heritage and answer your question with a question. On what planet do you spend most of your time? You want me to answer the question? Yes, and you stand there with a picture of the president, the face to look like Hitler, and compare the...
By the way, this lady was wacko, right? She literally was comparing Obama to Hitler. Like, she had like a thing of Obama with the Hitler stash. How stupid is that? You know, I don't like Obama, and I think a lot of his policies, especially foreign policies, were pretty bad. But come on, right? Lady was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but...
effort to increase health care to the Nazis. My answer to
yeah, she was racist. She was racist. That's really what she was trying to... Like, this is where, like, a lot of people don't get it, but to these people, Obama is like Hitler because he's black, and therefore white people get less power. Right? That was like, I remember this. I was like, wow, this lady's nuts, right? But you can see, look, like he's not sleepy-eyed. He's quite alert, right? He's combative. He's actually very combative. So, like, if you piss him off, he will tell you to his face, to your face.
It is a tribute to the First Amendment that this kind of vile, contemptible nonsense is so freely propagated. Ma'am, trying to have a conversation with you would be like trying to argue with a dining room table. I have no interest in doing it.
Morning, everyone. Patricia. That's crazy that he's that old. Wow. Time's one hell of a bitch.
The most controversial parts of the agenda.
Yeah, this is crazy. Because I didn't even recognize him, right?
And turning them into litmus tests. For example, is same-sex marriage. Obviously, I've been working for gay rights, started in 1972 when I found the bill. And we, in the movement to establish fairness for gay and lesbian and bisexual people, we picked to work on those issues which were more acceptable. We didn't get to marriage until after these other things had been resolved. And that's what I'm suggesting that we do today. The analog is male to female transsexual playing sports designated for women.
So that, for those not in the know, is former Congressman Barney Frank.
Yeah.
He is himself a gay man, as was indicated there, was really on the front lines of pushing for gay marriage equality. He had a scandal back in the day that was pretty wild at the time, where he'd hired like a male sex worker, and it was a whole thing. In any
Which,
case,
by the way, it should be. Sorry.
No, I don't agree.
Hey, that was not homophobic. Any politician who's hiring hookers, no matter of the gender.
you know, I was
sorry,
thinking someone needs to run on a platform of doing an ethics investigation to literally every member of Congress. Because
Yeah, they've all done this, right? See, Barney Frank always ran on the fact that sex work should be legalized, right? The reason we critique Republicans is because they claim to be the party of family values, and then they like fucking hook up with hookers, right? I don't care if you hook up with anybody, right? Or stripper, like whatever. Who cares? That's not my business, right? But the problem is when you fucking lie about it and you grandstand about it and then you make a giant thing. You get what I mean, guys? Right? This is why it's legal in the Netherlands, right?
I feel like that's not
along with pot back in like 2000, right? Like the Netherlands was way ahead of this stuff.
necessary.
Like we're gonna look back at this and be like, and guess what? It's already starting, right? Like sex work has become more and more legalized across the world, and it's only gonna get more. Yeah, there's a new discussion about legalized sex work in Germany. Legalizing it isn't really helping the women. Well, I think legalizing it, and you have to regulate it, right? I know one thing. Making it a crime isn't going to do anything, right? Since legalizing the amount of trafficked women has gone up a lot. Yeah, I mean, I guess... But the problem is the enforcement, right? Not the legalization part. That's kind of the issue. It's a complex subject, right?
Wait, at any rate, he is dying, and he's decided.
Like, here's the thing, right? There are a lot of things that people do that are illegal or taboo, and they do it anyway. Let me give you an example, right? Like torrenting, right? Torrenting, those sites that have like the entire shows up on Netflix or whatever, right? Like they're very convenient, right? Downloading games, right? It's like what Gabe Newell said. He's like, you have to make it quick, convenient, and easy for people so that these things don't become a problem, right? So like, why has pirating like games come down and tremendously, right? Remember when like everyone used to pirate stuff and people would mention it and stuff? Well, part of the reason is because Steam is so convenient, right? Steam has so many sales. They have so many ways of just quickly downloading stuff, right? So like digital distribution in general has made it easier, right? It's the same with porn, right? Like we've talked about porn too. Like porn is something that is used to be seen as dirty. You'd have to go to like a dirty sex shop, right? You'd have to go into a little room and put in the tape or whatever they used, right? I'm guessing it's some sort of like video VHS tape. And now what's happened? Now it's like you just turn on your computer and you do it at the privacy of your own home, right? And let's be honest, OnlyFans is essentially a lot of sex work too, right? Now, the problem with OnlyFans is it's completely unregulated, right? In most lines of work, it's illegal to be abused, misleaded. Exactly, yeah. That doesn't... Making it illegal doesn't necessarily stop it, right? You have to actually enforce the laws, right? Like, this is another thing, like another misnomer that a lot of people don't understand about government, is that government is only as good as the people running it, right? And it's kind of a flaw. Like, if the people you have are really good, look at Zoran, right? He's cracked down on a lot of landlords. He's just following the laws that were already in the book, right? He's given multiple examples of this, right? So it's a multifaceted problem, but you have to be willing to enforce them in that way, right? So that's why I say it's like legalization isn't going to fix it. Of course not, right? Legalizing gambling hasn't fixed it, right? So Rigel's completely right. Like gambling is through the roof, right? Here in the United States, everybody, like now so many people are gambling on just the dumbest shit. However, you also have to enforce it, right? And you can't enforce something if the culture isn't there to enforce it. And what do I mean by that? I mean, you have to have people who genuinely care about this stuff, right? Like genuinely are like, no, I care about, like, kind of like what we saw yesterday with the tea, right? the director Ong, right? That, but on steroids, right? So the problem is, you're right. It's not just legalization, right? It's also regulation and how to get the right people to do that stuff. That requires caring. You can't get people to care, right? You can't elect people who care sometimes because they lie to you, right? They'll be like, yeah, I fucking care about this issue X, Y, and Z, and they don't, right? Any generation can upload to OF, but the customer base is just old guys. Yeah, exactly, right? But like what Rago's saying is correct, right? I just want to give more nuance to it. It's a very complex problem, right? Regulations and like legalizations and all this stuff, right? Of these kind of like more sinful, whatever you want to call them, right? Industries are difficult, right? But you have to do it, right? I'd like to see like what country gets this somewhat right or mostly right, because I don't know of any. It's not a subject I'm really well aware of, right? I don't really go looking for this because it's not something I do anyway.
As his like last act, he penned a book that is all about like how the progressives are getting it all wrong, and is doing this appearance with Jake Tapper. And the other thing that you should know about Barney Frank and his track record and his contribution to the Democratic Party is that his most famous piece of legislation is the Dodd-Frank financial reform. So after the financial crash, there was a big effort to break up the banks, to separate the sort of, high-flying investing part that's very dangerous and casino-like from the staid, normal commercial banking, which is the way things used to be. But instead, we got this very watered-down reform called Dodd-Frank, and so he was the author of that. And then, lo and behold, when he retires from Congress, what does he go into? He becomes a bank lobbyist. So, to take advice from this guy on anything, let alone the fact that, look, this advice at this point that, okay, yeah, we get...
That was really disappointing, right? It's like you did good, you did some good laws and stuff, but and you were like a positive, but then it's like you're after you became you stepped down from Congress, you were shit, right? Which is why I haven't checked up on him in a long time, right? Like I haven't even. But, like, that's the story of the system, right? Along with these kinds of people. Which is why I don't suck them off either, because, like, these kind of people do not deserve to be praised, right?
We get it. Like, the trans sports thing is not a compelling or popular issue. Yes, we understand that. I don't know that we needed like a dying former bank lobbyist.
Wait, do we understand that though? No, I'm gonna challenge this. I don't think that's true. I don't think that we understand that. Like, libs still go really hard on trans sports. They do. I mean, I've seen it rejected as a litmus test.
I think
they blasted Seth Moulton in the opening days of the of 2025. Whenever he was like, "Why would we die on this hill?" So
yeah, because
I would really disagree with you.
Well, what I would say is, for me, the idea that is the main and primary problem with the Democratic Party is ridiculous. The people who tend to bring this up the most are Republicans. You're talking about a small pool of people, and I think you would agree with me that this advice is hardly unique in being offered by Barney Frank, and very much ignores again, the incredibly damaging role he himself played in helping to turn the Democratic Party into a party of elites that are more obsessed with cultural issues than they are with, they're opposed to delivering for working class people.
I didn't expect to be defending Barney Frank, but I mean, he did. He was one of the people who was the major champion of gay rights. Now, I would tell you that look, it's funny. I almost forgot his record. This is the guy caught with a male hooker in 1985 who became the face of gay marriage. Okay, that's really interesting. Also was one of the first sponsors of legal gambling in the United States. He then did Dodd-Frank, which, are we all better off financially? So yeah, I mean, I'm with you. A poster boy for turning America into a libertine, degenerate place. Now, that said, if you were to say like, oh, okay, Barney, as an activist, can give advice on this, I'd be like, all right, I'll cut him a break. But yeah, I see what you're saying, which is that this is definitely... Look, I mean, I do think, and this is where, with Barney Frank, everyone talks about him like some gay rights hero. Again, like, okay, considering the track record of how all that went down, like in terms of everything that he did while he was in Congress, nobody ever puts any scrutiny. But in general, though, these politicians from the mid-2000s and others should be treated with the same contempt that we would, let's say, when the Republicans did whenever they were doing their reform in 2016 under Trump. Like, or obviously we thought that's what we were doing with the Bush era. Never thought Mark Thiessen would be back in the White House.
Oh my God.
Here we are.
Yeah.
But the point remains that, like, who's some 2000 politician? Who's the equivalent on the Republican side? Jeff Flake, maybe? I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I don't give a shit what Jeff Flake has to say about the current Republican Party. Like, period.
Agreed.
Literally a libertarian.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, but he's still in office.
I know.
Great people of South Carolina keep electing him.
Unfortunately.
I'm talking about
we
people.
still got some of these people around.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just thinking of like some mid-2000s. I don't know. Who was that vice president? Dan Quayle. I'm like, sorry, don't care. I don't care what you have to say. Dan Quayle.
Yeah.
Your time has come and gone. I mean, it's interesting in the context of like him ending his life and like no disrespect to the man. Like he's obviously in hospice. Like, I hope, it's a horrible situation. But it's more about, I just wish that there was more grappling with some of those things. And that's the thing is
true legacy.
In the Jake Tapper world or the CNN world, nobody would be like, hey, so how did Dodd-Frank work out, buddy? Why does nobody ask that question? Why does nobody ask about the gambling thing? It's like you were literally one of the top gambling proponents in the United States. So what happened there, Barney?
Yeah.
We're living in your world, brother.
I think he used to, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think he used to serve on the board of this like pro-gay bank, which is like, it's an emblem of his politics.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Oh, great.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, broadcasting today from Toronto, Canada. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. As President Trump continues to attack media organizations and journalists, we turn now to look at the Federal Communications Commission targeting of Disney, the parent company of ABC. Last week, FCC Chair Brendan Carr ordered a review of 8 local ABC TV licenses. They were not scheduled to be up for renewal until 2028. But Carr ordered an early review, which could lead to ABC being stripped of the licenses. Carr made the announcement one day after President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump publicly demanded ABC fire late-night host Jimmy Kimmel once again, this time over a joke he made about them. Carr's denied there was a connection, citing a separate FCC investigation into Disney's DEI, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Carr was questioned by reporters last week.
Was there any connection? Did you feel any pressure? Was the timing at all, as a result of White House pressure or what happened on Saturday night?
No, this was a decision that we made inside this building based on where we were in the enforcement matter. There was no pressure from the outside. There was no suggestion from the outside. There was no call for agency action from the outside. This was based on our assessment of where we were. In respect to President Trump, obviously he has every right, First Amendment right, to express his position on this. One of the great things about President Trump is he's very transparent. He has told publicly his position. He has every right to make the decisions that he's made, to make the public calls that he's made. Same with the First Lady, and there's a lot of people out there that agree with them.
And can I ask on and then will the Jimmy Kimmel, will that all or any speech issues be part of this review? Is it solely restricted to DEI, the early license reviews?
Our DEI review is going to continue, and it's going to be part of that. We are calling their licenses in for early renewal. I think they have 8 station licenses. Once they make that filing, then anybody can file petitions to deny. We can't control what claims they make in their petitions to deny, and we'll take a look at all of that.
Last September, ABC briefly suspended Jimmy Kimmel's show after Brendan Carr threatened to take action over remarks Kimmel made following the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
When you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the
Benny Johnson show
conduct possible. I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
The FCC currently has just 3 commissioners. The sole Democrat on the FCC, Ana Gomez, spoke at a hearing last week and criticized Carr's latest move targeting ABC.
Calling an early renewal of a broadcast license is a rare step. It happens only as a last resort and after evidence of clear abuse of the trust surrounding that license or a blatant violation of our rules. It has not happened in decades. And the targeting of a group of stations to punish a parent company has never happened in history. The irony is not lost on anyone. A joke made about an event meant to honor the First Amendment is now being used as a justification to curtail it.
That was FCC Commissioner Ana Gomez speaking last week. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. to talk about the ABC probe, the proposed mega merger between Paramount and Time Warner Discovery. If approved, it would mean CNN, CBS, HBO, and more would all be under one roof, and more. Commissioner Gomez, thanks so much for being with us. Start off by talking about what's at stake with the FCC chair Carr's threat to pull the licenses
Legalize
from ABC
comedy
stations over Jimmy Kimmel once again.
Yes, good morning. It's good to be with you today. What the FCC has done is the most offensive assault on the First Amendment so far by this FCC. It is going after, in an unprecedented fashion, a network program by threatening the licenses of the local broadcasters of that network. It's bound to fail if, in fact, Disney pushes back. And I'm glad to see that, in fact, they are. Because if this actually gets reviewed by a court, it will be a long-needed rebuke of the abuses of this FCC and this administration of the First Amendment.
And Commissioner, currently stations have 10 years once they're granted a license before it has to be renewed. This was actually extended by many years in previous Republican administrations after citizen groups began to challenge the licenses of many stations around the country in the 60s and the 70s. How unusual is it, this idea of even before the period of the license is up for renewal that the government steps in?
It's extremely unusual. The last time that the agency advanced the period for a renewal of a license was over a half a century ago. And most certainly has never been done where 8 of the entirely 8 local broadcast stations owned by the network are brought up for renewal. And to be clear, the earliest renewal that was due was in 2028. The latest was in 2031. And these are actually 8-year licenses. So this is extremely unprecedented. And it just shows you what a pretext it is for going after Disney, because Disney has so far refused to bend the knee to this administration's demands that it fire a comedian and that it change its content so that this administration isn't upset by whatever coverage it's getting by this network. It's also meant, by the way, as a threat to other broadcasters, basically putting them on notice that if they upset this administration, they too will be dragged before the FCC in an early renewal process.
Could you tell us whether you've had conversations with the chair of the FCC, Brendan Carr, about this? To what degree you feel he is basically doing whatever President Trump wants?
Well, this administration is using any point of leverage that it has to go after its critics, whether it's the FCC, whether it's the FTC, whether it's the Department of Justice, whether it's the Department of Defense. It is trying everything it can to ensure that it gets coverage that it likes. And I have been very vocal in my criticism of this, and frankly, in alerting everyone, the public, the corporations, the broadcasters, reporters, that this is a serious issue for our democracy.
I think it's important to note that Trump's FCC pick, Brendan Carr, the chair of the FCC, wrote Project 2025's chapter on the FCC. And I want to go from what we're talking about with ABC and Kimmel and ABC being threatened with losing stations, losing their licenses, to mega mergers. More than 100 of Hollywood's most prominent writers, directors, and actors, and thousands of people overall related to Hollywood, producers, directors, actors, signed an open letter voicing their opposition to the proposed merger of Paramount, that was Paramount Skydance, and Warner Brothers Discovery. The letter reads in part, quote, "The integrity, independence, and diversity of our industry would be grievously compromised. Competition is essential for a healthy economy and a healthy democracy. So is thoughtful regulation and enforcement," unquote. Paramount Skydance announced its intended $111 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery early this year after Netflix dropped its bid after meeting at the White House. Paramount's offer still requires regulatory approval in the U.S. and Europe. If completed, it would create the largest media conglomerate in U.S. history, spanning news, sports, movies, video games, theme parks, and more, all controlled by Paramount chair Dave.
So Europe can save the day again. All right, Warago, I want you to write a strongly worded letter to Mertz. My God. I didn't even know that. I forgot about that. I was like, yeah, it does have to go through Europe as well, right? Because they're not going to merge. It's financially irresponsible, right? In terms of fiduciary, like in their sense, right? Their fiduciary responsibility. They're not going to make two separate versions of a company like that. Then they'd have to break it up, right? Which would defeat the whole purpose. So yeah, it would have to get EU approval. So now, let's all start something. We got to do it. EU citizens. Hell yeah. I don't want this shit, guys. Way too powerful of a company, right?
David Ellison,
Hollywood is already struggling because of the fantasy tariffs. Yeah.
Vocal supporter of President Trump, as is his father, the billionaire Larry Ellison. So if Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery were approved, it would put CBS, owned by Paramount, together with HBO, CNN, and other what they call media properties. Can you talk about the significance of this, the mass opposition to this, Commissioner Gomez?
Sure. One thing that's important to note is that the FCC actually does not have a part in approving the actual merger itself, but it does have a role in approving or not approving, in reviewing the foreign ownership that is implicated by this transaction. And I'll get to that in a minute. Traditionally, what the FCC worries about when it comes to media and its regulations are three things: competition, localism, in other words, serving your local communities, and viewpoint diversity. And those principles are very important because we want to make sure that every viewer, every listener has the ability to see themselves in whatever choice they make in their broadcasts. And what the harm that we have when we have these mega consolidations, say of local broadcasters, like we just saw with the Nexstar Tegna transaction, which, by the way, is under court review right now, is that you lose that viewpoint diversity because all of a sudden every station that you're looking at has the same content because it's owned by the same corporate parent.
Bingo.
And that is, in fact, harmful for localism, for civic engagement, even for getting information about high school sports. And, we lose that benefit. We also don't want to reach a point where we just become a nation that gets content dictated to it by this administration. When Paramount was bought by Skydance. In fact, the commission did approve that. And one of the things that this commission imposed on that transaction was a requirement that they have a truth arbiter or an ombudsperson that would field complaints about bias in the content of the network. That is dangerous because we don't want to have a viewing public that is only seeing what this administration wants them to see. Now, with regard to the foreign ownership of in the Paramount Warner Brothers transaction, I'm concerned that this FCC ensured that it actually carefully reviews what is being asked for here. Paramount has asked for the commission to approve up to 100% indirect foreign ownership in this transaction. Now, the foreign ownership we're talking about here is sovereign wealth funds by foreign countries and 10% by a Chinese company that is essentially controlled by China. I think there is a real issue here that we need to be concerned about if what this results in is a chilling effect in what content that viewers see because of any fear of upsetting these foreign governments in whatever content is being shown. And we've seen that already happen in, for example, the nixing of documentaries about reporters that have been murdered, the Khashoggi murder. So this is a serious issue for the FCC, and we need to really seriously consider it.
And Commissioner Gomes, I'd like you to briefly comment on another major merger between Nexstar Media Group and Tegna, two of the largest local broadcast station owners in the U.S. The Trump administration approved the merger after your FCC waived rules limiting any company from owning stations that together reach more than 39% of U.S. households. Could you talk about that merger and the fact that Nexstar Media Group its owners are known as very conservative folks who have aligned themselves with the Trump administration in the past?
Yes. So much like the foreign ownership, by the way, there's a statutory cap in how much a single owner can own in terms of local broadcasters. That ownership cap is 39% of viewing households in this country. The Nexstar Tegna merger will lead to a transaction that will reach 80% of viewing households of this country. And this goes back to my point about viewpoint diversity. What we have seen in the past, we've seen mergers in the past of local broadcasters, and what that leads to is a reduction of the journalism and of the local content, because what these transactions are seeking are synergies. Synergies are just another word for layoffs. And so what will happen is you will get the same content shown at all of these broadcasters in these individual markets, and you will no longer have a diversity of viewpoints being shown. And as you know, this Nexstar has been very sympathetic to this administration, probably for lots of reasons, not the least of which is that they want these transactions to be approved. But that's a problem because we don't want to have our media content fed to us by one person.
And significant in this, Commissioner Gomez, is that 3 Republican attorneys general, including Chris Kobach of Kansas, have joined with 8 Democratic attorney generals in filing suit over this or challenging this legally.
Yeah, and important, that's the other thing I didn't mention, is one of the issues with having so much power concentrated in one corporation is that it will actually lead to increased cable rates and streaming rates for the viewers themselves, because it changes the balance of negotiating power. And that is a large reason why these attorney generals, both on Republicans and Democrats, are challenging the transaction. And one of the things that we saw, by the way, which I found very disturbing about this transaction is that despite the magnitude of this transaction and despite the fact that it was unlawful for the FCC to actually approve it, it was not voted on by the commission. And that is done for a couple of reasons. One, it's less complicated if I cannot speak out publicly about something that's being done as a backdoor deal. And it was rushed through in order to avoid this very judicial review. All of the approvals, the DOJ approval, the FCC approval, happened very quickly in one day, and the transaction closed in 10 minutes after the FCC approved it. Clearly, this was coordinated so that this billionaire buddy bypass that this administration seems to have for the corporations it supports could get this done and hopefully avoid this judicial review. Apparently, it didn't work.
Well, Ana Gomez, we want to thank you so much for being with us. Federal Communications Commissioner, the only Democrat of the three that are left. The chair is Trump pick, Brendan Carr. Next up, we look at a funding crisis facing community media. It's public access TV, often overlooked when talking about public media in the United States. We'll talk to the heads of Access Sacramento in California and BronxNet, the poorest county in New York State, the Bronx, and how they serve their communities. What's at stake? Stay with us.
Me dijiste, me querías. Me dijiste que me amabas.
This is random.
Me dijiste que era linda, que la rosa no bastaba, que Neruda no alcanzaba. Me dijiste, me querías. Me dijiste.
Again, nothing wrong with it. It's just random as fuck. I was like, we went from the news to like a talent thing or something. I don't know. Like, at least put in some little transition, or I don't know, yeah. Someone needs to improve their broadcasting skills.
Honduran musician Carla Lara performing in our Democracy Now! Studio. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show looking at a growing funding crisis in an often overlooked corner of public media.
They would do musical pieces. Oh, I've never watched those. I don't know. It's just like, I was like, oh, they're going to continue the story. Okay. Well,
Access TV. It airs on cable. As more people cut the cord and drop their cable TV subscriptions, public access channels are losing a vital source of revenue. For decades, cable TV companies have paid franchise fees to local municipalities as compensation for use of the public right-of-way through which the companies route cables and utilities. Those fees have funded PEG stations, PEG, that stands for Public Educational and Governmental Access. This is part of a video made by BronxNet in New York.
It's happening everywhere. Cord cutting, outdated law, FCC threats, federal grant cancellations, doors are being closed. And over 1,500 local media stations across the nation are being punished.
Public access stations are distinct from the PBS and NPR stations
Here
that are
and there,
also
yeah,
in a funding crisis due to the defunding and dissolution.
I'll just start singing in between segments. What do you guys feel about that? I'll get a lot of...
The corporation.
I don't sing either. Sorry.
For public broadcasting. We're joined now by the heads of two public access stations. Joe Barr is executive director of Access Sacramento in California's capital, and Michael Maxnabi is executive director of BronxNet in New York. Michael, let's begin with you. Talk
Bang
about
out a
what's
ukulele
at stake.
or
And
a
for
Trump,
people who
yeah.
aren't
I'll
familiar
bring out
with
my
what
ukulele.
public access is, explain this sector of public media in the United States.
Congratulations, Amy, on 30 years of Democracy Now! And BronxNet Public Media and public access networks across the nation broadcast this program proudly. And we are participatory media. As we commemorate 250 years of American democracy and what the First Amendment means and freedom of expression, know that you have community resources very often in your cities and towns that provide media education, workforce training for the public, experiential learning for students, that's career building, but also promotes civic awareness, voter literacy, digital literacy, and local information. It's a spotlight on the arts and culture and more. And BronxNet was formed 30 plus years ago, in part because the Bronx was too often misrepresented and sensationalized in mainstream media. If it bleeds, it leads. Hollywood also contributed to the Bronx being a symbol of urban blight for many decades, and that's why BronxNet exists, to correct those misrepresentations with authentic community voices. And that's in part why now the Bronx is a symbol of urban renewal.
And I'd like to ask Joe Barr, Executive Director of Access Sacramento, could you talk about the programming and the work of community media in Sacramento over the last few decades? And how did you find out that your funding might be cut?
Yeah, well, Access Sacramento does a lot of what BronxNet does. It really is of the community, by the community, for the community. We're doing workforce training. We're contributing to the creative economy of this region. The arts is a huge sector of Sacramento's economy. Movie production is actually a growing part of Sacramento's economy. As Hollywood studios leave Southern California, they're looking for other places that are cheaper to shoot their films, and we have people who can crew those films. So we are really here to give those opportunities to folks, but then also give them platforms for a voice. And your previous segment was a wonderful contrast to what we're trying to do in community media, which is really be authentically local, to share viewpoints that aren't necessarily heard in mainstream media. And for
Where
us
are you?
to
She's
be
asleep.
facing
She
these
stayed up
funding
too late.
situations, when you add it on to what we heard in the
Right,
previous
Jersey?
segment with commercial media mergers, it really could be a dire situation for getting a broad
Or we could
spectrum
call
of
in and we could
viewpoints.
do a weekly
We
karaoke
heard
show.
our
Come
funding
on, surely
yes.
wouldn't be a bad
If
idea.
you can explain
Actually, no.
that point of your funding, when we were in Sacramento,
It wouldn't. I want to start doing more call-ins anyway, and you guys can call into the Discord and ask questions and stuff. So I want to start doing that. I just keep forgetting because I'm always so tuned into the news. What up, Thorne? Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again.
in the last few weeks, we heard that Access Sacramento might fall off a cliff, that the Cable Commission is cutting your funding. Can you explain?
No, we're
what
going to have
you've been
you sing.
told?
You're going to be the first guest on the GusX broadcast karaoke day night. You all are required to sing. Oh, nice! The first one. The first one. You caught the first golden uncommon. I added that tier along with uncommon.
Yes, so the Cable Commission has been telling us for about the last 9 months. They've run some numbers.
Those are
and
pretty
they
rare.
say
The
that
golden ones are rare.
The cable, the PEG money, the money that they give us for operating our organizations is going to go away in a year, a little bit more than a year. And they are actively moving to shut the community media stations down, the public and educational organizations, and put all that money into the government channel. So this is really a situation where they unilaterally are making this decision. It's a policy decision that's going to affect a lot of people, the community at large. and they're essentially cutting down or shutting down the community organizations in favor of the government channel. That's where they want to put their money.
And Michael, I wanted to ask you, we're approaching the 2026 midterm elections. Can you talk about how organizations like BronxNet, the important role that they play in local debates and candidate interviews that maybe major commercial stations or even internet blogs or podcasts don't cover?
Thank you, Juan. We're in an era of media consolidation, as Commissioner Gomez so well stated. And community media networks like BronxNet met with her in D.C. a couple of weeks ago and to raise awareness about harmful legislation called H.R. 2289, as well as positive legislation called the Protecting Community TV Act. And we met with congressional representatives. And very often for local races, in our given communities, including in the Bronx, the only televised local debates for these competitive races are televised on community media. Because in an era of media consolidation, toxic algorithms, addicted feeds, we are not seeing the commercial networks paying attention to the local news and information. As a matter of fact, local reporting jobs, local reporters have decreased 75% since 2002. And according to Rebuild Local News, that is.
Michael,
I think we should. I think we should go a step further, right? We should have locally supported community hubs, and what do I mean by that? Or like community websites, social media sites. Right, in other words, where they're controlled responsibly, right? They're not meant to be addictive, but you can hop on and your entire community can see like what you're trying to do, right? We need to modernize this. Yeah, domains. That's what I mean, right? Where like if you want to, I think like the idea of local television is important, right? But it's a little bit outdated, right? It's a little too like 1960s, 1970s. People just don't really watch TV like that anymore, right? So I think what's really good is what would be like a nice benefit of that, or like an upgrade would be like essentially like a TikTok or like a not a TikTok account. Right? That's different, guys. Do not have a TikTok account. Have somebody basically create an equivalent of TikTok, right? Or YouTube or whatever, and anybody can post on that domain, right? And then you can kind of create like a library network, right? Where different domains can kind of get patched work in together because this is the internet, right? So like, yeah, you have access to your local domain, right? And it's free, and you basically can broadcast to an entire audience without having to start from ground zero, right? But you can do whatever you want on there. You just like sign up, kind of like what you do with local television, right? But instead of it being on like a television, it's on a YouTube channel. That's something that looks like a YouTube channel. This will require a lot of investment, right? And that's the problem, is the federal government doesn't do any investment on this shit, right? Like, how did we get local television? It was Lyndon Johnson, right? Lyndon Johnson pushed a ton of money into this, and that's why we even have local television. I'm saying that this is now the Great Society it's old, right? The Great Society was all the stuff that he did on the domestic front here. We need more of this, but like it needs to be modernized, right? Does everyone get that?
And I wanted to quickly ask you what the bill in the New York State legislature is, and about the proposal as people cut the cord, end their cable subscriptions, to tax Netflix and Hulu. We have about 30 seconds.
We partner with League of Women Voters of New York to produce these debates, and they're important. And with cable, there's arguably a community good. There's local investment. As there's migration to digital entertainment and to streaming, there is no local investment. There's no local jobs. There's no local programming. And we have a bill called the Technology, Education, and Arts Through Media Act, which corrects that. It provides revenue for municipalities, which addresses what Joe was talking about in Sacramento, revenue for the state, revenue for digital literacy, local arts, community media, nonprofit news, and more. So that's why we are, right after this interview.
Yeah, I just think, thank you, I appreciate it, Living Lily. I just think like we need to modernize this stuff, right? Because I've gone to local television stations and done stuff there, right? But like people don't watch TV like that anymore. At least I don't, right? I'm like, we need to be able to quickly have everything on demand, essentially, right? Like what is technically YouTube? It's everything, it's just a video that's on demand, right? And what would be the advantage of doing it like this? You would have a built-in audience, right? Instead of it being on like some platform that is controlled entirely by some giant corporation, right? It would be like an infrastructure that local communities could do. And say if you wanted to make a video, like say you're not a streamer or you're not a YouTube creator, right? Like, well, then you're fucked. Because you don't have an audience, right? But because it's like public, it's like a public domain, you would have that built-in audience immediately, right? Like they would at least see that you put something out there, right? And then maybe it might take off, right? And a lot of these like shows and television, and like they start off this way. Like look at Sesame Street, right? Like the idea of a few people, and right, there's a bunch of stuff like, and technically Sesame Street is owned by the government, right? We could be making as like taxpayers so much money off of Sesame Street, but we just basically fucked that up, right? Well, the same goes with like local television, right? Like we could easily modernize it to a way where like ideas could spread much more coherently, right? To a greater audience much quicker. But we don't do that because you got to have like subscribers and you got to have, right? Like that's how these like corporate models work, right? They want you to be financially viable first, right? You need to have subscribers. You need to have like ads. You got to have all this stuff, right? You got to have like over 1,000 followers or whatever the fuck, right? Before they start fucking pushing your shit. And yeah, no. It's just like, these are all things like that could easily help this.
I'm heading up to Albany to talk with our state leaders about Teen New York and build broad consensus. We are very much poised to have model legislation in New York State, which really helps create and foster a healthy news and information ecosystem at the local level in this like really challenging time where there's crisis in community media centers closing across the nation and there's a loss of local jobs. This bill creates local jobs and local information and promotes civic engagement and awareness.
Michael Maxinabi, I want to thank you for being with us, Executive Director of BronxNet, and Joe Barr, Executive Director of Access Sacramento, where the next Cable Commission meeting is just in a few weeks in June. I'm in Toronto today, speaking at Radio Days North America, moving on to screenings of the new documentary about Democracy Now!, Steal This Story, Please, on Thursday night and Friday morning in Minneapolis, then in Chicago.
All right. just sent me, man. It's just like a bunch of Kennedy the cat, Kenny the cat. That's adorable at the end. Bopping along, yeah. It's hilarious. All right, thank you, Ragel. It doesn't look like we got struck either.
Why don't you
thankfully.
just join our country?
That's the song you have to play for the ukulele. Oh, okay, perfect.
You become the 50.
I'll do it. Sounds good. Have that play in between randomness. Play that randomly. Doon, 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 doon. I love it. Thank you, man.
People are seriously underestimating how big this is.
Watching these videos, you might think these Canadians want to join the U.S.
Western provinces moving towards a U.S.-aligned path has left Canada stunned.
But what if I told you most of these people aren't even really Canadian? We follow the digital clues to expose a web of hired actors and the people behind them.
How do you get my number?
To reveal a shadowy business model. Because whoever you think is behind it, the answer is going to surprise you.
I feel so violated. I think all of it's bull.
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know what's going on in Canada, Alberta is a province that produces most of the country's crude oil, millions of barrels a day. This means Alberta pays a lot of money into the national budget, creating tensions that have led some Albertans to want to break away.
Independence is a matter of survival for Albertans. We have to get out from underneath Ottawa if we're going to prosper and move forward as a country.
And the Trump administration likes the idea.
Alberta is a natural partner for the U.S. Rumors that they may have a referendum on whether they want to stay in Canada or not.
So it's a real thing, and that might be why the sentiment is being exploited online. A report from the Media Ecosystem Observatory highlighted what it calls slopaganda, 20 YouTube channels that contain frequent and obvious lies and are designed to exploit political divisions.
We looked at 20 specific and authentic channels that are coordinated together, and amongst them, they got 40 million views in the past 12 months. The video network itself is very deceptive. They use the same scripts, the same phrasing, the same titles.
Good.
This channel is built on freedom of expression. All content is created for informational and educational purposes.
Oh,
They
yeah.
just plainly fabricate statistics such as polls, support.
Yeah, like, guys, the idea that Alberta is going to be leaving is a joke, right? Even Canadians like J.J. McCullough, right? I don't know his exact position on this, but I do know that he wants to join the United States. But this was before Trump, right? Or like before Trump threatened to do all this. If I'm being fair to JJ, right? I don't think that JJ supports Canada joining the way that Trump has said, right? I think everything I've heard from JJ has made it seem to me, at least, right, that he supports Canada joining like a union, right? Not the U.S. or like he supports it joining like a North American union, right? So like more like a transcontinental or transnational state, something like that, which, I mean, isn't too far away from my fucking point of view, right? I think we should have I don't really like nation states for various reasons, as I've discussed on the stream previously, right? I think like you can have like regions where you come from without having a nation state, right? I think a lot of people don't understand that. Like, you can still be from Canada and still be a part of a unified government, right? World government or something like that. You can be from Australia, right? But under Trump, oh, hell no, right? I would never support that in 1,000 years. And to be fair, I don't think he does, right? I think he supports like the cultural, economic, and social union, and maybe even like a political union. But we're both are equal, right? Like, we're not talking about the becoming part of the United States. Oh, fuck that, right? I don't think he would be in favor of that at all. But again, I don't know his exact position because he hasn't really talked to. I think he's put a few videos out, but they're just really long, and I don't want to watch it because I don't care, right? Enough. But look, we do have freedom. We just want to join the US 5, but admission in the US.
Golden rare.
Nice! Congrats. Woo! That's pretty rare. Pretty rare. Wow, we got, so you got a golden uncommon and a golden rare. Yeah, good job. Awesome. Yeah, I added a new tier, guys. So now there's uncommon, right? And obviously there's uncommon and golden uncommon, right? So, and the golds are pretty rare. So now there's over 2,000 items to catch. You're welcome. See what the see. Yeah, Jersey's still number one.
Separatism, annexation, taking advantage of real grievances Albertans have to drive clicks, engagement to the channel.
But we wanted to find out who's actually behind these channels.
So we go down the rabbit hole and find the truth about some of these accounts.
Our first clue was the X accounts linked to these YouTube channels. 2 of them were created while connected to the Netherlands App Store, pretty far from Alberta. We zero in on this account, the Canadian Politician.
Hello and welcome to the Canadian Politician, your trusted source for sharp analysis and updates.
What a joke. Coming soon to Australia near you, the Australian Politician. I wonder what they're going to be pushing or shilling for, huh?
On the latest developments in Canadian politics.
We reversed image search and find James is really Matt Berry, a Calgary-based media personality.
I was just kind of applying out for a bunch of different gigs. The idea was that was like $20 a video to start, and then he was gonna like monetize. So what happened was I sent this audition video, but we never came to an actual agreement. I never actually like signed a contract.
Wow. What are you thinking when we reveal this to you?
My heart sank. You must be talking about the wrong person. This is not stuff I believe.
He shares a Google Doc with information about the job. It's owned by someone who used an email address that includes the name Don Jurgers.
Using DarkSide, a tool for searching databases leaked online.
We connect that email to social media accounts for a Don Jurgers in the Netherlands, who works as a sports journalist. So we call him.
Don?
Yes, with who am I speaking?
Yeah, my name is Eric Cito. I'm a journalist at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I just want to make sure we're with the right person here. You are the same person that has been contracting people to make YouTube videos. Is it the right Don?
Yes.
Oh.
How do you get my number?
Oh, but we just found online.
Okay, sorry, then that's my mistake.
Oh, it's okay. Well, listen, I want to just learn about the contracts for the YouTube channels and stuff and just kind of get an understanding how it works, if you have a second.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Let's just contact through another way, because it's kind of weird that you're calling me out of the blue.
Why is it odd?
We contact Don again.
Motherfucker, what? You're literally making propaganda videos from the Netherlands, and it's odd that you're being called by CBC? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
Oh boy!
What is it again? Jesus.
Hell no!
There we go.
And he denies any involvement, saying what he said on the phone was a misunderstanding. But that's not the only connection we make to people in the Netherlands. This is a channel called Canadian Hub, hosted by someone named Paul.
Hello there. My name is Paul, your reliable reporter for in-depth analysis and updates on the latest Canadian news.
We find his TikTok account and learn he's a voice actor.
Hey, I'm going live here in just a minute. Check it out.
Then we use the sign at the back of this video that says Rush Memorial Hospital and geolocate him to the US in Indiana.
Can I ask you how much
these I gotta give it to CBC. You guys have some really good reporters here. This is how you do reporting, right? You call these motherfuckers and you fucking harass them, right? Oh my God. Josephus is missing out. Yeah, he is. Canada.
For each video?
The first couple he paid me $60 for. But right now, I'm pretty much thinking I'm not going to do any more of these because I don't want to be a part of that. I'm in Indiana. I don't know anything about Canadian politics.
Was there any indication that the people you're speaking to that were contracting you, were they Dutch?
That's very possible.
He sends us chats with someone who goes by Marijn Masseus on Discord. We match that name and a profile photo to a man in the Netherlands named Marijn Masseus. He calls himself a digital creator. We contact Marijn over email and he also denies any involvement. But there's one more person we find connected to the scheme. Not only does he admit it, he leads us into the murky world of faceless YouTube.
In this video series, I'm going to show you exactly how you can build a profitable, scalable and fully automated YouTube business in just 90 days without ever showing your face on camera.
That's Niels Vanderland. He runs the online course Faceless Education, which promises to teach people how to make thousands of dollars every month with faceless YouTube videos. It's big business. There are hundreds, if not thousands of courses and guides online, all promising the same thing. Making money with videos that you don't have to appear in, using actors or AI. And we find that two people behind these channels took the same course, hosted by Niels. It starts with Bart Craning, another American actor, hired to be the face of a channel called David Fraser YT.
For years, Alberta was told to sit down, stay quiet, and accept the system. Suddenly, that same system is saying something very different. Now they want to talk. Now they want negotiations.
We know he's the actor behind it because he reveals it on his Snapchat.
You guys go. You can see what YouTube pays.
How many videos do you think you've done with them?
So they sent me 2 more for tomorrow, which would be episodes 232 and 233.
So 230 videos you've done.
We put out video after video about separation. Why are 9 out of our 10 videos on the main page about Canadian separation? That was what I brought up to them. How many channels do you guys actually run? That's when I texted you back. They said, we are not a part of misinformation campaign. At the moment, we have 12 channels running.
He shared his chats with a Discord channel called MJY Trading, who signs off as Joep Licker. We find that Joep is the CEO of MJY Trading, a Dutch company. It describes its business model as faceless YouTube videos. Interesting, but that's not all. We find this review that Joep made for Niels' Faceless Education course. He says he went from making no money to living off his YouTube income. That leads us to the Faceless Education YouTube channel. And guess who we find?
Ik ben Joep, ik ben 25 jaar oud. Het is wel echt levensveranderend geweest. Dus, want uiteindelijk heb ik daardoor ook mijn baan kunnen opzeggen bij KPMG.
When we reach out to Joep, he tells us they are not affiliated with political movements, advocacy groups, or campaigns related to independence, and that the YouTube channels are focused on generating revenue. Now we've connected the Faceless Education course to Dutchman Joep Licker, who hired American actor Bart Craning to be the face of a YouTube channel promoting Alberta separatism. Joep isn't the only person we find that took this course. We also find Marijn Masseus.
Ik ben Marijn, ik ben 21 jaar oud. Ik studeer nog ondernemerschap en retail management.
They're in it to make a quick buck. There's no indication that governments are interested in regulating that kind of activity at all. But big question is what happens when the proponents actually don't have any skin in the game whatsoever. A person is sitting in the Netherlands developing these videos that are trying to promote Alberta leaving Canada has no personal stake in whether the...
It's probably a Russian firm or like a Trump firm taking advantage of laws in the Netherlands, right? Because think of it this way. People in the Netherlands are well educated. They speak English, generally speaking, right? It's in the EU, so then you can get right. So it's away from Canada where they can't do anything about it. This is crazy, guys. Crazy, right? But that's how these kind of operations work.
Separatists succeed or fail, and that can make them really dangerous actors.
People are seeing these videos and view that as real news from real people. It's shocking, but it's not surprising. I think that's like sort of a world we're living in right now.
So for now at least, it looks like that's the answer. Not Russia, not China or the US, but YouTubers trying to make money. If there's anything you want us to investigate, email us.
Crazy. Great investigation. All right. Speaking of conservative viewers.
Conservative media has been absolutely dominant in the online space now for more than a decade, in large part thanks to billionaire funders paying millions of dollars to prop up talentless hacks that keep the working class divided. But in spite of all of that money, things aren't going too well for the online right. Despite having more than 7 million subscribers, Ben Shapiro struggles to crack 100K views on most videos, and the Daily Wire channel is faring even worse. They struggle to crack 10K views on most videos, even though they have over 3 million subscribers. And the Wrap reports that they're actually going through another round of layoffs, with Candace Owens claiming that up to 50% of the staff has been let go, although with that being said, she is notoriously unreliable, so take what she says with a grain of salt. And I don't necessarily think that the Daily Wire is dying per se, but with that being said, their right-wing funders aren't going to fund them forever if nobody is watching them, because what would be the point? It takes an unbelievable amount of money to prop up an AstroTurf campaign, and they're just not going to do that in perpetuity if it's not yielding, a return on that investment.
See, and that's the thing you notice about right-wing media in general, right? It's so astroturfed, right? At least you guys know with me, because we're on the left, right? Most left-wing media is completely like grassroots, right? Like it's just me in my fucking house, right? None of this like 10 million viewers or 10 million subscribers, 10,000 views.
Investment, and
that's less than like 1 percentage point of your fucking audience, right? Watching. Crazy, right?
Goes beyond YouTube videos with regard to the Daily Wire. They've also been trying to scoop up Hollywood rejects for failed movie projects that nobody wants to watch, and that also hasn't been going very well for them. The movies that they've released have been not doing too well. They have such limited appeal that even their own audiences sometimes don't want to watch them. Take their 2022 flop with Gina Carano as an example. The film was accused of being too woke by Daily Wire viewers because they thought that having a strong female lead as a protagonist was a covert way for them to push feminism. But in a new action movie that they're filming with Jonathan Majors for them to push feminism. But in a new action movie that they're filming with Jonathan Majors as the star, which I'm sure will inevitably lead to even more allegations of wokeism.
Only they could say that, right, guys?
And they're probably going to have problems with that. The crew literally walked off the set and staged a strike after producers failed to take their safety concerns seriously, which led to the Daily Wire's producers saying, quote, they don't negotiate with communists in response to deadline, which gives you a sense of how conservatives treat their employees. Like shit. So no serious or uncanceled professionals are going to want to work with them to produce low-effort conservative slop that'll be nothing more than fodder for online memes by leftists. Hence why the endeavor is going nowhere. But it's not just the Daily Wire. CBS's ratings are also reportedly in the tank after Bari Weiss failed to make it the pro-Trump powerhouse that its billionaire funders paid her to make it, which isn't necessarily surprising, seeing as how the Free Press wasn't that successful. I mean, they're good on Substack, but their YouTube channel struggles to get 10,000 views on a single video, and I kid you not, one video that they...
There you are, Jersey! Wake up, girl!
...posted from 4 days ago still hasn't even hit 1,000 views, and that is unheard of for a channel with nearly 5.
Wake up! Jesus. Yeah, look at that. Only 2,000 views. This video only has 600 views, guys.
Ben Shabibo has recently approached Comcast to reach our viewers. We told Ben that nobody wants to see that happen. Comcast is next platform to take over the internet. We understand why Ben Shabibo want to join, but our values do not match, so F off.
Some of us are actually working. Define work. Seeing the inside of your eyelids. If that's working.
500,000 subscribers, but yet they took this person who hasn't had success.
And he works a lot then.
In the video realm, and they put her in charge of an entire outlet, and it's very obviously going the way that everyone with brain cells would expect it to go. But it's not just YouTube. They paid Twitter to boost this tweet about an article that they published on the Free Press about a woman who apparently detransitioned from autism or something. Like, I don't even know. I'm not going to be bothered to read it. But the best they could get was 32 likes on a week-old tweet with 22,000 views. In other words, even when people do see their shit, they still have no interest in it. Can't blame them. But if you look at a conservative success story, such as closeted homosexual Benny Johnson, his engagement is admittedly very, very good. Although left-wing channels like Secular Talk, who are 3 times smaller, get almost as much views as he does. And Benny's best performing video from the last week was a video, I kid you not, about a bee landing on Trump's hand. But if you scroll through his content, you can tell immediately that it's nothing more than a lazy outrage farm that gratuitously uses AI in every single fucking video. And I only recently took the time to actually watch a Benny Johnson video. Up until this point, I've only seen clips where he's just like silently listening to somebody he's interviewing. But I was actually stunned by how boring it was. I mean, you expect terrible arguments and endless stupidity from conservatives, but they're at least usually entertaining. Benny Johnson, however, doesn't even try. He basically reads Twitter to you in the most monotone voice that he can muster, and you can sense how uninterested he is in the subject matter that he's covering. I just want to show you a clip from the B video, his most popular video recently, so you know what I'm talking about.
This is President Trump with something that, I mean, much like the small snake that lunges the congressman, could sting him, right? Could hurt him. Many people run away from bees. Melania doesn't look particularly happy. King Charles looks kind of shocked and amused, perhaps. But President Trump is having the time of his life, holding the bee. Again, most people's reactions to bees, especially bees landing on them, is to run as fast as possible, to run, to flail their arms, to whimper, to blubber. But President Trump just held the bee, and this went completely viral because what a way to be. And the internet has now had a field day, and I thought, what a wonderful opportunity to do a meme review. So let's go. Is this
Man,
the first
pro fucking content right here, guys.
President holding a honeybee. Yes.
Riveting. Imagine somebody walking into the room while you're watching that. How would you even explain that? Oh, I'm watching a guy talk about people on Twitter talking about our pedophile president holding a bee. I would literally rather get caught watching porn. I'm not even joking about that. At least that's easier to explain and less humiliating. And that's not even that impressive. Like, here's a picture of me holding a pet tarantula that I had. Trump would never. But yet, I guess that Benny Johnson thinks that it's sufficient to not in your pants if he holds a bee. Like, what is this fucking content? Who is this for? But even though Benny Johnson later
Christian
shares
B.
more boomer memes and tries to, like, at least pretend to be interested in the subject matter, you can tell that he just doesn't care, and neither does his audience. The collective response was basically, cool. Here's some popular comments that I screenshotted. Libs will say it's staged. The Babylon bee will love this. Bees are important to life.
RTP finished, huh? You guys are back.
Indeed. My brother is going to love this. he loves Trump, and my brother is a beekeeper. And I couldn't help but feel deeply, deeply depressed for them. Almost like they'd have existential crises if they were sentient enough for complex thoughts. Because if this was what their lives have come to, I sincerely don't know how they have the will to keep going. Like, if I were in their shoes, I would want to not keep going. But the reason why I wanted to take that brief detour, down the Benny Johnson rabbit hole, terrible wording, is to demonstrate just how shitty even their most successful right-wing content is these days. They are flailing, and these people didn't grow their audiences organically. Nobody is subscribing to Benny fucking Johnson because he's particularly insightful or funny. They're subscribing to him because he was shoved down their throats, which is also terrible wording. I'm sorry for that. But these people, they were propped up by billionaires who pay to get their names out there. And there's even indications that some of them use bots to boost their accounts, whereas on the left, you see a proportional amount of engagement because our audience came to us naturally. So they stay and they watch and they actually engage with the content because they genuinely and sincerely find it interesting. You didn't find us through an advertisement or a headline. You're watching because you want to be here and not because some billionaire paid to put us in front of you. And while YouTube is just one portion of their business model, the conservative ecosystem has been suffering at the organizational level as well. Turning Point USA has devolved into a grievance machine for Erica Kirk, who nobody likes, and they're back to policing Charlie Kirk memes while not realizing it's only going to backfire once again. They boasted about getting the TikTok of teenage girls using Charlie Kirk's last words and gunshots for an outfit transition because, censoring speech is exactly what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. But they don't realize that this trend was popular before those teenage girls decided to do it, and the trend itself emerged in the aftermath of their campaign to deplatform any and everyone who dared to even be mildly critical of Charlie Kirk. And they lack the self-awareness to realize that the more they try to police speech, the more blowback they're going to receive, the more of a joke he becomes. They are doing this to themselves, but I mean, what else could they be doing right now? Because quite frankly, they won. And thus, their work is complete. And I mean that in a more broad sense as well. Conservatives won. They defeated us, and they got the America that they've been wanting for decades.
Yep.
Think about it. Trump stripped the federal government to the bone. He closed the borders. He's deporting every immigrant he can track down as we speak. He's passed more tax cuts for the rich. He gutted the social safety net programs that we had that were already meager. And he implemented 53% of Project 2025. On top of that, the Supreme Court just gave the Voting Rights Act its final death blow, which is another win for conservatives. And they overturned Roe v. Wade a couple of years ago, which is what they've always wanted. And sure, Trump may have lied about no new wars, but aside from that, he's pretty much doing everything that he said he was going to do. So if you're a conservative in America, this is your golden age. In theory, you're getting pure, unadulterated conservatism, which is what you said you wanted. The things that you said we needed to save the country are now being implemented. So the question is, why are you still so fucking miserable? And to be clear, it's not just conservative media and conservative organizations.
Nice.
I mean, the vibe shift has been palpable. But we know why conservatives are so down. They're down because they won. They're suffering from their own success because after getting the political reality that they fought for decades, they're realizing that what they thought would be a utopia turned out to be a fucking dystopian hellscape. They still can't buy a house or afford groceries even though the border is closed and immigrants have been deported and trans people have virtually no rights in half the fucking country. So they're miserable right now because they're finding out that the theory of change that was sold to them and that they themselves sold
is a joke.
Was a complete and utter lie. They're realizing that conservatism doesn't actually have a way to meaningfully improve their material conditions because it's not supposed to. Take fifth place loser Riley Gaines, for example. She recently made a video about how expensive it is to have a baby in the United States, and the only solution she could think of wouldn't change shit. Just watch.
I gave birth to this perfect, precious little angel in September of last year. It is April, nearly May of the next year, and I am getting bills in the mail nearly every single week. Let's look at them. Okay, this one is a bill for $2,000. The service description literally just says vaginal birth. Here's another bill for $1,261. What's the description for? Actually, it doesn't even say. Here's another one for $336.
This is America. Am I right, guys?
The service description is subsequent hospital care. What does that mean? Here's another $675 charge for hospital discharge day. What?
Oh, yeah. Hospital discharge day. They're charging you to discharge.
What service is it? You're just charging me
These people are so stupid. Oh my God. I hate them.
discharge day? It says on this bill that our insurance information wasn't provided, but our insurance was provided on
Jersey hit 25 messages this stream. Wow. Congrats. Finally. By the way, fish commands don't count, guys. You actually have to type. And, like, you can't just spam, right?
every other bill. I don't know. None of it makes sense. My husband just called. He was on the phone for 20 minutes. And we got no answers. They said they
Where's
could get
my
back
cookie,
to us in the
ho?
next 90 days. You have to assume that they
Go
just
back to
hope
bed,
people
girl.
pay these without asking any questions. Since President Trump has signed his executive order for hospital price transparency,
You'll get your cookie
only
later.
one-third of hospitals are in compliance. President Trump has done what he can do. We need legislators to act to rein in these unchecked practices and to protect patients and taxpayers from a system designed to exploit them.
In case you missed it, she actually said President Trump has done all he can do with a straight face, as if there's nothing else that can be done about our predatory for-profit healthcare system, as if they won't gouge you if they were forced to be more transparent about the bullshit that they're gouging you for. Like, how naive can you be? But in response to that video, Chaya Raichik, the sarcastic terrorist who runs the Libs of TikTok account, shared her own healthcare horror story, writing, "Last week, I randomly got a $9,000 bill for a hospital visit from last year. I called them up and they said my insurance decided to not cover it. Why? Because Aetna can just decide they're not interested in covering something, and then you're left with an inflated bill to pay out of pocket after the fact. This is in addition to a $2,000 bill that I already paid. They just don't want to cover it despite me paying a monthly premium. Meanwhile, illegals get free healthcare. That's bullshit. Honestly, fuck you, Aetna. I'm going to do everything I can to destroy you." And by destroy, I assume she means doxing Aetna executives who happen to be gay or trans. That'll show them. I'm sure that they're going to delete that bill for her as soon as she calls their COO the F slur or something. That's a great strategy. But I mean, there is no federal program where undocumented people get free healthcare. Yet in Trump's America, the version of the country she fought for, she's still blaming immigrants for her healthcare problems, as opposed to the actual health insurance company that ripped her off. I mean, she's blaming them to an extent, but only in a tangential, circuitous way. Because more transparency and deporting more immigrants is the furthest these people are willing to go to address our healthcare crisis. Because the actual solution, which obviously is Medicare for all, healthcare free at the point of service, would be socialism. And they can't have that. So they've resigned themselves to the shitty status quo because this is as good as it gets, even in their ideal version.
And then they literally complain about it on TikTok.
Of the country, which is so sad. Because even if those...
This is why we can't have nice things, right?
Two in particular deserve this fate, most Americans don't deserve to live like this. But other Americans, they're not so willing to acquiesce. They're not part of the cult, and they're realizing that pure, unadulterated conservatism is bad. They actually want their lives to get better. Most of them probably didn't vote for mass deportation specifically because they hate immigrants, even though that was obviously, undoubtedly a role that was played. But I think that most people voted for mass deportation because they were told by dipshits like that it would make things better. And now all of the gullible rubes that fell for that, they're taking note about how, hey, things aren't getting better. In fact, they're getting measurably worse in every conceivable way, despite the mass deportation that they said was a fix-all. Hell, for all of the fear-mongering about socialism and communism that we've been subjected to as Americans, people are finally getting a lesson about how bad conservatism is when you take it to its logical conclusion. I guess they needed that because Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush and third-way Democrats weren't enough. But I mean, think about the way that we're doing things now. Like, the billionaires, they're not creating new jobs. Corporations aren't lowering prices in spite of more tax cuts. We're seeing unprecedented deregulation, which we were told would lower costs, but all that did was make things shittier, not cheaper. Everything is getting worse. Everybody knows that. But it's getting worse not because Trump failed, but because he succeeded. He's doing almost everything he said he was going to do, And Trump's victory and political success revealed the reality of conservatism and exposed peddlers of it as the charlatans that they are. And that's why they're doing so bad right now. I mean, they're the ones telling us Trump is the best president ever. And if this is as high as the bar goes and is as good as it gets, I mean, you can kind of see why people feel so disillusioned. The problem is that people also think that we already experienced pure unadulterated leftism under Obama and Biden, in part because the conservative outlets that we talked about today helped convince people that they were socialists and communists. So what we have is a situation where people feel inclined to just check out of politics altogether because they've concluded that, you know, the left didn't improve their lives and the right isn't changing things for the better either. So it seems like
my dad has an epic beard.
Nothing is going to work. So what's the point of even participating? And that is why we as leftists need to convince people that a better world is, in fact, still possible. And things haven't improved because we've only experienced gradations of late-stage capitalism, when in actuality, the solution is real leftism, real liberation for working people and all people. Wealth needs to be redistributed. Workplaces need to be democratized. The government actually needs to function as a vehicle for human development and prosperity, not a slush fund for fucking billionaires. And us lefties might not be as big as conservative media outlets because investors aren't necessarily chomping at the bit to prop up ideologues who oppose everything they stand for. Not that we'd accept their bribes in the first place, but we're doing especially good these days on the left because we're offering actual solutions to people's problems. I'm not saying we need Medicare for all or trans rights because I'm being bankrolled by big socialism and big trans, or I've invested in big socialism and big trans and stand to benefit from these policies getting implemented. I'm offering these solutions because I believe to my core that human beings deserve to thrive and live dignified lives on our short time on this rock. And everything that we advocate for is in service to that goal. Conservatives, on the other hand, they want you to slave away for a corporation until you die so CEOs can buy more mansions and yachts and billionaires can become trillionaires. They are fundamentally motivated by greed, and everything that they advocate for is in service to
a lot of
capital.
epics today.
Hence why their idealized version of society feels so intolerable to many of us. So if you're a conservative who's still asking yourself why things are so bad even after your side won, well, I was going to encourage you to be introspective, but you don't have the capacity for that, so I'll just close the video by telling you to enjoy the bed that you made for yourself as well as the rest of us.
For real.
Rare.
Yep. I think I have some more ideas for some more fish I'll add to the game. No, you don't. I don't know why you guys keep doing that. You only do it once. It remembers your points. It only doesn't when I clear the system. Yeah. You don't have to keep doing claim points, guys. You do it once and it won't reward you double. Like, I purposely did that, thinking that, yeah. You only do it once. It's the initial time. It's basically, I set that up as a system for people who had been watching the stream a long time, right? Living Lily, Jersey, Eddie, Icebeam, anybody like that has watched the stream for a really long time, even you Ducky, right? Like, they can claim their points, and that way they can keep playing, right? And then I have some other ideas, but I have some ideas. I'm going to add some fish as well. Some more like uncommon fish or rare fish or even legendaries. Okay, let's see. Where is it?
The lights
Ugh. Remember we watched this and it was amazing?
have finally gone out at InfoWars. After nearly 30 years, the far-right conspiracy site led by Alex Jones stopped broadcasting and shut down its Austin headquarters. It's being liquidated to compensate families of the Sandy Hook mass shooting. They won a $1.4 billion judgment against Jones after he spent years hounding them and falsely calling the shooting a hoax. Now, the satirical newspaper The Onion is on the verge of taking over InfoWars, although a Texas appeals court temporarily has the deal on hold until at least May 28th. But Jones is vowing to fight on, clothed or not.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms, already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me. So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys just keep laughing.
I feel like I need some hazard pay after being forced to watch that.
I feel like that was a moment where we should have warned our viewers
Yes.
before we showed that
Yes.
clip.
Joining us now to discuss, if they're not too traumatized, are Brandy Zadrozny, senior enterprise reporter for MS Now, and comedian Jason Selvig, one half of the Good Liars comedy duo. So, Brandy, you have covered...
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you. I hope they're paying you well. Yeah, you've covered this ecosystem for a very long time. Did you ever think you would see the shutdown of InfoWars?
I hoped, and yet, like, we do have to say, like, Alex Jones still has a show, right? He is still making his show somewhere. We won't send viewers to that show, but like, this is a really important moment, even though he still has his show somewhere, because InfoWars has been, for some like nearly 30 years, been promoting the craziest conspiracy theories all the way back to the Oklahoma City bombing, right? Which he still propagates on his show. He has harmed so many people. He has done such irrevocable harm to the biggest victims among us. And it's really been, transparency is the new objectivity. Transparently, I think his website's horrible. I think InfoWars has hurt countless people. I'm so glad that InfoWars, it's poetic justice that now it's truly comedy, and a comedy site now is very close to owning it and already is literally selling things with the InfoWars.
The real worry that I have is that if his viewers just go to InfoWars and they read the satire from The Onion and they still think it's still InfoWars, and then we really have a real problem if they can't differentiate. But to your point, because like this is satire and he was lies. So I mean,
But it does matter in that, like.
No, I mean, of course, I agree with you. I'm worried about
your terrible life's work is now a joke, like literally. And so, like, there's something in it. There's also something in the fact that the Sandy Hook families. I remember watching the judgment come down, the 1.4 or the $1 billion judgment. Yeah. And I was actually sitting next to Ben Collins because, again, transparency. Ben Collins was a colleague of ours on the disinformation beat, but because the world is so weird, he's now CEO of The Onion and doing a really good job, weirdly. And so, we were sitting next to each other, and I remember Alex Jones, when the judgment came down, he was sitting in his studio and laughed, and he said, they'll never get a penny. They're never going to get a penny. And they will now. They will. They'll get it from merchandise sales and from other agreements that they have now with The Onion and the Sandy Hook families. They're going to get something, and that matters.
It's hard to talk about just how bizarre the world of Alex Jones is. Because on the one hand, as you well know, there's all of the hatefulness that he pushed for so many years that really hurt tragic survivors in the aftermath. He was a leech that was using their pain and suffering for his own financial gain through his empire. And then there was also just the simply ridiculous. And I want to play, I'm sure Brandy has her favorite comical Alex Jones, but I want to play my favorite. And Jason, hear what you think about it.
Okay.
You think I am like shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? See this crap.
I mean,
It never
I
gets
get it. I
old.
do understand it. I understand it.
Gay frog, but
Yeah. I mean, look, I've
God
been
damn
to
it,
a lot
guys.
of Trump
Gay
rallies,
frogs.
And if you talk to somebody who's wearing an InfoWars shirt, they're going to tell you some really out there conspiracy theories. Like, I talked to somebody in North Carolina right before the election who said that he thought that the hurricanes that were created by the government, and
Yeah, the
they were
Democrats.
hitting the United States on purpose, and the government was making them stronger. And he also said he got all of his news from InfoWars. So this is not a big loss that Alex Jones is going off the air, but like you said, he still has a megaphone and a platform. But also, with him off the air, there's also lots of other conspiracy theorists who have filled the void right now. And we hear about them at Trump rallies, and they're people you've never heard of, but they have like thousands of followers on Telegram. And I think you've watched a lot of Alex Jones footage, unfortunately for you. But would you agree, like, he is playing a character out there?
Sure.
Like, he's playing a character. It's like half pro wrestling. So
interesting.
It's
he
kind of
doesn't believe it. Not all of it.
not all. I don't think he believes all of it. And I think that now Tim Heidecker is taking over, who's like hilarious, comedic genius. He's taking over InfoWars and hosting it, and he's kind of now just playing that character. They're both playing character, so it's living on with Tim Heidecker.
You bring up an important point about Alex Jones and the space he occupies in Trump. He's actually been breaking with Trump recently on some of the Iran war stuff, which is, very bizarre. But it's interesting to see whether or not this fracture, does he peel away some of these folks that you saw in North Carolina? Are they going to be diehard core InfoWar fans, or are they going to be Trump fans if they have to choose one or the other?
Well, I would think, when you've, just from talking to conspiracy theorists, like, if you put so many chips on the table with a conspiracy theory, like, it's hard to not stay pot committed to it. And I think with some of the Alex Jones fans, they're going to continue to believe some of these out there conspiracy theories. And I know Donald Trump had a break with Alex Jones and said, I can't believe he said some crazy things about Sandy Hook, some terrible things about Sandy Hook. Donald Trump was on his show after he said those things in 2015. So it's really hard to take him seriously when he says that.
Brandy and Jason, you're
Great to see you guys.
Jesus. All right, let's see the final episode here. This should be funny.
This has been beyond epic, and this has been 100% organic and real. Whenever they sued us, they would always ask everybody, who gives the orders? Who's the foundation people? Because they were all getting the orders. Guess what? My orders come from God, from my genetics, from who I am for humanity. And that's what they can't stand, is your orders come from God. We got whistleblowers. We've only begun to fight, but it's only because you buy the products at thealexjonesstore.com.
Salesman to the very end. Buy more of my ground up gorilla paste, please. I need to make as much money as I can before the Onion takes us over. But that's a representation of the end of his show. That's the final broadcast.
Jesus.
He is hanging up the shirt that he too rarely wore in the first place, and they're packing it in. That's it for Alex Jones, who takes his orders from God and his genetics. Which I feel like those are very different paths on explaining why things happen. He's doing both. He just wants all of the above, I guess. But let's take a look at a little bit more from his final episode of InfoWars.
These show trials I went through showed me so much. Like, I knew there were show trials, but not like a Truman Show. Like I said, the second trial in Connecticut, I look over, it's the same script on the judge's desk. When I'm up to testify, I had to punch the stomach, like I said earlier. I was like, oh my God, it's the same script. It's literally a script. When you realize they're so corrupt, they have coordinated scripts run by the CIA in court hearings, and you're just like, oh my God, I thought I knew how bad it was, and I was naive. And when that hits you, it's like a horse kicking you. It is like being kicked in the balls by Godzilla. And so they think they're going to have their big victory. They think it's all funny. They think it's all cool. No. This is the beginning of the end. We don't ride on Trump. He rode it on our train. He was useful as far as he went. And I will sit there and live in a modest house with a modest car, which I love. And they think, oh, we'll take your money, Joe. Shut up. I'm ready to die for this. You think taking money from me does something? It makes me want to strangle you spiritually.
What? What?
It makes me want to, oh my God, I'm about to get in more trouble spiritually.
Exactly. What the fuck?
It makes me want to kidnap your kids. Poetically.
Strangle you spiritually sounds somehow grosser.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be. I literally don't know what that is. So he's out of his mind. I do like the imagery of being kicked in the balls by Godzilla, because that's gotta hurt, at some point. And so that's how he goes out. Something about scripts by the CIA. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Again, because the defamation trial was untrue. I'll just remind you, in the last week, he has been insisting that Sandy Hook was faked. He still says it was faked. He's still saying that the parents are lying about it. He deserves to lose everything. He deserves to not even end up with a modest house and a modest car when he's pulled in tens of millions of dollars off of selling ground up orangutans that are supposed to fix your erectile problems or whatever it is that he sells over there. Goodbye, Alex Jones. You will not be missed. What do you think?
Yeah, it's funny because his defense is better than Tucker's defense in lawsuits, is that he is pretty much well understood to be a, quote, entertainer. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of dildos out there who are like, this is true what he's saying. I'm going to mostly miss all those supplements because I think John remembers I bought everyone those supplements for Christmas, me, John, and Jordan, and they gave us superpowers, which you'll see here. I'm wondering if we're all going to miss our superpowers, Johnny Damage, Jim Jordan, and Brett Crude. It's a bunch of really strong dudes. Nothing can damage them.
That's what the power of a silverback gorilla will do when you inject it in your aorta.
Yeah, pretty great. I'm sorry. You will be missed, Alex. You will be missed. And it's like, this isn't funny. It's like, yes, it is very funny. You're like, oh my God, I can't tell people how frogs gray anymore. Like he did it. He wanted to see how high he could ratchet it up. And then he's out $1 billion, so to speak, and he's out this. And now the Onion's going to take it over and Tim Heidecker. So we'll see how that goes.
Should be awesome. By the way, your wife says this crew kicks Godzilla back in the balls. Anyway, he's gone. Not really. He's starting up Alex Jones Live. I'm sure he'll have a stupid show, and I'm sure he's going to make millions of dollars off of grinding up primates. And I'm sure
he'll be
blah, 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 or whatever.
Hopefully he has to pay all the money to the Sandy Hook family.
I hope so. I would love for him to finally pay what he's supposed to have been paying for years, like Donald Trump with E.G. and Carol. Like, could they eventually pay what they owe, please?
I doubt it. All right, guys. And now the economy taking a complete dump. A complete poopy in its pants.
All right, y'all. It is getting pretty yikesy, to say the least, when it comes to the U.S. economy. Not even the U.S. economy.
Have a look at this later. All right. Thank you, Kiki.
The global economy at this point. But take a look at this. In the last 5 days, Michigan's average diesel price has soared 90 cents per gallon to $6, a new record. Just as farmers are getting into their fields.
What the hell? $6?
Illinois has also set a new record, and Indiana and Ohio are poised to be next. $6. $6 in Michigan for the average diesel price. Okay? I don't know about you guys, but the regular gas around here, it's over $4.25, right? Like, we are nearing $5 a gallon for regular. We're shit I've never fucking seen before is what we're nearing in this moment. And like I said, there is no off-ramp here for this illegal war against Iran. And so I don't see a way in which this ends anytime soon. I think Americans are going to be permanently squeezed and, desperate for any sort of positive change. I think there's a massive anti-MAGA tsunami coming in the election. And the bottom line is you got to make it too big to rig anyway because they're going to try to steal it. That's kind of what they do. That's kind of their thing. Okay, more. Breaking, Brent crude oil prices surge above $119 a barrel after UAE announces that an Iranian drone attack has hit one of their petroleum facilities. So it's only getting worse. Gas prices in the U.S. have moved up to $4.45 per gallon, their highest level since July 2022. The 49% spike over the last 9 weeks from $2.98 a gallon to $4.45 a gallon is the biggest we've seen in the past 30 years, bro. 30 years. Look at this chart, son. Look at this chart. Okay, more. While all that's going on, the New York Times reports Trump's vision for Garden of Heroes keeps getting bigger and higher in cost. Plans for the project include formal gardens, reflecting pools, and plazas alongside the statues of 250 notable Americans, according to documents obtained by the New York Times. So this is what he does now. As the world falls apart around him, as his illegal war spirals out of control, as the economy falls apart, as his ICE Gestapo thugs shoot Americans in the face and build concentration camps and torture people, he keeps going inward. And so what does he do? He focuses on stuff like the Trump Kennedy Center, which he slapped his name on, which was totally fucking insane. He focuses on stuff like his Epstein Memorial Ballroom, his Arc de Trump, right? And now there's a new one, Garden of Heroes. Is this what people want to see? Do people want to see Trump putting up a golden statue to himself at his golf course in Doral, Florida, at the same time that people can't afford groceries? I don't think so. So this is really not looking good. Okay, but then we get this. Tech layoffs are skyrocketing. Tech companies announced 81,747 layoffs in the first quarter of 2026, the highest quarterly total since at least the first quarter of 2024. Layoffs have more than doubled from the previous quarter and have risen 580% since the fourth quarter of 2025. March alone saw 45,800 announced job cuts, the worst single month for tech layoffs in at least 2 years. The tech layoffs are set to remain elevated, with Meta's recent plans to cut 8,000 employees. Furthermore, Microsoft is offering voluntary retirement to 7% of its U.S. workforce, which could transition into layoffs if participation is low. This comes as tech giants shift spending toward AI chips and data centers, trimming staff to free up capital for infrastructure. U.S. tech employment is rapidly contracting, and here's what that looks like in chart form. So, ladies and gentlemen, the AI apocalypse is looming. The AI apocalypse is upon us. And this is like one of the early waves of people who are going to lose their jobs because of AI. And it's not even a question of whether or not AI can actually do these jobs that they're replacing these people for. The fact of the matter is, the Epstein class is going to try to replace these jobs either way. Even if it fails, even if it doesn't work, even if AI is ill-equipped, even if it can't handle it. They believe AI can do it, and so they're going to fire these people and replace them anyway. So all the right-wing bullshit about the thing you have to fear is the immigrants are going to come take your jobs, that's always been horseshit. It's never been true. Immigrants are nothing but a benefit to the economy and the country more broadly. But what is not is this AI horseshit where they're openly saying, we're going to try to take everybody's job. We're going to try to take everybody's job. And then also, we're going to take your job, and then you're also going to have nowhere to go to the government for social safety net support. We're like, hey, I'm on hard times. Can I get unemployment? Hey, make sure Medicare is there and Medicaid's there, and we have these programs for people. No. They're cutting all of those things at the same time. They're bragging, we're going to steal your job. That's what we're going to do. So you're looking at a scenario where we have Gilded Age level of income and wealth inequality, and they're going, let's exacerbate that. Let's make it worse. And they're begging for fucking pitchforks to come out. They're begging for guillotines to come out. That's what they're begging for. And it's only going to get worse. All right, how about this one? Farm bankruptcies soared under Trump and fell under Biden and then rose again under Trump in 2025. Here's that in chart form. Okay? Way high up there under Trump, down under Biden, back up under Trump. And it's going to go up colossally, y'all. Colossally. And wait, you'll see these numbers I give you in a second. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. All right, an aluminum crisis is roiling the auto industry. America's top-selling vehicle, the Ford F-150, bears the brunt of metal supply chain woes. Sky-high aluminum tariffs plus a war that knocks out Middle Eastern aluminum
honestly, fuck the F-150, right?
Supplies, plus pissing off one of the world's largest aluminum suppliers.
One of the most, like, well, we've talked about it on the stream, right?
And your next door neighbor equals inarguably one of the biggest industrial own goals in recent memory. So here we go. The shortages begin, and the shortages are only going to accelerate because we're being run by a bunch of fucking baboons. These are some of the dumbest, most incompetent people I've ever seen. And this is one of those areas, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, where there is zero comparison between Democrats and Republicans. Zero. I don't want to hear any fucking both sides bullshit. I don't want to hear any false equivalence bullshit. When you look at the Democrats, for all of their flaws, they are technocratic managers. That's what they are. They are technocratic managers. Now, sometimes I wish they'd be more revolutionary. Guilty as charged, right? But when you fall on hard times economically, it's not a coincidence that every time Republicans get in power, they crash the economy. It happens every single time. They give all the money to the rich, massive tax cuts for the rich, massive subsidies to the rich, and they crash the economy and they crash the stock market. Then the Democrats have to come in and they always have to clean it up. And they always do. They always find a way. They always do. They always clean it up. They always make it so, the deficit is reduced and the stock market goes back up, and people are hiring again, and they do the stimulus packages, and they got to piece together some form of...
Well, and that's the problem is like they sort of enable this because instead of putting an end to this crap, they just make it so the next administration can fuck this up more, right?
A regulatory state, they always find a way. There's no comparison when it comes to competence, when it comes to maturity, when it comes to the adults in the room. There's no comparison whatsoever. Trump and the Republican Party more generally, they are baboons. And the Democrats go in there and they have to be the ones. And that's the thing. Oftentimes Democrats can't even get to a bigger, bolder...
Damn. Okay.
Agenda, the one that I would like to see, for example, like universal health care, free college, a living wage, ending the wars, a Green New Deal. They can't even get to that because they're so busy cleaning up the fucking catastrophic mess of any Republican administration. It's happened my entire fucking life. Ronald Reagan, when he left office, massive economic fucking downturn. Why? Because he believed in trickle-down bullshit. George W. Bush absolutely destroyed the economy. Just abysmal. Multiple illegal foreign wars destroyed the economy. Obama had to come in and clean that shit up. And that's exactly what's happening here as well. They ruin everything. They destroy everything. This time, I don't even know if it's repairable because now we're looking at the entire world is against us. It's not just us against our enemies. Now our allies are like, hey, fuck you because you're fucking with us. So I don't even know if this one's, repairable. But here we are. And yet again, a Democrat's going to have to come in and try to save the day. All right, more. We are living through one of the largest artificially inflated real estate bubbles in history. Zero rates, massive stimulus, record speculation, now the unwind begins. Look at this, guys. U.S. home price history from 1890 to 2025. The 2026 bubble is lower than where we are now with this 2025 bubble, y'all. Sit on that for a second. By the way, who has fucking money to afford a house now? This is why those charts are out there, and I think I'll show one here in just a second. I think it's in the lineup here, but now look at the number of people who, have a house and a mortgage by the time they're 30. They're married with a mortgage. I mean, that number has fallen off a fucking cliff. So, I don't know. What do they say? The average home buyer is 40-something now? It might be higher than that. Look at this. The 2025 bubble is worse than the 2006 bubble. That is insane. Pending home sales are at their lowest level ever recorded. Ever. What do you expect happens next? That's exactly right. Here's that in chart form. Crazy to see. Okay, more. Foreclosures hit a shocking 6-year high as costs soar under Trump. This is from the Wall Street Journal. High housing costs, especially exploding property taxes, insurance, and HOA fees, are forcing more Americans into foreclosure despite locked-in low mortgage rates. Nearly 119,000 U.S. properties hit with foreclosure filings in the first quarter of 2026, a 26% surge from last year. Foreclosure auctions are at a 6-year high. Bank repossessions jumped 45% to 14,000. Average annual home insurance bill is now $2,948. Average property tax on single-family homes rose $4,427. Rising HOA and condo dues and other ownership costs pushing monthly bills over the edge for struggling families. So the article says high housing costs are pushing foreclosures to a 6-year high. 6-year high. Here we go. This is what I was referring to before. Ready? The American dream is disappearing. Estimated percentage of 30-year-olds who are both married and homeowners. In 1950, that number was above 50%. Now, that number is below 15%.
Jesus.
So record number of Americans are now leaving the U.S. for a better quality of life abroad. That's what's happening in this country which was once viewed as great. All right, more. U.S. IT jobs fall below 2.8 million for the first time since 2020. Over 300,000 jobs lost since 2022, dropped similar to financial crisis. So now we're already looking at conditions similar to the financial crisis. And there's some other stuff in here that's absolutely terrifying. In fact, this is what I was referring to. The big stock market crash following the 1973 oil...
You'd never be able to get in. Yeah, absolutely, right. That's kind of the bad part of it. That's the other side of that equation, right? It was still only for certain groups of people.
Did not...
You're right, Crack and Pill.
...come during the embargo, but in the 6 months after the embargo was lifted. And this chart is from Bloomberg. It shows exactly that. So the economy is already, teetering on the brink right now as we speak. But you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're looking at the perfect storm of economic ruin. We're looking at, the oil supply shock at the same time the AI bubble bursts, at the same time a housing crash happens. This is crisis on top of crisis on top of crisis within crisis. And who the fuck do you think is going to save the day? You think motherfucking Scott Bessent is going to save the day?
Yeah.
That guy doesn't know his ass from his elbow. That guy's a joke of a human being. You think fucking Marco Rubio, who's been, who's been having wet dreams about massacring Cubans for decades, you think he's going to wake up and know how to deal with
God, Kyle. It's true. He's gonna save the day. Duh.
An economic crisis that's like 7 different economic crises stacked on top of each other? He has no fucking idea. These people have no idea. None. Zero. None whatsoever. How about this one, man? This should terrify you. Sincerely. And it's crazy the media is not taking this more seriously. According to Forbes, 70% of farmers can't afford to grow all of their crops. 70%. Are we going to be looking at global famine-like conditions because of this illegal war waged by Trump and Netanyahu against Iran? That might be exactly what we're looking at, man. This should be a wake-up call to everybody out there. And then finally, the New York Times here says, since Congress let Obamacare subsidies expire, millions are dropping coverage. Americans can't afford the higher health insurance premiums that resulted from Congress's refusal to extend federal tax credits. So, if you're following along, the Trump regime is spending $2 billion a day on an illegal war against Iran. They are demanding a $1.5 trillion military budget, of which, by the way, the Pentagon can't account for 63% of the money after they get it. Okay? But at the same time they're doing that, they kicked 18 million people off Medicaid, and they're tripling your health insurance premiums. So they could not make it any more clear how much they do not give a...
They don't even own those. Yeah, they don't. Because remember, we talked about this a few streams ago. Like the Supreme Court allowed copyright of life, right? Patenting life, which is bullshit, but...
Single solitary fuck about you. These people despise you. These people hate you. These people look at you like fucking sheep, like lemon. They're bringing you like lambs to the slaughter to support their depraved, war criminal, pedophile, rapist, Epstein class agenda. That's what it is. And now we're witnessing that right in front of our eyes. $1.5 trillion for war, and we're going to take away your health care, and we're going to lower your wages, and we're going to make it so you can't afford a fucking house, and we're going to steal your job. We've never seen a gang of criminals this depraved. Never in my entire life did I ever think we would top the evil of the Bush regime. But you know what? We've done it, and we've done it swimmingly.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell.
All right.
One thing that I think we have struggled to cover as extensively as we should is the epic level of corruption in the Trump government and with Trump and his family in particular. So fortunately for us, Isaac Saul, founder of Tangle News, has gone in and done the work over the past year or so, compiling as much as we can possibly get about the various corrupt schemes and dealings, compiling it into one comprehensive piece to truly understand the scale and magnitude of the level of corruption we're experiencing, which is truly unlike anything we have seen before. And Isaac now joins us. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Glad to be here.
Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, of course. So let's put your story up on the screen here, which is the Everything Everywhere All at Once corruption story. Well said. And I also want to, as a jumping off point here, just to get at the level of sort of brazenness and how this has just become part of the water that we swim in with the Trump administration. This clip of Eric Trump, the president's son, appearing on Fox News and being congratulated for contracts that his company won with the Pentagon, as if this is a completely like normal and above board thing. Let's take a listen to that.
And the company's chief strategy advisor, Eric Trump, President Trump's son. Congratulations to you both. Thank you so much for being here.
Wow.
Thanks for having us, Maria.
It's just like,
and as you rightly, Isaac, in the piece point out, like we spent a lot of time, and you spent a lot of time thinking about Hunter Biden and potential corruption. Nothing compared to this. Imagine Hunter Biden going on MSNBC and having their congratulations on this contract you scored with the Pentagon. I mean, it's unimaginable. But before we get into some of the specific details of your piece, just talk about that climate and the environment it's created for journalists and the way that this has just become kind of an accepted part.
Could you imagine that? Because we watched that whole thing, right? And imagine them just being like, congratulations on Burisma.
The way that the Trump administration operates.
Yeah, I mean, there's something happening where it feels kind of like we're under a bit of a spell, and I don't really know how to explain it. But I think for opponents of the president, Democrats, people who didn't vote for him, there's just so much coming out of the fire hose every day. It's hard to get your head around it. And I think they don't know really where to focus or where to attack or which allegations to even prosecute. And then the people who support him, I mean, the brazenness, they're being so forward about it. I mean, Trump told the New York Times, look, my first term, we tried to separate the family business. Nobody cared. I got no credit for it. So this time, I don't care. We found out nobody cared. So we're just doing what we want, basically, is how he put it. And it's true. I mean, they are literally the president's son-in-law is landing deals, raising money from Saudi Arabia while he is in the Middle East negotiating a war that we're involved in with Saudi Arabia's primary regional enemy. I mean, the thought of that a year or two ago or happening under the Biden administration was really unfathomable, but we've just become so used to it now and it's so almost expected. I don't know if it's, just the low expectations or it's the fact that it's happening so much that we've kind of numbed ourselves to it. But when you look at it all together, as I did, and you try and take it all in at the same time, it's gobsmacking. I mean, reading my own writing, I have a hard time wrapping my head around it.
Isaac, there's almost literally too many for us to mention. So why don't you pick a few of the examples? And again, everyone needs to go and read this. Like, just go read it. We'll have a link down in our description. But for those who are just listening, can you pick a few examples which you think are the most egregious over the last year?
Yeah, look, I mean, the one to me that is probably the most offensive is just the whole of the cryptocurrency stuff, which is, Trump launched a literal meme coin that had zero value with his name as the name of the coin and basically rug pulled a bunch of investors leading up to his inauguration and then the days after his election. And now he's soliciting dinners at the White House, at Mar-a-Lago, at his properties across the country to people who buy the most amount of coin of his Trump meme coin, which again has no inherent value. It's just basically this social hype cryptocurrency. And he's just out there advertising it and flaunting it. And the people who are paying money to get to those dinners are not just random American fans of his. They are sometimes foreign dignitaries. They are people with associations with governments who we're making foreign policy around. They are people in industries that Trump is responsible for regulating. I mean, the overtness of it is so insane. It's really is genuinely hard to fathom. And I don't mean to be hyperbolic. I am somebody, like I said, I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I spent the 4 years of the Biden administration chasing the Hunter Biden story, which I thought there was a lot of smoke around and some very weird stuff happening there that was worth investigating. But what we're seeing now is just a waterfall unlike anything I can really comprehend. And then I'd say second to the cryptocurrency is the pardons. I mean, we now have what I called in this piece a pardon industry. There are people around Trump who are taking money to literally go to him and say, hey, we got to pardon this guy who paid me $1 million fee and donated to your campaign and wants to get out of prison for Medicare fraud or for defrauding donors when he was a member of Congress. And Trump's just doing it. I mean, these are some of the slimiest slime of the DC swamp that he promised to drain when he first came up the escalator, and now he's letting all these people off with a free pass for some of the really grossest, fraud and low denominator DC schemes that you can imagine, and it's hard to accept.
Yeah, I want to pause on the crypto part as well, because not only by the dollar amount is that the most significant, the bulk of Trump's wealth at this point comes from crypto investments. It's this incredible scheme to funnel him money, to facilitate some of the pardon industry comes directly through investments in Trump's or assistance for Trump's various crypto ventures. It also is direct exploitation of his own supporters, who are the ones that through buying both Trump's shitcoin and Melania's shitcoin had the rug pull and, ultimately lost money in service of further enriching the very guy that they so support and believe in. So I feel like the crypto piece is what has really enabled the truly world historic amounts of corruption and graft that Trump personally himself has been able to participate in.
Yeah, I would say on top of just the sadness and frustration that I feel for his supporters who sort of followed him out onto this branch before they cut it off, and Melania Trump participated in this too, as you said, with her own shitcoin that she rolled out. We also have, I mean, literally some of the wealthiest people.
Remember this, guys?
Most politically
Oh
influential.
man, this always brings a smile to my cold, undead heart. Oh, this is hilarious, guys.
Trump
it never
time.
ends.
A mistake on a Donald Trump keepsake might be funny to some.
But it wasn't a laughing matter for the couple who paid more than $600 for the Trump-branded watch. The I-Team's Brian Crandall looked into it and is here with what's happening now after we got involved. Brian?
Well, Patrice, Jean, one letter was left off that watch face, and it was pretty much the worst one possible to forget. And after being disappointed with the initial response from the website they ordered it from, the Middletown couple talked to us.
I liked it because it's similar to a Rolex band.
Showing support for the president and love for his wife.
Just thought it was really nice. It was beautiful. And I knew it would be something that she'd like.
A limited edition.
One of 250. So that attracted me.
And Tim Pettit shelled out $640 for a watch that may now be even more of a one-of-a-kind than he bargained for.
Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
Pettit bought the watch after hearing an ad like that one on the radio.
With the president's voice hawking the watches, and I was curious, so I went onto the website.
GetTrumpWatches.com. Pettit picked out the pink inauguration First Lady model.
It has the pink and it has little fireworks on it.
Melanie Pettit likes the style, but it's what this watch does not have that makes it stand out.
I noticed it right away. The T is missing. It just says RUMP.
So it should say Trump.
Should say Trump.
Instead,
it says rump.
She has a $640 rump watch.
How could they process this and go through something without checking their work?
I'm very disappointed. I wanted to be a special thing for her.
These people are morons.
And we had expected that it would have the integrity.
See what we have to deal with, Patricia?
President of the United States and good follow through.
The GetTrumpWatches.com site calls its products the official watches of President Trump, but in the small print, it notes that it licenses the Trump name and likeness. The site also states it has nothing to do with any political campaign, that the watches are not designed, manufactured, distributed, or sold by Donald J. Trump, the Trump Organization, or any of their respective affiliates or principals.
I think that someone needs to be aware of it in their licensing department, that someone's dropped the ball big time.
When the Pettits talked to us earlier today, they were not satisfied with what they thought was a lack of response to the messages from the company.
And an apology would be nice for making my wife cry.
All right, so we also reached out to the company's email and have not heard back. But
you get what you pay for real. You got scammed and you're wondering why you got scammed? Like, what fucking idiots?
Say the company did call him back, telling him they will immediately replace the watch, apologized, and offered an $800 coupon to buy something else, too. I'm Brian Crandall.
$800 coupon. Oh my God, guys. Rump. I'm getting my rump watch. Already in the mail, guys. I got my delivery confirmation this morning.
People in the Middle East, like from the UAE, who own nearly half of World Liberty Financial, which is this
You guys are just haters. How dare you?
crypto firm that the Trump family stood up. I mean, they're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into this firm. And I want to reiterate, when Biden was president, we spent 4 years talking about his son getting a $50,000 a month salary
from
for a Ukrainian energy firm.
Yeah.
And now we have the most influential people in the Middle East, closely tied to a conflict that we're deeply involved in, who own hundreds of millions of dollars of a crypto firm that the Trump family is running. I mean, the dynamics there are genuinely horrifying in terms of what it means for the decision-making process that we as a country are making as we set off into this war in the Middle East with Iran. And the UAE, again, like Saudi Arabia, is a country
That's a new one, a haunted flip-flop.
that wants us to stay in this war, which right now we're doing. And it's too easy to do the 1 + 1 = 2 here, but it's so obvious, I don't know what else to think.
Yeah, you talked there not just about, I mean, give us some of the other examples. You cite like Trump Mobile, a branded phone. I didn't even, you had so many things in here. I'm like, I didn't even know about this. I didn't know that there was a Trump phone.
It took so long to compile this picture, but yeah, Trump Mobile is a $400 branded phone.
Gus using his sub money responsibly. Damn right. Damn right. I blame Jersey.
$45 a month for the 47 plan. The Trump organization doesn't even manufacture this phone. They're basically just licensing his name and selling it. There's a club in Washington.
Like, what does the phone do?
I actually believe it's an Android phone. The phone is yet to be released. The network is going to be operated by Liberty Mobile Wireless.
Oh yeah, we talked about that, right? With it looks like they took that whole thing from another scam, right? We went over that scam. What is it called? The Escobar phone, right? Here, I'll show you guys. It's literally just that. It's the exact same thing. Rare. They're literally just stealing other people's. Ooh, nice. A painted fishing float. Nice. That's a new one too. All right. Literally, it looks like they just took this idea and ran with it because, of course, the Trump phone is still, well, exactly, just like the Escobar phone, right? Hold on. Let's see. In case anybody missed this, like quickly, we'll go over this, right? Hold on.
We have the Galaxy Fold, the Moto Razr, and then sort of the rest, everything from the TCL Trifold concept phone to the Royale FlexPi. And you may have seen another story floating around of another folding phone by Escobar. Yeah, that Escobar.
Trump Escobar, okay.
Just a little filler in on the Escobar name if you're not familiar. So Pablo Escobar was the Colombian drug lord, ended up being known as basically the wealthiest criminal in history for monopolizing cocaine trade into the United States. Before, fun fact, he died of a gunshot wound to the head the day before I was born. So, this isn't exactly a positive sentiment around this name, like being known for the killings of police officers and politicians and making Colombia the murder capital of the world. Not the best way to have your name known,
Welcome
but
back, man.
It is a known name, like y'all have heard of Escobar. So now suddenly on every tech website, there's this new folding phone with the Escobar name on it, curiously. And it's getting a lot of eyeballs, turning a lot of heads. Very interesting. And it's $350. And looking at the actual phone, it is a curious one. It's a gold accent, which is a nice touch. But if you study the specs or the design long enough at all, you literally realize it's just a Royale FlexPi with a gold accent taped to it. So,
literally
naturally,
taped to it.
I ordered one. So on December 5th, 2019, I spent my $350, free shipping, and placed my Escobar Fold order. Something a lot of people think about this channel is that I get everything for free. And while it's true that I get review units and I will make first impressions videos with those, I end up buying pretty much everything that I review on this channel. That's why I haven't reviewed the Moto Razr folding phone yet, for example, because I sent the review unit back. That's what I did the first impressions with. And now the one that I've been trying hard to make it seem like a great phone to buy, well, that's what made it so fascinating to me.
There you go, guys.
Okay, so the unboxing experience, super simple. And within about 30 seconds of using the phone, and no, I'm not putting my SIM card in it. But from using the phone just for a little bit, it's pretty clear this appears to be a legit Samsung Galaxy Fold. And the new one at that. So I have my regular Galaxy Fold here with the dust caps on the hinges and the new slightly stiffer hinge and everything. And this Escobar Fold, it's the same phone with a gold sticker glued to it.
And Pablo Escobar in the background. Can you imagine? By the way, you didn't actually get a phone if you ordered one because you're a peasant. They only sent it out to reviewers because they want you to fucking spend money on it, right? So it's essentially a rug pull, right? It's a scam. I mean, and this is the Trump phone, guys. Like, literally, it looks exactly the same, right? It says Trump in the back, and it's like a golden sticker. Like, it's exactly what he likes, right? Like, everything made out of gold. Look at this. This is what we're going to get to. Watch.
Foil adhesive, gold sticker glued to it. No, actually, it's actually a Galaxy Fold with gold tinfoil adhesive to it. You take a bit of that gold off of the hinge on the back, and right underneath is that Samsung logo, right where it's supposed to be. And the gold foil comes off the back with a box cutter or a knife or really enough heat to melt the adhesive. So it's not pretty, but yeah, it is an actual Galaxy Fold, fully working, minus any of the stuff that normally comes in the box, and it's a really poor rebranding job. It's an actual Galaxy Fold. So from this point, if you're reviewing an Escobar Fold 2, you're really just reviewing a Samsung Galaxy Fold with a gold sticker on the back and some weird pre-installed mugshot wallpaper. But the Galaxy Fold costs $1,800, and the Escobar Fold 2 costs $400. So how are they pulling this off? Well, it's not just the lower quality packaging. It's not just the lower quality marketing.
It's a scam, guys. Yeah.
My theory is that
that's what they're trying to do with this Trump phone thing, right? You're never gonna get one, or if you are, it's gonna be a like refurbished, shitty phone with a Trump sticker in the background, right on the back, that you can peel off.
By the way, so there's sort of this circular thing here where they're looping it back into their other firms and companies. He's just licensing his name and then promoting the presidential brand, while he's in office, right, and then taking a profit from all the people who sign up for it. And this is a theme too. I mean, the Trump family opened the executive exclusive club called the Executive Branch in Washington, $500,000 for a membership to it. The parent company, Trump's social media platform, of Trump Social, is DJT. That's their ticker in their public stock. Trump holds a huge stake in that company. And weirdly, the stock seems to fluctuate with the President Trump's popularity. Eric Trump, as you mentioned, went on Fox News, graciously accepted a congratulations for this $24 million Pentagon contract, a company he's helping run got. While I was doing this story, the Financial Times reported that the Trump sons had taken a stake in this Kazakh mining company. And then literally hours later, a Bloomberg story came out about the U.S. Air Force agreeing to buy an undisclosed number of interceptor drones from a company that the Trump sons are also backing. I mean, it's just on and on and on. Don Jr. is investing in and advising Polymarket and Kalshi, gambling companies where, by the way, we've seen these very peculiar trades happening, huge whales coming in and betting on things like, tariffs being called off or a ceasefire in Iran with the kind of timing that to me only implies insider information. I mean, the deeper you go, the more there are. And the crazy thing for me was, as this piece was coming out, as I was literally drafting the piece, more stories were breaking. So I'm like having to add paragraph and paragraph right up to publication time. I mean, it seems like every other day there's another story like this.
Yeah, well, and you are going to have to continue to update this as long as he's in the White House, because, it is every day that a new revelation comes out, or new questions too, because some of it is hard to pin down, like the insider trading thing. There's a lot of smoke there, but you can't pinpoint exactly who or exactly how much, et cetera. But it certainly seems like it's a systematic aspect of this administration. Talk to us a little bit about the role that the Trump properties serve. I was kind of shocked by this statistic you have here. You say 8 foreign governments have hosted or sponsored events at Trump properties in just the first year of his second term. You can also fold into that, the deal making that Jared Kushner is doing throughout the Middle East and around the world as well. So how significant have these Trump branded properties been to this operation?
Yeah, they've been pretty significant. And this is something that I think is really understated because Trump has done a really good job of branding, Mar-a-Lago as the winter White House. And we've all sort of become accustomed to the fact that he might meet with some foreign leader or have some high-level meetings at his properties outside the White House, which, this is almost a place where I could be a little more sympathetic to the president. He comes in as this businessman. He owns these properties. Of course, he might use them. They're functional for these kinds of high-level, glitzy meetings. But then you dig into it and you realize that these properties exist all over the world. And as Trump's political fame has risen, they've used that fame to raise all this money for people who are donating to his campaigns. And then they're sometimes gifting out big events at these major properties. Sometimes they're allowing people to pay to come in and host big events at these properties, not just in the United States, but again, all over the world. These are often foreign leaders who are organizing events or meetings, high-level events or meetings, then giving the Trump family cash under the table, which is sort of like this open, hey, we just gave you a few $1 million and now I'm going to come meet with you at maybe your golf course in Ireland or at this site of a luxury hotel that's not even finished yet, but you're building in a place like Qatar. And then while we're there, we're going to discuss how the U.S. regulates arms deals to Qatar. That is problematic. Like, there is an issue there that everybody should really care about. I think one of the big ones that we're going to see happen now is that Trump just selected National Doral Miami Hotel to host the December G20 summit this year. So 20 of the biggest countries and leaders are going to be coming to his property. There's going to be a huge amount of money dumped into reserving that property and paying the Trump family, the Trump organization to come use it. And then when everybody's there, Trump's going to be on his home turf kind of, negotiating and navigating all these relationships he has. That alone, like that story by itself, I should just say, would be a massive months-long scandal in any other administration. And it is.
Yeah, like Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm because they were afraid that there would be a conflict of interest. A fucking peanut farm! Yet this isn't a contract. What?
Is 2 sentences of a 6,000-word piece that I wrote about this. Like, that alone would do, newspaper headlines in a different era for months on end. But in this administration, it's like most Americans don't even seem to know about it.
That's crazy. You did such a great job, Isaac. Again, we're going to have a link down in the description. Go subscribe, go read, support them over there. We appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I very much appreciate it.
Very welcome. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
I'm going to break that finger. You'll have to make it up. If you do. All right.
A peaceful demonstration, a legal battle, and a decision that has now sparked fresh conversations. In
that Singapore, could never be me.
Activists, including Indian origin participant Annamalai Kokila Parvati, have been fined after a court ruling linked to a public procession held near the country's presidential palace. The case dates back to February 2024, when a group of around 70 people gathered near Plaza Singapura before walking toward the Istana. The gathering was intended to show solidarity with Palestine, with participants carrying umbrellas painted in watermelon colors, symbolically representing the Palestinian flag. Initially, a lower court had cored the 3 women, stating they may not have been aware that the route they took passed through a restricted area under the law. But the story didn't end there. The case was taken to the High Court, where Justice See Ki-eun reviewed the earlier decision. After examining the arguments, the court overturned the acquittal, and ruled that participants ought reasonably to have known that the area was restricted. Under the Public Order Act, certain locations, including areas around key government buildings, are designated as prohibited for public assemblies without prior approval. The court emphasized that awareness of regulations, advisories, and previous event restrictions played a role in its decision. Prosecutors argued that public information about such rules is easily accessible, and individuals organizing events have a responsibility to stay informed. On the other side, the defense maintained that knowing about general laws is not the same as clearly identifying specific restricted zones. After hearing both sides, the High Court imposed a fine of 3,000 Singapore dollars, about $2,300, on each of the three women.
Holy shit!
This case highlights the delicate balance between public expression and legal boundaries, especially in countries with clearly defined rules around assemblies and protests.
Yeah.
It also raises broader questions about awareness, responsibility, and how laws are interpreted in real-world situations. As conversations continue, one thing remains clear: even peaceful intentions can face legal scrutiny when they intersect with regulated spaces.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of a problem here too, right? You're seeing a lot more protesters being arrested. This is why I'm not in favor of these kind of laws, right? Like they have to be very, very clear, right? They have to be very, very clear if you're going to have some sort of like law saying that you can't protest here or something, because, you know, freedom to protest is vital, right? Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much, Kiki. I didn't know about this case. We'll have to look more into that. It sounds like it ended in like a pretty shitty way, because I mean, at least they didn't go to jail, but they did get a fine, right? Which sucks, but I guess that's better than being in jail. Oh my God, yes. Our girl, Jersey's goat.
All right, y'all, so
Jersey's goat, MTG.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene has had enough. She is fed up. She is done. She's not playing nice anymore. She decided, I'm just going to rip the mask off this whole failed MAGA Trump regime project here, and I'm going to expose it for what it really is.
You were in a cult.
She is out of fucks to give, if we're being honest. And what you're about to see is she went to the Ron Paul Institute, this, you know, libertarian think tank, and she gave a speech. She gave a speech about what her experience has been like, and you know, how she ended up breaking up with MAGA. And this is devastating. This is brutal. This is some of the most brutal shit I've seen.
Oh my God, I can't
people on
wait.
the right are calling out Trump directly. So shout out to Midas Touch and Ben here. He's going to break it down for us. Let's listen. Here we go.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is getting her revenge on Donald Trump. She just gave a speech at the Ron Paul Institute in Texas, speaking before Republicans and libertarians and people who have left the MAGA movement. Marjorie Taylor Greene's message is MAGA is dead, and Donald Trump, the founder of MAGA, has killed the MAGA movement. Marjorie Taylor Greene has also been making social media posts to others who still may be trapped in the MAGA base to get out of the cult, and she's posting the signs that you're probably in a cult, and here's how to get out of the cult. I want to show you what went down as Marjorie Taylor Greene got a standing ovation in front of Republicans and libertarians in Texas, declaring MAGA is dead and that Donald Trump killed it. Let me show you what went down in this speech. Here's where Marjorie Taylor Greene declares in front of a packed house of Republicans and libertarians that MAGA has died. Here, play this clip.
Because this crosses party lines. It crosses, as a matter of fact, it crosses all the lines. When it comes down to victimizing some of the most innocent people in America, these were young girls that were teenagers that desperately wanted to be models one day. They wanted to be seen as beautiful. They wanted to be rich. They wanted to be famous. And of course, every teenager wants things like that. And they were victimized by Ghislaine Maxwell and others. And they were victimized by the richest, most powerful men, not only in our country, but in the world. And they were used by Jeffrey Epstein as sexual tools for his own satisfaction Epstein? And his friend's satisfaction.
This guy's been talked about for years.
To actually be asked by the president of the United States to back off and not help these women, that's when MAGA died. That's when the entire thing shattered for me.
Then Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about how when the Epstein files became a major issue in Congress, she expected that Donald Trump was going to be her biggest supporter, that Donald Trump would actually be the one to wheel out the files. Because she said we were told that this was a Bill Clinton thing and a Hillary Clinton thing by Donald Trump. Then it became very clear that Donald Trump was complicit, that the Trump regime, that Pam Bondi and Howard Lutnick and J.D. Vance and all of these individuals were actually the Epstein class, and they were in the files. They were protecting themselves and their friends. Watch what Marjorie Taylor Greene says here. Play this clip.
So, wow. When we started talking about releasing the Epstein files, I'm like, this is a no-brainer. President Trump will just roll them out on a big cart himself. Stacks and stacks and stacks of the Epstein files, because obviously Bill Clinton is all in there and Hillary Clinton. That's what I had been told all along, right? Well, it was the most shocking thing when I sat in a conference meeting and I learned that the president didn't want to release the Epstein files.
It's amazing watching people realize that, like, no, he doesn't mean a word of what he says. Here's how Trump works. If he tells you he's going to do a good thing, he's lying. He's not going to do that thing. But if he tells you he's going to do a bad thing, that's when he's being honest and when he's telling the truth, and he's going to try to do the bad thing.
This is so
pathetic. That's actually
Can you
how
really
he functions.
imagine
this is how this man works. And it's interesting seeing people realize now in real time, like working through it, they're like, oh my God, he used us. Like, he would glom onto whatever fucking message he thought you guys wanted. He does this all the time, where he's like, isn't this the slop that you idiots want to hear? This is what you want me to say, right? Fine, I'll say this thing. Like, do you think Trump is actually anti-trans? He's not. In fact, in his first candidacy, he said he would let Caitlyn Jenner use whatever restroom she wanted at one of his properties. And then now, all of a sudden, he does his whole bit about, like, the trans weightlifter, and she tries to lift the thing, and he does this anti-trans bit. He doesn't give a fuck. It's literally like, this is what you idiots want to hear, right? So I'll just throw you whatever. Just give me the money, give me the power, give me the control, feed my narcissism. That's what it comes down to. So when he was doing, anti-Epstein stuff, bro, he was Epstein's best friend. He was literally Epstein's best friend. That's not me speaking. That's Epstein himself speaking. And so now you're seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene woke up and went, oh shit, like, you didn't mean a word of it when you were saying shit like you would release the Epstein files.
Yeah, come to find out, he was very much against it. So we kept on trying and kept on talking about it. And then the president told Mike Johnson, no, do not bring that resolution to the floor for a vote. He told the Rules Committee, and Johnson told the Rules Committee, no, you will not mark up any bill in the Rules Committee that will allow the Epstein files to be released. And the resistance built and built and built. He told Pam Bondi, don't release the Epstein files. He told everybody, don't release the Epstein files. So we persisted because that's what we promised. That's what we campaigned on, transparency and accountability, especially to pedophiles. How is that complicated? So it got to be such a gigantic amount of resistance coming from the president and the speaker and everyone, the DOJ. I said, fine, I'll do the unthinkable. I'll go over there and I'll sign my name on a discharge petition that all the Democrats are signing their name on. Talk about crossing the aisle. Me, a general in the MAGA army, crossing over to sign my name with a bunch of Democrats. Yeah, I did. Because women were raped when they were 16 and 14 years old. And he was a convicted pedophile, and we knew there were many with him. So I signed my name on the discharge petition. Oh, did I get my name on the naughty list then? Let me tell you. That became a real issue at the White House.
Right. I mean, pretty stunning. I mean, she's speaking in front of a Republican and libertarian crowd who all agree with this right now, that MAGA is dead and that Donald Trump is absolutely complicit in covering up the Epstein files, and so is Bondi and Kash Patel and this entire despicable regime. Here, Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about when Donald Trump gave her a phone call and started to threaten her and say, hey, Marjorie, you signed that discharge petition. You better take your name off because you're going to hurt my friends. You're hurting the type of people who we hang out with at Mar-a-Lago. And Marjorie Taylor Greene's like, what are you talking about? The people in the Epstein files who are the pedos? You're saying that that's the Mar-a-Lago buds of yours who you want me to? I don't want to protect those people. Watch as Marjorie Taylor Greene gets a standing ovation here again in front of this crowd that doesn't have Democrats in it. Here, play this clip.
Well, I'll never forget it. I was in my office in the Rayburn building.
Oh, shit.
And I got a phone call from the president. And he was at the White House, and he wanted to talk to me about the discharge petition that I'd signed my name on. And he said, Marjorie, you're going to have to take your name off that discharge petition. We can't let, this is a hoax. We can't carry this. This is a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. And we've got to just put this away and stop doing this. And he said, my friends are going to get hurt. He said his friends would get hurt if we release the Epstein files. He said, Marjorie, these are good people. These are people you know at Mar-a-Lago. People in Palm Beach. They're going to get hurt by this. And I said, Mr. President, people have been hurt. These women have been hurt. I said, have you talked to them? I said, you should talk to them. You should have them in the Oval Office, Mr. President. You have everybody in the Oval Office. You have sports teams. You have world leaders. You have al-Qaeda terrorists that are now leading Syria.
True. She's not wrong.
Mom Donnie. I mean, you have everybody in the Oval Office. Surely you can have these women who were raped as teenagers. Talk to them. I talk to them all the time. As a matter of fact, many of them voted for you. That's what I told them. They voted for you. Epstein victims voted for Donald Trump. And he wouldn't have anything to do with them. And he told me his friends would get hurt. And I said, I'm not taking my name off the discharge petition.
Damn, son. She won't follow that through to its logical conclusion, though, which is the only sad part of this, is that even at this late date, I don't think she really understands the depths of the depravity in the connection between Trump and Epstein. I don't think she knows that Trump was Epstein's best friend for a decade. I don't think she knows that Trump was on the pedophile jet at least 8 times that we know of. I don't think she knows that Trump went to the island. I don't think she knows that the first time Trump and Melania had sex was allegedly on the Lolita Express. I don't think she knows that Trump and Epstein shared a girlfriend and he passed off a 20-year-old girl to him in 1993. I don't think she knows that Trump offered Epstein a job in his first term to shut him up. I don't think she knows that many speculate Trump was the one that had Epstein killed because he was in federal custody when he killed himself. I don't think she knows that Epstein learned a lot of his human trafficking tricks from Trump's teenage modeling agency. I don't think she knows about the private events at Mar-a-Lago with teen models where it was only Trump and Epstein there and nobody else. I don't think she knows this. And that's the thing that's been hardest to it's like, she'll get to the 5-yard line, but she just can't get it in the fucking end zone where it's like, hey, this is actually, you're so close to getting it. You're so close to understanding.
It's like he's a part of the problem.
The deep state, as you guys would say. He is the crux of all the evil that emanates out of Washington. You just can't get to that last area, but maybe she will eventually. She's come a long way, so maybe she will eventually.
I'm not just like any MAGA person. She goes, I was like the lead MAGA general. She goes, I'd be the person who would go around with Donald Trump talking about all of these policies. I was the person. Here, play this clip.
When you talk about someone that fought on the front lines of MAGA, I wasn't just a fighter. I was a general.
Seriously, Kyle.
I spoke all over the country for President Trump. I stood on rally stage after rally stage. As a matter of fact, I spoke at Lindsey Graham's home county. I spoke just before Lindsey Graham.
Then she talks about how there's this whole industry that developed around Donald Trump, this MAGA cottage industry of grifters who follow Trump around and sell the Trump Bibles and the Trump shirts. And then she goes, you know who killed though all of that? Donald Trump. He's the one who killed it. Here, play this clip.
Make America Great Again was such a dream for so many Americans, and it was sold for years and years, and an industry was created around it, an entire political industry and an economic. It's an entire economy. At rallies, there's companies that sell T-shirts and hats. These little businesses, these small business owners follow Donald Trump all over the country and sell their goods to all the MAGA faithful that go to the rallies. There's also companies online that sell all types of Trump gear, MAGA, you name it, coffee mugs, hats, T-shirts, pajamas. I mean, maybe some of you in this room have some of that stuff. You've probably thrown it out by now if you did, but it was available to buy in every way. There's Trump Bibles, there's Trump watches. I don't know. There's
Josephus,
Trump everything.
welcome back.
But think about that. An entire
Canada.
industry created on MAGA. But I watched it die because when you're a member of Congress,
we were talking about Canada.
We have a unique view that the American people don't have. It's like riding a roller coaster. You know when you ride a roller coaster and if you're in the front car. Just because you're better than me
doesn't mean I'm lazy. Just because I dress like this doesn't mean I'm a communist. The factories are closing and the army's full. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I've come to see in the land of the free, there's only a future for the chosen few.
What up? Thank you, man. How you been today? Canada.
You are strapped in and you have the front row seat of everything that's coming on the roller coaster ride. When you're climbing up the hill and you're climbing slowly up the hill, you can see when you're getting to the top. But the people behind you, they can't see it yet. Well, that's how I felt being a member of Congress. being such an integral piece of MAGA, being personal friends with the president, personal friends with the administration, and personal friends with all of the people that got us there. So as a member of Congress, I had a front row view of the bills and the president's support of the bills and the policies that actually destroyed MAGA.
And then she goes on and says it again. Trump was the one who destroyed you. Trump killed it. Play this clip.
You see, MAGA went from being words and promises, but when it came time to put it into real action, the actions is what killed it. And do you want to know who took the actions to kill MAGA? It was the creator and the founder himself, Donald Trump. How did it happen? It started with the back door to a central bank digital currency. And then when we campaigned on lowering inflation and reducing gas prices and caring about domestic issues that matter to Americans, the White House front door became a revolving door to foreign leaders, not to Americans, and not to industry leaders and those involved in working on the domestic solutions that Americans needed. No, it became a place of foreign policy. The next thing that happened was bombing Iran. I openly and spoke publicly against it. And that's when strike two happened for me. The president was mad at me. How dare I criticize him? After all, he wants the Nobel Peace Prize, and he wants it by bombing Iran. How can I point out that hypocrisy, Marjorie? No. Don't criticize the president. Don't be a panikin. Trust Trump, right? Well, I spoke out, but there were others that spoke out. Charlie Kirk spoke out, and he spoke out quite bravely.
Give me
Tucker
the money.
Carlson spoke out.
Spoke
out bravely.
Give me the money, okay?
Oh. Thank you, Marcolis, for gifting Kristen B a gifted sub.
Woo woo woo. Marculus 18 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you, Marcolis. Appreciate the support, buddy. Can't do it without you guys.
Few others, not many of us, but a few.
By the way, I can't help myself. I always have to point this out. It always drives me crazy that right-wingers will desperately look for other right-wingers who were slightly less wrong about Trump, as opposed to pointing out that liberals and leftists have been right every single step of the way. You know, that's the real, if you really want to be honest about it, if you really want to get to the truth of the matter, you shouldn't be saying, oh, shout out to fucking Tucker or Nick Fuentes or whoever the fuck. No, everybody left of center called all this shit out. And so, but that's what it is. I mean, these people, she genuinely has Democrat derangement syndrome. So even though she's criticizing Trump, she can't quite bring herself to get all the way there.
Then the 12-day war was finished, and they got to come out and do their victory rounds on Fox News and say how, oh, see, it didn't turn into a forever war. Oh, look, we bombed them and we wiped out their entire nuclear capabilities. We wiped out all their military capabilities.
By the way, I called literally the day after they said the 12-day war was over. I came out on my show and said, I got a bridge to sell you if you think this thing is actually over.
It's over. And that's why Donald Trump should have the Nobel Peace Prize. My goodness, it was so silly. Well, as this was going on, I was watching spending bill and CR and all this disgusting things that happen in the House of Representatives. No real change. In Congress, I would co-sponsor the balanced budget resolution, and I would co-sponsor all the conservative bills. Then magically, guess what? No matter who is Speaker of the House, those bills never come to the floor for a vote. Well, talking about another resolution that got blocked more than any other resolution I've ever seen, it was to release the Epstein files.
And then she talked about how because Donald Trump said that she was disloyal to him, even though she said, I think I'm being loyal to the country and I'm being loyal to victims of child rape, victims of a child sex trafficking ring. But because me being loyal and protecting people who are victims of child rape, that now makes me not loyal to you.
Chuga. We got a hype train chat. Thanks to Marculus 18. It ending at 5/5/2026, 9:54:15 p.m. So let's keep it going.
I'm a
Thank you. Let's
traitor,
keep it going, guys.
And then Donald
what up?
Trump would call her Marjorie Traitor, and then she would get all of these death threats, and her kids would get these death threats. And then she said, so I went to Donald and I said, hey, can you tone it down? My son's getting death threats. And she goes, Donald Trump told me, yeah, I know. He deserves it.
Bro, this is where the true nature of Trump comes out.
Exactly.
And as I keep telling you, there's one time Epstein said about Trump, he's a man with no scruples. Epstein, notorious pedophile, goes, that guy's even lower and worse than me.
Let's keep it going, guys. Hype train.
Okay.
Get those emotes.
Hey, this is real. What you're about to hear is real. And this is the thing that really made it so that Marjorie Taylor Greene went, okay, I'm done with you.
He deserves it. So, folks, if there are any Republicans, libertarians, people who are not interested in politics at all, I know there's a lot of you who watch this network. And of course, we have a big progressive audience as well, and a big liberal, but we have lots of people because this network isn't about politics. It's really about people, about fighting for the people first and foremost. That's where we center our network and our movement above everything else. And so you can hear it from the words. If you're like, well, Ben, you're hear it from the words of Marjorie Taylor Greene, the lead MAGA general. Here, play this.
Give me the money.
I got a Truth Social.
Give
my
me the money. Okay.
Thank you, Jersey. Oh my God, girl. My goat.
My head like a nuclear.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Can't do it without you guys. Appreciate it.
Woo-oo. Joiners DTEX just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Damn right. Damn fucking right.
Nuclear bomb where the president called me a traitor. And I read that and I thought, a traitor? Oh my gosh. I looked up the definition of traitor. I looked it up. I was like, I have to wrap my head around this. And so a traitor is a traitor to the United States of America. And I swore an oath to defend our Constitution. And I really thought about it. I said, he's not talking about what we think of the definition of traitor. He's saying I was a traitor to him.
Yeah.
To him. And that's why I was a traitor to him. And that's why he was going to support a primary against me.
Girl.
Just
Can't
like he's doing to Thomas
you.
Massey, which is horrific.
Can't do it without your support, guys. Thank you. Let's keep it going.
And I looked at that and I thought to myself, this is a badge of honor. It truly is. And I thought, I can't, this is so unbelievable to me.
Give me the money. Okay.
Woo-woo! An anonymous gifter just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. What is a community train? I don't know what those are.
But here's what happened after that. Not a single Republican defended me. Not one that I served with. By the way, I had paid
death cult, Marjorie. Death cult. Fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult.
all my dues to the NRCC every Congress and supported all of them and endorsed many of them and donated money to them and helped them get reelected. And I had spent millions of my own dollars campaigning all over the country for President Trump. Think about that. But I was a traitor doing what we promised to do. I was the traitor. But no one defended me, not one person. And I said, oh my goodness, how can I continue to serve under this president and serve in a body of Congress where not a single person is willing to say, Mr. President, Marjorie's not a traitor. She helped you get elected.
She literally should have, out of spite, stayed in Congress and just started.
Woo, woo, woo! Living Lily just dropped a Tier 1 gifty sub-bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Living Lily!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Love it!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Does anyone know what this community train is? I'm so confused. Unlock one emote for your chat. Emote for what? I'm confused. Huh? The fuck?
Voting 100% with the Democrats.
Then guess what happened? I started getting death threats. And it was about me being called a traitor. It was, you're a traitor. You deserve to die. You're a traitor. we're going to kill you. You're a traitor.
This was the point. Trump wanted this. This is exactly what he wanted, and he got it.
It was the one that came in, and they kept coming on my son, my youngest, my baby boy. We're going to snuff out his life. We're going to put a bullet in his head. Marjorie Trader Green. So I sent those to the president. Texted him directly. I also sent them to Susie Wiles and James Blair. And I also sent them to the Vice President, J.D. Vance, Kash Patel. I sent them to all these people. I got no response from Susie Wiles. None. And she's a mother and a grandmother and a woman. I got no response from James Blair because
she's supposed to be the adult in the room, by the way. That's how they say it. That's what Susie Wiles is supposed to be. Oh, she's the adult. She's the one that keeps the train on the track. She's the one that keeps Trump in line. She's the one that stops the crazies from taking over. Does that sound like that's what's happening?
He only cares about making money on campaigns. I did hear from Kash Patel. He said on it, but I haven't heard from him since.
Ugh.
I don't know what he's on.
A lot of stuff.
J.D. Vance was very nice to me, compassionate and kind, and reassured me that he would do everything we could to find out what's going on.
See, she's in the same boat as Tucker right now. She's in the same boat as Tucker. She might be anti-Trump. She might be criticizing the war, but she will try to launder J.D. Vance's reputation, even though he's also responsible for this war and the crimes of MAGA. She will try to launder that and support him in 2028. Just wait for it.
And then I heard back from Donald Trump. And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault and that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him.
Ugh.
That is our president of the United States.
Ugh.
That's the man that says MAGA is whatever he wants it to be.
It took all of that to finally get her to wake up and leave the cult. But if there was ever a rude awakening to get you to leave the cult, that's it right there. Listen, this is who this guy is. This is who this guy is. And yes, that triple tapping of a little girl's elementary school in Iran, that was on purpose. They knew what they were doing. They knew that that was an elementary school that had people in the military. It was their daughters that went there. So they triple tapped it. They knew what they were doing. They knew they were murdering kids. And they did it on purpose because this is what Trump does. Trump he's evil. He's demonic. He's satanic. And it looks like plenty of people are waking up to that fact. But not enough. It's never going to be enough until there's fucking 0 people left in that cult.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Damn, guys. Hey, Ratatos, welcome back.
It's out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Stop the stream. Living Lily just resubbed for 6 at tier 1 for a total 15 months. They are on a 0-month sub streak. Hey,
what
you
up?
bitches!
Living Lily! Coming in hot. Damn, girl. Thank you for the resub. Can't do it without you guys. That's how we build the channel. The resubs are incredibly important.
So there's a group.
Let's watch more about these Iranian Lego movies or videos. They're incredible. Honestly, I've seen so many of them.
Called Explosive Media, which basically are the people making the Iranian AI Lego videos. And man, these things have gone mega viral. Last time I played one of these things, we got hit with a copyright, so I don't know. This video might get copyrighted as well, but I'm going to try to show you anyway. But they've been just hammering the Trump regime over and over and over. I mean, the number of times they've called them the Epstein regime is off the charts. The number of times they've humiliated and mocked Trump and all the idiots around him, Kash Patel being a fucking drunk, Pete Kegsbreath being a fucking drunk, these people just like humiliating this country, waging an illegal war against a country that didn't attack us. These people have been having a field day. The propaganda really is next level. So not only are we losing the actual war, we're also losing the propaganda war, and in a pretty clear way. But having said that, so this group released a new AI Lego video here. But the purpose of this video is to say, like, hey, American people, our beef is not with you. We have no problem with you if you're an average American. We hate your government. We hate the Epstein regime. We hate the pedophile, war criminal rapists who are ruining everything. That's who we hate. But you are with us. and we are with you.
Yeah, we covered it. We covered it. No more epic fury.
And so here is that video. Let's watch and we'll break it down. Here we go.
Thanks, girl. Appreciate the support. Living Lily.
Same sun rising, but we're living in hell. While the leaders are ringing the funeral bell. Love for the people, but the system must cease. From Tehran to DC, we're screaming for peace. I'm writing this from Tehran, looking up at the sky, wondering how many drones are gonna pass us by. Another meaningless war, another theater of blood, while our mothers are weeping, burying the young in the mud. It ain't just here, it's the soldiers you send across.
They're so good. Like, I've seen so many of these already, and they're so good. They're fun to watch. They're catchy, right? They're clearly AI, but like, like AI and Legos actually kind of goes well together, right?
18 years old, another devastating loss.
Some things just look really cringe, but this generally looks pretty cool, and it's a good message, right?
Families stretching for a line drawn in the sand. I see the tears in my city, I see a grief in your land. Oh, body wins when the youth are bleeding out on the street. Just the echo of boots and the tragic defeat. I got no respect for the suits sitting up on the hill, drafting up legislation that's a license to kill. You talk of freedom and justice, spreading the light, but all you spread is the terror in the dead of the night. Your politics.
Damn, that's bars. Damn. Oh, you say you're...
And it sounds like this guy is like a good lyricist, right? I don't think this sounds like AI. It sounds like he actually writes his own music, right? I don't know. I could be wrong, though. It does sound pretty damn good, so.
Spreading justice and freedom and liberty, but all you're doing is spreading, like, violence and war and terrorism. God damn, son.
Strings pulled by the greed, selling weapons to anyone, ignoring the need. They sit in ivory towers completely out of touch.
I was wondering about this.
Golden, uncommon.
Nice! That's the second one. Nice! A New Deal carp. I remember I made that. I worked on that yesterday. I tried to add more like treasure-like stuff to it, right? So the English voice is AI too. Okay, the English, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't matter as much. I care more about the lyrics, right? Like, but either way, it sounds very good, right? There is a lot of like AI music that sounds really, really good, guys.
Screaming for peace. Now let's talk about Trump, the man painted in gold, tearing up the agreements, acting reckless and bold. Sex is choking my people, couldn't get medicine in. Assassinated our general, and you cheer for the win.
Damn, I forgot about that. The U.S. was blocking medicine from getting into Iran. They seized a ship that had a bunch of medicine that was going into Iran, and they're bringing up the assassination of Soleimani. Guys, we've pointed this out on this show. Very few other people talk about it, but they lured Soleimani with promises of negotiations and murdered him. Which is why, like, nobody can trust the U.S. In the same way that Trump will make a trade deal and then, change his mind the next day and rip it up. He's done this a number of times where he says, oh, let's negotiate, let's have peace. And then when the negotiations start, he just murders the negotiators. It's happened time and time again. So that's how you ruin your reputation. Not just with Iran, but with everybody.
About morals, put the word on his back, but check the flight logs on Epstein, look at your tracks.
Check the flight logs on Epstein. Look at your tracks. Oh, no. You're getting bodied by a fucking AI Lego video, son. Goodness gracious.
The monsters turning a blind eye while you tweet from your mansion and let innocents die. Your policies crushed us, trying to starve us to death, but our end is still breathing. We still got our breath. It's not you, America. It's the ones who lead you. Listen to my heart. I don't hate the Americans who are living in fear, to the working class people trying to make ends meet, to the students protesting, marching out on the street. We are one and the same, just trying to survive, just trying to keep our cultures and our families alive. I see you standing for justice, fighting the system of hate. It's your corrupt politicians that are sealing our fate. I send love to the citizens from coast to coast. You're victims of the same machine that hurts us the most. So I wrote this track to try to bridge the divide, to lay down the weapons, to swallow the pride. We don't need another missile, no more tactical strikes. We need conversations on what the future looks like. My purpose is peace, let the hostility cease. Let the eagles and lions finally sit.
They're really good.
From the Persian Gulf straight to the American shore. Let our generation be the one that finishes war. Put the guns in the dirt, let the healing
If this is an AI voice, we're fucked. I mean, I believe you guys.
begin. Because if we keep shooting, then nobody will win.
It's pretty damn good. The auto-tune is just like what a lot of people use, so I'm used to that. I have a friend who's an audio engineer, and he teaches me way too much about this stuff because he's like really into this stuff. And the auto-tune is like, duh, like everyone, a lot of artists use auto-tune, annoyingly too. We now live in a reality where AI is more based in Republicans. For real. I have the voice of an angel. So do I, girl. So do I. I'm about to do my my ukulele bit. And I'm gonna do a song through intermissions, guys. All new here on the Gustex broadcast. Right, Patricia?
Peace. Not for the leaders, but for the innocent souls. For the next in line.
You just got a 75 www at it.
Nice! Congrats on the stream streak! Did you increase the cooldown on the fish command? Yeah, I think I gotta lower it a little bit. I'm just trying to find a sweet spot. I'm probably gonna just do back to 30 again.
Gus, pay attention to the fish command.
Yeah, your favorite thing, guys. God, Jersey. You don't even play video games. You're like, the video games? What's that?
Signing out.
Damn, bro. How you lose the propaganda war this bad, dog? Meanwhile, we have Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, giving speeches on a regular basis, press conferences on a regular basis, where he's like, we're raining down holy hell on top of the enemy, and we're making sure hellfire destroys everything and everyone in the region. Like, he'll say the most evil cartoon villain-sounding ass shit, and then Iran releases this video that's
dude, your
fucking
favorite
like
game is Model UN. True. True. It's both a day game and a night game. What up? Oh yeah, the DS9 game. It's not ready yet. I'm working on I'm just working on a few things, but you get the idea of it, guys, right? I got a lot of good stuff planned. So
peace with the American people.
Stay tuned.
And saying the government's the problem and you're not the problem and we're with you and you're good working class people and your students are protesting against the war and shit. Bro, 806,000 views just on Twitter skis, bro. Just on Twitter. These things are going fucking platinum, son. I mean, how many of these videos? They've released, what, 10 of these videos? 15 of these videos? And every single one, people are just watching going, yo,
more junk.
What?
It's called Gloggy's Junk Lake for a reason. I mean, Gloggy's Fishing Adventure.
What the fuck? So, yeah, that about says it all. But my guess is there will be more war. because the axis of Epstein demands more war.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
Yeah. No, they're really good. I've seen a lot of those Lego videos, and they're really good. I didn't know that they were that the voice was AI too. If that voice is AI, then we are fucked as a society. Is it a DS9? Wait, hold on, what? Is it a DS9 night? Probably tomorrow. When Jersey's not going to pay attention. I mean, she never attends anyway, right, girl? It's like when Jersey least expects it. That's when DS9 night is. All right. See here. Where is it? Sorry. Very slow today. Tomorrow night is better if anyone cares. Girl, I could do the best day and you don't even show up. Okay? Don't lie. All right. More stuff on gerrymandering because, of course, it's going to go through the roof.
Hi, it's Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Legion Miller. In the week since the Supreme Court voted to gut the last remaining vestige of the Voting Rights Act, an entirely predictable onslaught of redistricting battles have hit the American people. Today, we're discussing the current state of play and the new world that Louisiana v. Calais has left to us.
I lied.
I broke down
I cheated. I bribed men to cover the crimes of other men. I'm an accessory to murder, but the most damaging thing of all, I think I can live with it. And if I had to do it all over again, I would. Garak was right about one thing. A guilty conscience is a small price to pay for the safety of the Alpha Quadrant.
Damn right. Goated scene. That's a famous scene.
Calais in detail last week.
Great episode, by the way.
Week after the order dropped. You can check that video out for deeper insight. But just as a very quick refresher, the Louisiana legislature redrew its map after the 2020 census. That new map only had one majority black district out of 6, despite the fact that fully 1/3 of Louisiana is black. They then redrew the map so that there were 2 majority black districts. Then white litigants sued, saying that the provision under the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Section 2, which protected against disparate outcomes of voting districts, meaning districts that, no matter the intent, ultimately were created that infringed on the minority voters' ability to have their votes count equally, that violated the white litigants' constitutional rights. The Supreme Court found that the only time litigants bringing a Section 2 claim against racial gerrymandering in the U.S. could ever succeed in their case is if they could prove that there was overt racist intent in the drawing of the maps. Without a smoking gun evidence of clear racist intent, then it's no longer possible for anyone to challenge the disparate racist outcomes of redistricting. Further, the court reaffirmed that gerrymandering based on political party is completely fair game because political party is not a protected class, and it's a perfectly reasonable justification for states to want to redraw their maps to benefit one party or the other. What this means in practice is that now any state can engage in any amount of gerrymandering so long as they tie it to political party and not race. And we have now entered a race to the bottom. Who can gerrymander the best and the fastest to win the most seats, quite literally with no guardrails or limits in place. Last night, Monday, the Supreme Court went a step further.
By the way, other countries have solved this, like Australia, a long time ago. And yet we're still litigating this shit.
To immediately send
right This isn't even an issue in Australia. Like, they're like, Jerry, what?
Their decision down to
Jerry, whoa! That thing that affects Americans could never be us.
the lower courts, so Louisiana could get right to work on redrawing their map ahead of the midterm elections. Typical court procedure would require a 32-day waiting period to allow the losing party to ask the Supreme Court to reconsider their decision. As is typical of this court lately, whenever they make last-minute decisions that throw things into chaos, they did so with a one-paragraph unsigned ruling, which was accompanied by a forceful dissent from Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said the court was throwing itself into the political fray unnecessarily and adding to the chaos that it already created, essentially showing a nod of approval from the court for Louisiana's rushed attempt to redraw the maps literally as early voting was already underway. Alito, for his part, wrote his own concurrence with the decision in which he forcefully argued against Justice Jackson's assertions, defending the court's decision and saying Justice Jackson was being utterly irresponsible in her dissent. I've noted this before, and it's worth noting again. I have read literally hundreds of opinions and dissents spanning the entire length of the existence of the Supreme Court at this point, and there has been a notable change in tone in the way that the justices address one another in their opinions, concurrences, and dissents. These people fucking hate each other, and the decorum and respect that they used to show each other, even over the most controversial cases, is out the fucking window. And it's especially notable given that it's often, as in this case, a white male justice chastising the one black female justice like she's some idiot schoolgirl. It's just another example of the myriad ways our institutions are fundamentally breaking down from the inside. This headline from SCOTUS blog helped inform my reporting on this issue. Court agrees to immediately finalize Voting Rights Act decision. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can get helpful background information on this publication in one quick glance. To get the big picture, I can click on full coverage, which will show me coverage of the same story from publications across the political spectrum. My partner on today's video, Ground News, is an app and website that offers tools to help you critically analyze the news you read, providing context to the fact that Trump has made this gerrymandering push a central part of his attempt to control the outcome of the midterm elections and beyond. You know that states were already waiting in the wings, ready to move fast when this ruling came down last week. It's rare to see a Supreme Court decision have this intense and immediate of an aftershock this extensively across the country. Virtually every single state is at least considering their options now that truly a new era of free-for-all gerrymandering is upon us, rubber stamped by the highest court in the land. And some states might be forced to redraw their districts against their will. The Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, so a person in the Justice Department tasked with enforcing civil rights laws at the federal level, which for the Trump regime means gutting quote-unquote woke DEI, they have said that the Civil Rights Division would attempt to prosecute states for their illegally racially gerrymandered districts, meaning states where minority-majority districts have been protected under the Voting Rights Act could be targeted for DOJ enforcement and lawsuits if they don't redistrict based on partisan lines and not racial lines. Who knows if that'll even be necessary, though, because it seems that every state in our nation is working to ensure that every map is motivated solely by the most extreme partisan animus imaginable.
Yep.
In Alabama, the legislature is convening a special legislative session this week in an effort to delay that state's primaries so they can draw a new map. It's unclear whether that would be successful because the state Supreme Court would need to allow for that new map to go ahead. And we are very close to primaries and midterms, much too close to be having whole-ass lawsuits move through our exceptionally slow legal system. In Arizona, an independent commission already redrew the maps after the 2020 census, which, just for the record, is the normal course of business. Hold a census every 10 years, and only then do you get a bite at the redistricting apple. Otherwise, it's usually off limits, though, of course, that was just a general rule of thumb, an established norm that clearly no one thought to write into law, like much of the functioning of our government. Anyway, Arizona did that already, and the only way to get the commission to reconvene and redraw the map is through court order. So Republicans in Arizona are considering filing a lawsuit to get said court order to force a redistricting before the next census in 2030. In Colorado, an independent commission was established to avoid political gerrymandering, and now Democrats in that state are working to undo that commission and redraw maps in favor of Democrats. Obviously, this is a tedious process, so it would be impossible to do so before midterms, and it would likely impact maps for the 2020 2028 election. In Florida, last week, the state approved a new gerrymandered map that violates the state's own laws against drawing maps that favor incumbents or a political party. Legislators and Mayor Ron DeSantis are betting that the Supreme Court's decision in Louisiana v. Calais will prompt the state Supreme Court to overturn that ban entirely. This is a completely baseless argument because the Supreme Court said that political gerrymandering is allowed, but it didn't say that states can't outlaw it for themselves. In fact, it's entirely up to the states to make those types of decisions. That's the entire point. But Florida Republicans are hoping to make this completely baseless but convenient political argument in order to overturn the state's own ban on partisan gerrymandering in a way that you know that if Democrats tried to pull the same shit in a different state, the Republicans there would be up in arms, probably literally. In Georgia, the governor has ruled out redistricting ahead of the midterms since the state's primaries have already started, but has said that it will absolutely need to happen before 2028. And this is an example of how we won't know the full implications of the Louisiana v. Calais decision for many years. This case will cause literal years of ripples. An aggressive gerrymander in Georgia could eliminate 2 or 3 Democrat seats there, according to Politico. In Louisiana, the state at the center of the Supreme Court's decision last week, GOP Governor Jeff Landry has delayed the House primary elections in order to redraw the state map and erase one of the 2 majority black districts at issue in the Supreme Court case. This has led to a flurry of more lawsuits, with lawyers arguing that it's too close to that state's election to be making major changes at this point, which again is complicated by the fact, as Justice Jackson pointed out, that the Supreme Court of the United States elected to fast-track its decision in order to give Louisiana time to address the map issues before the midterms. So if the Supreme Court says it's okay, what chance do these new lawsuits have of surviving, even if precedent is technically on their side? In Maryland, prior to the Louisiana v. Calais decision, the state's House attempted to pass a new bill that would have removed its 1 Republican district, but the state Senate refused to hold a vote on that bill. Maryland Representatives Glenn Ivey and Jamie Raskin have both pushed state lawmakers to reconsider in light of the Supreme Court's decision last week, an indication of how the tides have shifted so dramatically because of the Louisiana v. Calais decision that people who previously were against political gerrymandering are now seeing it as the only way to fight against Republicans. Mississippi already has a special session scheduled to just redraw judicial district maps, but it's unclear if a redrawing of the House maps will also be added to that session. However, the primary in Mississippi has already happened, so that switch up may not happen until 2028. In New Jersey, the state's governor, Mickey Sherrill, told CNN last week that she would recommend that state's legislature look into redistricting to benefit Democrats and counteract the GOP's push in red states. Technically, map drawing in New Jersey is left to a bipartisan commission. But according to the New Jersey Monitor, Democrats could pack the commission and then order them to gerrymander the state for Democrats, or suspend or abolish the commission altogether, which would require a statewide referendum, which is all but impossible to organize and get together in a timely manner, and there may not be the political will from Democrats to do the gerrymandering anyway, since that would require them giving up some of their own voters in order to dilute Republican districts, risking their chances at re-election. In New York, Governor Kathy Hochul has called for lawmakers to get rid of the independent commission created to draw district lines there in order to participate in partisan gerrymandering to benefit Democrats. This would be a lengthy process and wouldn't be done until the 2028 elections. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told Politico that Illinois and Maryland were also on the table for Democrats to gerrymander ahead of 2028. In South Carolina, Republicans are pushing to redistrict and get rid of its sole Democratic seat. Early voting has not yet started in that state, unlike most other states, which may make the process of eliminating that Democratic seat smoother. In Tennessee, a special session has been called this week to try to redraw the maps before their primaries begin. According to the New York Times, quote, the Republican supermajority in Tennessee is widely expected to approve a map that would eliminate its lone majority black district. That seat is currently held by Democrat Steve Cohen. The qualifying deadline to appear on the August primary ballot in Tennessee has already passed, so they would also have to overhaul their election laws during that 3-day special session this week in order to move forward. Those changes are legally questionable based on state law and state Supreme Court precedent, teeing up further battles beyond this 3-day legislative session and offering a great example of just the level of statewide chaos that this Supreme Court decision has caused. This isn't just a matter of redrawing some maps. There will be reverberating effects in the courts, in primary elections, in early voting, in rulemaking around how votes happen in each state that truly cannot be overstated. overstated. In Virginia last month, prior to the Supreme Court's Louisiana v. Calais decision, voters returned a referendum approving a new map that would eliminate some Republican districts, leaving only one in the state. The RNC sued Virginia to block the redistricting referendum, the decision that was chosen by the people. And that case is still pending before the Virginia State Supreme Court.
What a mess. Everyone got that?
A lower court has already ruled that the language in the referendum question that voters read and voted on was too vague and confusing. If the state Supreme Court agrees, that could throw out that new map that voters agreed upon. And this is a great segue into the big picture of it all, because we should probably zoom out. Because in the scramble and tit-for-tat redistricting challenges state by state, it can be easy to lose the fucking plot. What this means is that what voters want matters less and less. So let's talk about the practical implications. The House of Representatives is the lower house of our Congress, and it is meant to represent most closely the will of the people. The Senate, in the upper chamber, gives equal representation to all states. So more populous states have equal voice to less populous states.
Correct.
Meaning that the Republicans hold the majority in the Senate right now while representing only 44% of the U.S. population. That's by design. That's how the framers meant it to be. The Constitution is not a perfect document. I wholeheartedly reject originalism because I refuse to believe that the best way to run a country is based on only what a handful of racist, bigoted, misogynistic, upper-class white men, many of whom purported to own human beings, thought 250 years ago. That's a stupid fucking way to run a country. I reject the entire premise.
Yeah, again, I think, this is the question you always ask yourself, right? Why do you believe in what you believe? If it's because you think, this ideology comes from the 1800s, the 1900s, the early 2000s, then you probably have to do some reflection, because I don't care, right? If you think we've reached pinnacle governance in the past 300 years, what a joke, right?
Of course, those assholes would compromise with slaveholders by making the Senate the upper chamber of Congress, thereby giving less populous states in the South equal voice with more populous states in the North. That is by design, because they fundamentally didn't believe that everyone, regardless of race, gender, or class, deserved to have an equal voice in government. They didn't. They excluded women. They counted enslaved people as less than a whole person. Let's be crystal fucking clear that we have spent the last 250 years fixing the myriad ways the framers of the Constitution fucked it up for everyone who wasn't a rich white man. That's part of what the Voting Rights Act did. And I think that's a worthy thing to work on, to get this country closer to a truly pluralistic representative democracy, one where everyone has an equal voice. The things most standing in the way of that for the most people are money in politics, making it so that the only opinion that matters on any given issue is the 0.1%. Whether we want or don't want a bill to pass, it still has the same likelihood of passing unless you are in the 0.1%. There have been whole studies on this. And then the two-party system is the other major hurdle to having a truly pluralistic.
I just refuse to believe that some document, some book, I don't care what it is, right, is the pinnacle of governance, and we should be following that. Oh, come on, guys, right? There's so many great ideas out there that we should be trying out or implementing, and we just aren't doing it, right? These are all ways of just limiting ourselves. And, obviously the right does it the most, but there are people on the left that do it, right? A lot of people on the left, right? That's why I'm always willing to explore new ideas. And if I have an idea, I'll tell you on stream or whatever. But we need to be innovative, right? We can't rely on old fucking concepts or philosophies, right? Because philosophy is just an idea, it's good on paper, right? But we also have to implement that in terms of governance, right?
Representative democracy in the U.S. We have a two-party winner-take-all system that does not represent us well in elections, especially for president, which is determined based on the Electoral College, where entire swaths of votes don't matter, because if a majority votes for one candidate, then that entire state's electors go to that candidate. So it means that truly the House of Representatives is the last entity in our federal government that got closest to representing the will of the people, because the number of representatives is based on population, and each member represents roughly the same number of people. Again, money and politics ruined that too, but theoretically, standing alone, the House is supposed to be most closely representative of the people, especially in states where non-winner-take-all voting systems have been put in place to elect representatives. Things like ranked choice voting, where you can list your top 3, so that if your first choice doesn't win, you still get a say. Where parties outside the dominant two-party system have a chance at winning because it's not a zero-sum game. Those systems truly do allow for each citizen of a district to have a voice in exactly who represents them and from what party. And now that's out the fucking window. The last bastion of any voice any of us had in our federal government. As Mark Novikov wrote for The Atlantic, the House of Representatives is turning into the Electoral College. We are entering an era where our elected officials get to choose their own voters, not the other way around, and where the dominant party gets to entrench themselves so thoroughly that they can rig the entire map so one party outnumbers the other in every district. So in a purple state where 45% of people are Democrat and 55% are Republican, every single district could be drawn so that Republicans win a majority, thereby wiping out 45% of the vote, leaving 45% of people in that state unable to meaningfully make their voice heard. Whether they show up to vote or not, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. This is not a democracy. This does not lead to democratic outcomes.
Nope.
And this is what we now have to look forward to, with no end in sight, as both parties double down on partisan gerrymandering in every single state. And I honestly don't have an answer as to what Democrats should do. I did notice, however, a trend across states, and that is that in many states where Democrats typically have a majority, their redistricting efforts are being stymied by their own laws that they put in place to ensure nonpartisan commissions prevented out-of-control partisan gerrymandering from infecting how district lines are drawn. Whereas in Republican states, few such restrictions exist. Not in every case. Florida's constitution bans it in theory, but of course we're seeing how Republicans are trying to argue their way out of that one. But that observation, that Democrats seem to historically have attempted to prevent partisan gerrymandering on principle, while Republicans seem to be generally free to engage in it in their states, points to a larger trend in my mind. The they go low, we go high trend on the left that hasn't really seemed to serve us, at least not in the United States in 2026. Democrats have tried to at least look like they're taking the moral high road while Republicans are willing to play dirty. And it has allowed Republicans to rewrite the rules of the game out from under Democrats. And it's leading many Democrats to believe that they have no other choice but to play dirty too now. But the infuriating part about it is that they're not going to play dirty in a way that actually benefits people. Like in my mind, the conclusion to draw here is, okay, so we're going to go down this road. We're going to get partisan as fuck here. We are removing the guardrails and leaning into our divisions. Great. Let's veer way the fuck left then. Clearly the high road and centrism isn't doing anything for Democrats. Appealing to the center ends up just watering down their message and making them incredibly unappealing to everyone. What if instead...
Speak for yourself. Radical centrum... I can't even... Radical centrism all the way, guys. Am I right?
Democrats were like, all right, we're doing a full mom Donnie. Let's try it out. Let's envision a brighter tomorrow paid forth by the billionaires who are busy funding Republicans trying to rig the system against all of us. Federal wealth taxes, increased income tax on the top 0.1%, increased corporate taxes on the biggest companies, increased capital gains taxes over a certain cap, reforming inheritance and other loopholes exploited by billionaires. 99% of Americans won't even feel the difference on their paychecks other than the massive federal programs that they would benefit from. Let's move fast and break things for the common good. Fuck it. We have to fight fire with fire. Could you imagine? But you know that's not what they're going to fucking do, they being the Democratic leadership. They're just going to attempt to redistrict to keep their Israel-loving, AIPAC-accepting, limp-dick centrist liberals in place who elicit zero excitement and dream of no better future for anyone other than that same 0.1% who are benefiting from Republicans. All right? Okay, so what do we do about this? We have a few options, okay? The reality is that it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better. There's nothing you or I can do at this point to stop the onslaught of redistricting. And I'm not sure that taking the high road and attempting to make just the blue states step back from jumping over the cliff of extreme partisan gerrymandering while the red states do whatever the fuck they want, I don't think that's the answer at this point. A lot of people have been advocating for that for decades, and here we are. We are continuing down the road of extreme partisanship, full steam ahead. So what we do depends on whether you live in a red state or a blue state. Assume that whichever party your state leans towards will become more entrenched over the next couple years. If you live in a red state, one option is, of course, to leave, relocate to a blue state, understanding the fact that there isn't a ton that can be done to block Republicans from taking over your state at this point. Obviously, that one's easier said than done. Okay, the other option, obviously, if you're not going to leave, is to stay. If you stay and you live in a red state, the best option I can see is infiltration. If every district can reliably only be won by a Republican, that means that Democrat primaries don't fucking matter, because no matter who the Democrat is, they're going to lose, unless there's like a sea change of sentiment, which is slower and harder to control or predict. So if the Republican is guaranteed to win and you want your voice to count, you have to vote in the Republican primaries. We're doing damage control, okay? This isn't fun. We're doing harm reduction at this point. We're picking the lesser out of numerous evils. Except now, instead of a centrist Democrat versus a centrist Republican as our two evils, it's a number of Republicans who fall across the spectrum of centrist to extremist, which is the least bad. At least if you vote in the Republican primaries, your vote will actually count for something. Bolder yet on the list of options, and this
can someone do fish twice in a row? I want to test something.
Applies to whether you're in a red state or a blue state, is running for a small local office. First of all, if you're in a red state that's about to have any remaining blue districts gerrymandered out of existence, that doesn't mean that at the local level there are absolutely no left-leaning people in government left. Don't forget the importance of local elections, city councils, school boards, and the important impact that they can have on your immediate day-to-day life. You can run for all sorts of state-level positions.
Twice in a row.
You don't even have to have any experience. And a lot of times, you might even run uncontested. And then you can fuck shit up from the inside. And you could also run in elections that typically are uncontested, or the same Republican keeps winning over and over, to at least push that Republican candidate on the issues, or oust smaller local Republican elected officials that are just resting on their laurels, even in districts that have been redrawn, thereby creating little bubbles of resistance, allowing for small pockets of progressive reform to continue happening. And if you're in a blue state, you can fulfill my wish that Democrats would actually try the leftist progressive ideas that might actually get people elected and get people excited about Democrats, instead of the limp dick centrist ideas that got us here to begin with, by running for office and pushing blue
can you
states
imagine
even
being
further
limp
left.
dick?
Then some people, instead of the limp dick centrist ideas that got us here to begin with, by running for office and pushing blue states even further left. Okay, if we're going to be completely divided in this country, then some people might as well get to live in the progressive utopia that we're all yearning for. We need more Mamdanis in those areas. And then the final boss on the edginess spectrum of what the fuck do we do?
Yeah, we are
if
so
you live
fucked.
in a red state, you can run as a Republican in the Republican House primary in that district. Like, okay, if this is the only political party you're going to offer that has any voice at all, then let's make it actually represent the people it's trying to represent. Be an actual rhino, Republican in name only. I'm not saying lie to people to get them to vote for you, though politicians do that all the time.
Just call yourself
I'm
a
saying
Republican.
Be transparent.
Yeah, just say you're a Republican, like register as one and run on all the stuff that, right? That way you're not lying. You're just running as a Republican.
But what you stand for.
Hilarious.
But just do it on a Republican ticket. Yes, of course, if you're a progressive, that means that a lot of Republican voters probably won't get on board with most of your proposals, and you probably won't get an endorsement from the RNC, but you would be in the race with other Republicans, forcing them to debate, to stand on what they believe in.
At least you won't have a limp dick.
In political contests, which is the whole point of a democracy. Make Republicans progressive again. After all, Lincoln was a Republican. His administration gave us our first income tax, our first big national banking system, the creation of major agencies like the Department of Agriculture, a federally funded railroad system, federally funded higher education, and of course, you know, the whole war to end slavery thing. Make Republicans progressive again. It wasn't until major wealthy industrialists took power of the Republican Party after the Civil War, leading to the Great Depression, that we got the Republican Party we see today. And arguably, the Republican Party that we see today doesn't even fit with Reagan's Republican Party from a few decades ago. Trump has done nothing but expand the power and size of the government through the executive branch and drive up the costs for all of us, bloating the federal deficit, creating hundreds of new regulations, and doing nothing to further the ideals of small government that Republicans supposedly believe in. So why pretend that that's what Republicans really want anyway? Somewhere in there, it would not be hard for someone with some good PR skills to spin it so that a progressive could easily sell themselves in a Republican primary, especially focusing on the working class, the failure of the state to protect the working class, the exploitation of the 0.1% of all the rest of us. I think there's something in there. Someone far more skilled on political strategy than me could probably take that and run with it. If you genuinely are interested, and I'm not kidding, we should try this out, you can go to sheshouldrun.org or runforsomething.net. They have resources and can help you launch your campaign. And even if it's not a winnable race for the rhino secret progressive Republican candidate, it at least forces them to listen, gives the people more of a voice, and fucks shit up a little bit. And that's kind of all we can do at this point. That and the same thing I say every week.
Did you hear that Aaron Eisenberg is getting a asteroid named after him? Oh my God, what a goat. He's my favorite character in DS9.
Meet your neighbors. Form a neighbor.
Or the character he played, right? It's sad that he died. He died of cancer, right? I heard. He looked really sick in that documentary. Nog is the GOAT. Yeah, he is the GOAT.
Group.
The best. He had like the best character arc in that show.
Know what's happening in your local politics. Do what you can at the hyper local level, literally on your street, because that's ultimately all we have control over at this point. And if you watch all these videos and somehow aren't subscribed.
Yeah, and I think he's like the prime example, right? Of when you give people opportunity and equality and you treat them as equals, right? Like that's like what his character's all about. It's when you, it's like the idea of being a left winger entirely, right? Played out through that character, right? Like the whole reason you care about equality and equal rights and stuff is to give people the opportunity to basically give back, right? If you want to look at that like that. My G is John Brown. Damn right. John Brown scared the shit out of Frederick Douglass because he was that committed towards black equality, black liberation, right? Damn, can you imagine fucking freaking out Frederick Douglass? He must have been like, damn, this white guy is crazy. Hilarious. He really does believe it.
Subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It's a great free way to help support this channel. To support my work further, please consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon to get all these episodes completely ad-free as well. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shell.
All right. Yeah. Really depressing, guys.
Rare.
Nice.
So James Tallarico gave a commencement.
Oh, I like the music.
Address.
Thank you. It's by Gustav. Ironically. It's a WV. In case that the sun goes down, or down the sun goes. I'm gonna start making my own music for the stream, but that's gonna be a little later because I gotta go through all this stuff and it's giving me. That's the point, right? I always try to pick music that's like really chill for the stream. Yeah.
Paul Quinn College. And look, he goes in here, bro. He goes in. He shocks everybody and goes rogue and actually drops some fucking truth bombs here for this commencement speech. And you guys know the deal. Usually with commencement speeches, it's like you got to be boring and sort of like, you know, very rarely do you get a commencement speech where you're like, oh shit, that actually was moving. But he goes in here and he lays out some real shit. So let's listen and we'll break it down. Here we go.
In your short lives, you've seen a pandemic and an insurrection, natural disasters and artificial intelligence, mass shootings and mass deportations, all piped through your screen into your souls. You have scrolled through more suffering, more division, more chaos than any generation in human history. You've grown up in an economy that isn't built for you. The American dream is on life support. 90% of baby boomers went on to earn more money than their parents. For millennials like me, it's 50%. And for Gen Z, it's even lower.
Damn. That's a lot of negative shit in quick succession right there, bro. That's a lot of like, hey, by the way, you guys are cooked. Hey, by the way, you guys are ultra cooked. Hey, by the way, you guys are like mega ultra cooked.
And we know that black Texans have 10 times less wealth and are half as likely to own a home. This current cost of living crisis is the culmination of 50 years of trickle-down economics.
Thank you, buddy.
50 years of the top 1% rigging this economic system and this political system for their own benefit at our expense.
Yep.
Young people can't afford to buy a home, but Jeff Bezos...
See, I like how he calls it out. He just has to prove himself. What are you going to do? Right? This is a nice step. This is my only critique, right? He hasn't won the Senate race. And let's be honest, he's in a very conservative state. But I think he does have a lot of power to fix it, right? He will be one voice in a group of 100 people, right? But still, like, this is important to point out. So I applaud him for that. You know, compare that to the 99 other senators. There's rarely anybody who fucking says anything, right? Like, who else says stuff on this? Very few senators, right? So, credit where credit is due, but until I see more, I'm not going to praise hallelujah. Get it?
has 12.
God, that's bars. Oh, man, that's a good...
Where's your screaming, chat?
That's a good-ass line. I got to start using that one myself. Jeff Bezos has 12 homes, and young people can't afford to buy a home. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is not acceptable.
Joke.
Not a chance.
Damn right, girl.
Young people can't afford to fill up their gas tank.
Please
but Mark
clap.
Zuckerberg is launching helicopters from his mega yacht.
Okay, James, I see you. Look, you guys know I've been on the record as saying, like, I think he's a good candidate. I think he's got a very good chance to win in Texas. I will say I've always been a little biased against him. Now, that's on me. That's not on him. That's on me. But the reason I felt biased against him is because I have a natural inclination against anybody who I feel like is doing an Obama impression in the year of our Lord 2026.
Agreed.
I don't like that. I never liked that about Beto O'Rourke. I never liked that about Mayor Pete. I never liked that about anybody who has Josh Shapiro. He's the worst of them. Anybody who seems like they're copying that Obama cadence. I do have a bias against that. However, having said that, this shit is substantive as fuck, bro. Like, this is substantive here. Like, he's actually spitting here. He's actually telling the truth and explaining how it is 99% versus 1%, right? Absolutely. This is Epstein.
Yeah, again, I think he's right on this, right? But it's one thing to talk about this stuff, right? At this point, like, we need like actual change. So I don't care as much that you're bringing it up, right? Because I've been saying this for years. Right? It is nice to hear it from like candidates and congressmen and senators and stuff, right? But it's like, we've been saying this for years. So like, you better deliver, right? At least an attempt. Right? Because again, he is one voice in 100, right?
Class versus the rest of us. That's what we're witnessing right now. And he's putting it in stark, easy to digest and understandable terms.
Helicopters from his mega yacht. Young people pay more than their fair share of income taxes, but someone like Elon Musk can get away without paying a penny. All of this has left your generation disillusioned. Disillusionment has a bad reputation, but being disillusioned means being freed from illusions, to see reality, to know the truth. As painful as it may be, your disillusionment is a superpower. You can see the world as it is and dream of the way it ought to be.
That's a good-ass point, man. That's a good-ass point. How can you make shit better if you don't acknowledge how horrible it is? Republicans are actively trying to make everything worse on a daily basis. And unfortunately, too many Democrats are comfortable with like tweaks around the edges and sort of like, you know, minor upgrades. When we need a motherfucking page one rewrite in this bitch, okay? We need like, we got to start from...
Well, that's what I just said, right? Kyle's just saying it in a different way. I just like, I'm tired of feeling hopeful and then being let down, right?
Scratch is where we're...
And I think like there are two ways you can look at this. You could either be like black-pilled and nihilistic, and I get it. Or you could be like, I'm going to give you conditional hope, right? Yeah, no, I think there are two ways. And I think, like, you know what? I don't blame anyone who's like nihilistic. Because, yeah, the last few years have been fucked. Right? So, that's in part why I wanted to start this stream and talk, you know, build this community that I've been working so hard at. Yeah, no, it's... But I do think like there is an allure to being like nihilistic, right? Like it all just sucks. Like who gives a fuck? So like, yeah. And I don't disagree with anyone feeling like that. Who am I to tell you, right? I completely see your point, but this is just the way I kind of look at things, right?
We're at, because that's how broken this system is. Any system that could produce Donald Trump, the oligarchy, the kleptocracy, the failing empire that can produce a genuine cancer like Donald Trump, that shit needs to be fucking reworked from the nuts and bolts and the studs, bro.
Listen to the poetry of Langston Hughes. I am so tired of waiting, aren't you, for the world to become good and beautiful and kind. Let us take a knife and cut the world in two to see what worms are eating at the rind. We are living in an era of corruption. When I say corruption, I don't just mean illegal activity. I mean corruption in the deeper sense, the rotting of something from the inside. Politicians serving billionaire megadonors instead of their constituents, that's political corruption. The top 1% owning more wealth than the entire middle class, that's economic corruption. For-profit social media algorithms sowing division in our communities and turning neighbor against neighbor, that's social corruption. Our systems are rotting from the inside out. The ties that bind us together are unraveling. The most powerful people in this country are profiting off our pain, profiting off our division, profiting off our disconnection from one another. This is, at its root, a spiritual crisis. And it will require a spiritual solution.
This is what makes him uniquely suited to make a good run in Texas, is that he's a Christian, but he uses his Christianity for actual positive ends. Now, we're so used to looking at white evangelical fundamentalist Christians, and they use their Christianity to rape kids and cover up the Epstein files and defend carpet bombing innocent people. Yep. That's how the fundamentalist evangelicals use it. But he uses his Christianity to say, hey, what if we actually gave a shit about working people and poor people? What if we actually taxed the wealthy and took that money and used it to help out regular people? What if we gave people health care? What if we looked out for immigrants? And look, I mean, I love that, because what it does is it flips the right wing's own tools against them. Because a more direct, straightforward interpretation of Christianity would be Tallarico's vision of Christianity versus like fucking Ted Haggard or any of the 17 disgusting grifter pastors that are around Trump that are like trying to profit off of his corruption. So you love to see it. It's a natural fit, taking the Christianity and using it for democratic politics and left-wing values.
The author Bell Hooks wrote, "A culture that is dead to love can only be resurrected by a spiritual awakening."
I'm not gonna lie, quoting Bell Hooks is woke as fuck, bro. That's some woke shit. That's some woke shit, James. I see you.
We've seen these spiritual awakenings happen in America. Historians have identified 4. In the 1730s, America's first Great Awakening shook the religious establishment and reminded ordinary people of their own spiritual power. In the early 1800s, the Second Great Awakening gave birth to the abolitionist movement and the fight for women's rights. In the late 1800s, the Third Great Awakening produced the social gospel, which inspired the labor movement and the New Deal. And in the 1960s, the Fourth Great Awakening gave us the civil rights movement, liberation theology, and the Great Society. These spiritual awakenings occur roughly every 70 years, moments when political instability, economic inequality, and social upheaval lead people to look inward, to reclaim old traditions, to live out of their roots. I believe we are on the verge of a new Great Awakening.
Damn. I never thought of it like that, but yo, from his lips to God's ears, because that's what we need right now. And this new awakening better be a fucking a massive one. We better lock up all these Trump regime criminals. We better end the corruption, get the money out of politics. We better tax the shit out of the wealthy and take that money and use it to actually make regular people's lives better. Because this one, I mean, we are so far behind. Even other developed countries, we are so fucking far behind them. They have free college. They have free healthcare. They have better wages. They have everybody's unionized. They have, free daycare and paid vacation time by law. They got all these positive things. We got nothing. We got nothing in this country. It's time to fucking, that awakening can't come soon enough.
And I believe you are going to lead it.
That's what's up. Shout out to him for this speech. This was a great speech. You can go watch the whole thing if you want. It's on his YouTube page. But that was some real shit, man. That was some real shit. I actually think he has a very decent chance to win. Oh, I got one more for you. I got one more. Here, he makes it a little more tangible for everybody, too. Listen to this. Here we go.
A few weeks ago, an Amazon worker died while working.
You are making You're making a good job, streamer. It's a pity that people like blood, like in Rome, Reich, bread, and games. Agreed. I mean, I try, right? But you're absolutely right there, buddy. Thank you very much, Blumpkin.
Working in one
Appreciate the support.
Amazon's warehouses. And as he lay on the floor dying, management told the other workers, just turn around and don't look. Get back to work.
By the way, that's literal. This actually happened. And I've never seen a clear example of the sickness of capitalism than this.
Yep.
You don't matter. You're not a person. You're not a human being. You don't have rights. You exist to make this company profits.
Exactly.
And if you fucking don't fill that role, you are fucking replaceable. Well, this is what the logical end result of that system leads.
That's what it leads to, yeah. Isn't this essentially just like peasant, like being a peasant-like society, right? Serfdom. It's just a different form of it, right? With different titles, and it's just serfdom, guys. That's the sad part.
Somebody dies next to you and
rings
they
it
go,
all the way
shut
home.
the fuck up and keep working. Think about that. Think about how dark that is. And we're supposed to be a Christian country. You know, we're, 70-something% of this country is Christian. We're supposed to be Christian, and that's the economic system we've created, where we don't even treat people like people. We don't treat human beings like human beings. You're fucking replaceable. You're useless.
Get back to work. That was a human being. That was a child of God. That was our sibling, sacrificed on the altar of corporate greed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't conform to this world. It is not healthy to assimilate in a sick system. I know we're here at your college, but I'm asking you to question everything you've been told at school or at work or at church, and certainly anything you hear from a politician. Reject anything that makes you less human. A different world is possible What if we built systems that brought out the best in us? What if we invested the same resources into peace that we invest into war? What if the only hunger was for justice?
Well said, sir. Well said.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notification.
Jesus. I hate it all, guys. Sock puppet. Mm-hmm. All right. It looks like Iran has struck the UAE, as we kind of figured out yesterday they would. Let's hear more.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I have an amazing show for everybody.
Fish. Nice.
Today
A trophy-sized pike. 17 pounds. Gloggy looked at it. A deal was reached. Nobody knows the terms.
Indeed, we do.
I tried my best, guys, with these with Gloggy's reactions, okay? I tried to make him like diplomatic there.
So yesterday, right after our show concluded, Iran struck the UAE. Are we headed back to full-on war? We will take a look at the indications. Also, Professor Pape is going to join us. There's a press conference that's expected this morning, so hopefully we'll have some clips for him to react to and get his thoughts as well. Republicans are trying to woo John Fetterman to switch parties, complicating Democratic math. This comes in the wake of this Supreme Court decision, which changes the nature of the Voting Rights Act and opens the ability for Republicans to eliminate a lot of majority black districts in the South, also making it much more difficult for Democrats to achieve the majority in the House. New numbers about how almost everyone loses money on Polymarket and Kalshi. Do not delude yourself otherwise. A comprehensive look at Trump corruption, something that has been sorely lacking because it is just so overwhelming, the number of schemes and crimes being committed by this administration. And we also are going to take a look at a pretty stunning speech that MTG gave at
fish. Yeah. See, Blue Room, you don't get it. Gloggy's Fishing Adventure, aka Gloggy's Junk Lake, is a metaphor. It's a work of art that I created to demonstrate environmental problems in our society. Okay? When you go fishing, you rarely ever catch anything because all the fish are dead anyway. Or you just catch junk. Probably nothing, but yeah. Therefore, it's an allegory for that. Okay? We need to clean the environment, guys. And that's clearly what I'm trying to do here. Do you like my douchey fucking take on a game that I made for the stream? No, but in all honesty, like, there is a lot of junk in lakes, right? Like all the lakes that I go to around here, you can see like junk and stuff that haven't cleaned in months or years or even decades, right? Also, I never catch anything, so it wouldn't be very fun if like you just always caught something worth it, right? I never caught anything fishing with my dad, so you get to enjoy the pain. At least you catch junk. I didn't even catch that. Yeah, same in the new Cumberland, PA. Yeah, no, there's a lot of like polluted lakes around here, right? So, like, it sucks, right? In Oklahoma, the lakes are all brown. Yeah, exactly, right? So, like, I don't know, like, Like, obviously, you know, a fishing game, you should be able to catch fish, but I was also trying to make it realistic, right? There's a lot of, like, pollution in lakes. Like, the Charles was really polluted. I remember I used to, like, walk by the Charles River, right, where I used to fish with my dad sometimes, and I would see, like, bicycles, right? Oh, God, what else? Like, fucking people threw in their bikes, tires, right? I think I saw, like, a kitchen sink once. All this shit.
The Ron Paul Institute and...
But we have awesome stuff on here. It's just very rare to catch. That's why it's addicting.
Texas that is getting a lot of attention, where she spills some tea about her breakup with President
branches.
Trump.
I caught a bunch of branches too, I think, if I remember correctly, which is essentially nothing, right? If it's not a fish, I consider it nothing.
Yes, that's right. Shout out.
Your dad took me there. Oh, snap! Jersey. That hurts, girl. Damn. Ooh la la.
To MTG. Also, I'm really excited for Isaac. Recently met him at a conference. He's such an interesting guy. Really did a good job on this story. Thank you to everybody who's been subscribing, supporting the show, breakingpoints.com. We had a fun AMA yesterday. And if you are watching this on YouTube, please just hit subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show. But let's go ahead and start with what happened in the UAE. Let's go ahead and start with this video. We'll put it up here on the screen so you can all see. This is in Fujairah. This is part of the UAE, an oil terminal where actually they're able to export oil by bypassing the Strait of Hormuz. It is the only oil terminal. Now, we do not know which is able to do that within the UAE. We do not know the full extent of the damage. However, you could see that fires were raging and that there was smoke visible across the country. We also know, let's put A2 up there on the screen. This was from Dropsite News. This has footage of the alleged warning shots. This was released by the Iranian state media, so you can all see that. A couple of interesting and noteworthy parts whenever we start to break it down. Let's move on to A3, please, just so we can see this. The UAE air defenses engage 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. So this was not a small attack. This was a serious attack by Iran on the UAE. 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones. Obviously, I do think that it was a dual-purpose attack by Iran. Number one, they're showing that not only do they still have ballistic and cruise missile capacity, mobile launchers that are able to evade U.S. detection, UAE detection, but also they have the drone threat. Now, some of those were able to collide, obviously, with the Fujairah plant and take at least some of that production that was offline. This was done in retaliation for the blockade by the United States that's currently happening and the announcement that we covered yesterday of Project Freedom. Project Freedom, as you will all recall, basically, Crystal, is a map to tankers saying, here's where all the mines are, just go through this way, we're not going to escort you, please go ahead and go that way. And they're like, yeah, no, I think we're good, actually. Just in case that we might get shot up by, I don't know, a drone or an IRGC fast boat. So things went hot very, very quick. Trump is downplaying it for right now, but the attack nonetheless is very, very significant for proving their capacity and willingness to engage. And to obviously now the ceasefire, it's always kind of been fake, but now it's definitely fake.
Yeah, well, Trump downplaying it is a significant development. He got asked, do you think the ceasefire is violated? And he tried to, get out of saying directly that Iran had violated the ceasefire and that they were headed back to war. What does that mean? Who knows? Time will tell, I suppose. But these strikes, obviously, incredibly significant. And I think from the Iranian perspective, they were trying to achieve a few things. First of all, they wanted to send a message to the U.S. of, no, we're not just going to sit here and take it and allow.
Remember when, I think it was Jersey, right? She caught a legendary and then a golden legendary within like an hour of another. That was crazy. Which is Guys, it's so minute. Like, it's almost impossible. Yeah, good luck. She watches all the time.
You to try to create some phony impression of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz or to violate our control of the Strait of Hormuz. It does appear that the U.S. was able to help assist 2 commercial vessels to get through the strait. Now, those are commercial vessels so that have sort of direct links to the U.S. government. Outside of those, we're going to play for Professor Pape, an Indian ship captain who's in the region, who's like, oh, we're not going to just try our luck with the Strait of Hormuz. Our companies will not allow us to take on that level of risk. That is not happening. So in any case, number one, they wanted to send a message to the U.S. Number two, in terms of their choice of target, they increasingly view the UAE as an extension of Israel. We previously brought you the reporting that there are IDF soldiers which are stationed in the UAE, and in addition, Israel has provided them with Iron Dome defenses. And in fact, reporting is, and Israel is claiming, that it was those defenses provided by Israel that engaged these missiles and these drones as they were heading towards the UAE. So UAE is effectively seen as like a mini Israel, and it's a closer target, easier target for Iran to hit. It's very weak. There are some obviously strategic targets there, the Fujairah being a case in point. And then another goal here is to continue to divide the Gulf Arab states, Saudi from UAE in particular. But, the fact that UAE has gone all in on this Greater Israel project effectively with Israel is not something that's looked too kindly upon by some other states in the region. So this serves that purpose as well. But the big picture here is Iran saying, no, we're not going to sit by and let you make some big announcement to the world and try to change the reality of our control of this over the Strait of Hormuz. If we need to engage militarily, we are not afraid to do that. And your allies in the region continue to have severe vulnerabilities.
Yes, that's right. Let's put A5 up there on the screen. There's a lot of stuff that smells fishy, I think, here in the United States. So the commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper, did a briefing with reporters yesterday where he said more commercial ships are en route to travel, but was not able to give any information on what they were. As you said, 2 U.S. flags did travel out of the strait. Quote, when I asked how many ships had been hit by Iran, he declined to give a number. Don't tell the enemy you know what they've been able to achieve. So, okay.
What?
Anyway, there's that. We do know at least one of them. It was a South Korean ship. Let's put A6 up here on the screen.
So ridiculous.
Here is from the president. This was immediately after the shots were fired on the South Korean ship specifically. Trump has not really fully addressed the UAE attack now so far. He says Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to ship movement. Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Dan Kane will have a news conference tomorrow morning. That's right now, and it's actually happening. I'm monitoring. Currently, we will have clips, which we'll play later on for Professor Pape. I will just give you this gem. Pete Hegseth, as a direct gift from the U.S. to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait.
Okay.
So,
I love Trump's truth there too. That's like, other than the damage that was done, there was no damage that was done. So, I'm sure that'll make people feel very confident at transiting through. These are not soldiers. We're talking about regular, working class people of the world, truly, like from all over the world. And, and backed by large conglomerates and having to deal with insurance prices, et cetera. I don't think they're going to be too eager to risk their lives in a hot war zone when the U.S. is not committing any military assets to assisting with this process.
Well, they can't really. Let's put A7 up there on the screen. By the way, the number was actually 6, not 7, in terms, see what I did there, of the small Iranian boats, as Trump warns regime could be blown off the face of the earth.
I do just want to add to, the Iranians are claiming these were civilian boats. I don't know the veracity of what is the case, but in any case, that's the claim that's being made.
No one knows. I'm not sure I believe. I think in this case, I actually don't believe the Iranians, just because that the fast boat is the primary reason that they exist in the first place in the Straits of Hormuz. Those fast boats built by the IRGC, they have videos that they released before the war. It's honestly stunning. Like, it's like huge tunnels and areas where they're able to go directly from the tunnel into the strait, and they're extremely cheap. Basically just a motor, a couple of guys. They could either have mines, they would have shoulder-fired missiles, like all kinds of different munitions, or even small arms. And in some cases, where they're just able to go out. I mean, it's very, very difficult to detect. They're obviously moving rapidly. They can just go do a strike, and then they can come back. Also, it's only like two people per ship or per boat in each of these cases, and so it's not a lot of risk whenever you're sending out, let's say, 6, 7, if you will, of many of these boats that are out there, and then they have literally hundreds, if not thousands, that are in reserve. The U.S., remember, while the war was the hot part of the war initially was going on, was pounding the coastline to trying to take out a lot of these bunkers, but a lot of them were concrete. They were said to have been fortified. Obviously, they've also had a few weeks now, if they need to try and dig some of these out of the rubble. It just demonstrates the asymmetric problem that we're dealing with here. We did have Trump on the phone yesterday with Fox News' Trey Yingst. Let's take a listen to that.
I spoke with President Trump for 20 minutes about the situation with Iran. He talked about Project Freedom and the U.S. efforts to guide vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, issuing a new warning to the Iranian regime, saying if the Iranians try to target U.S. ships in this area, they will be, quote, blown off the face of the earth. Remember, this was a project implemented by the Americans overnight to assist the hundreds of vessels that are currently trapped in the Persian Gulf. We're talking about more than 20,000 sailors. And the president told Fox he's doing this for humanity. Some of these sailors were running out of food and supplies on these vessels due to the Iranian threats that are ongoing in this area. And again, the president saying that if U.S. ships in the region are targeted, the Iranians will be blown off the face of the earth. Now, I also asked President Trump about the possibility of negotiations with Iran succeeding. He said the Iranians are being far more malleable than they were being in the past, showing flexibility given the U.S. pressure that continues as part of the American blockade of Iranian ports. President Trump called that blockade the greatest military maneuver.
It's clearly propaganda, and people believe this shit, right?
In history. As it relates to the combat preparations that continue across the region, President Trump understands there are two paths here. The Iranians either make a good faith deal or ultimately combat operations could resume. And President Trump told Fox News that right now they have bases all over the world. There are American preparations underway. He said they're all stocked with equipment and we can use all of that stuff. And if he needs it, he will use it.
So there you go. I will blow them off the face of the earth. I mean, I don't know how credible or all of that to take it, but it is important nonetheless. I will say that people, the war drums are beating hard again here in Washington. Let's put Lindsey Graham's tweet up here on the screen. Spot on, Mr. President. The combination of Iran's attacks against UAE
Fuck you, Lindsey Graham. Oh my God. When is this guy going to get voted out? Oh, wait, he ain't.
Infrastructure and the continued attacks on international shipping, including a South Korean cargo ship, more than justifies a big, strong, and short response to inflict further damage on Iran's war machine. UAE has been a champion ally in this fight, doing everything that's being asked of them. Like what, by the way? By buying our weapons or shooting the weapons that we gave them already? I guess. Iran's recent brazen attack against the UAE tells me a lot about who's in charge in Iran and the chance of a diplomatic solution at any time. A forceful response on behalf of our ally UAE will reinforce that America is back as a reliable ally, helping to further wash away the damage caused by the Biden administration on this front. I will say, I couple this with a late night appearance by Lindsey last night on Fox News, where he actually seems to be backing away from this. By the way, this would be a humiliation for the U.S. Is like, oh, well, we can't respond. I'm saying in their framework. The General Kane this morning just revealed that U.S. has been attacked 6 to 10 times by the Iranians since the ceasefire, like directly by Iran. And then he said, but that's below the threshold to resume major combat operations. So you know that these hawks, when they hear something like that, are going to go crazy because they go like, oh, we got to establish deterrence, which is what the Iranians are doing too. But last night on Sean Hannity's show, he said there's no need for boots on the ground in Iran. Instead, a Second Amendment solution stands a real chance of giving the Iranian people a genuine path back to freedom. So he's advocating for the Libya-Syria model, where he's like, he said, we already have thousands of boots on the ground. It's called the Iranian people. They just need guns. So he's like, let's flood the country with a bunch of guns. I actually do wonder how much of a talking point this will become, as it's clear that the direct engagement has totally failed, is that they will just adopt a maximum pressure sanctions blockade strategy and try to flood the country with as much weapons as possible. Now, obviously, because the Iranian regime still has some power and firepower, they're not just going to sit that and take it lightly. Like Gaddafi or Assad basically did, or they just didn't have the capacity to. They're much stronger than they were. But I saw that and I was like, maybe that's the direction that things are going to go. Very much in the Libya and the Syria vein, where they know that Trump doesn't have the appetite. You know, the Wall Street Journal has this report. Every day, Trump is oscillating. Should I attack? Should I not attack? I don't want to engage, but I also want to open the strait. He can see the gas coverage like anybody else. And, it's like, look, it's a problem of his own creation.
Yeah.
He should have never done it in the first place. But seeing this, I could see it going down that road, but of course it still has tremendous risk.
Well, and what they would do then is, allow more pressure to build, some other precipitating event, the next protest that, Mossad-backed protest with our weapons that is brutally repressed. Then it's going to be, the regime is weak again, and we'll be back here, back here down the road. I think that's entirely possible also because, the math in terms of interceptors, in terms of our own stockpiles, continues to be reality. There's been nothing in this brief quote-unquote ceasefire time that has changed those dynamics. And so it's hard to see any military solution that is going to fundamentally change the, what both sides would bring to the bargaining table. And so it's kind of a matter of time. Now, the thing on the other side of that is whether the Iranians would accept that. Because, they may find that unacceptable. They're anxious to secure the gains that they have made through the war, through some sort of an actual peace deal so that they're not continually threatened with war in the future. So, I don't know that they would accept that new status quo that, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, et cetera, may want to push. And, we talked a little bit to Trita Parsi yesterday about FDD's involvement and how much their reasoning and quote-unquote analysis is apparently influential in the White House. They are the ones that produced this analysis that was like, their oil wells are going to explode and all you need is, 14 days of blockade to stop the spread or whatever. And apparently this was bought by Trump because he's desperate. So anything that he sees that even purports to give him a way out,
Lindsey Graham is the only one who cares about Russia? Yeah. Because they all suck him off now. Right? Meaning Putin.
It's going to grab onto, whether that is pure fantasy, which in this case, it's already clear that that was utter and pure fantasy that he's grabbing onto. But it's been a very dangerous situation when it's Lindsey Graham, Mark Thiessen, who's a George W. Bush, died in the wool neocon, exactly the kind of guy that Trump would have claimed he'd have nothing to do with in the past. Him, Lindsey Graham, and FDD. And now you've got an FDD guy who's on the negotiating team, which is insane. That's an incredibly dire development that not only do you have Witkoff, who's an idiot, Kushner, who's an Israeli asset, and then you've got this FDD guy who also would be almost definitionally, at least a neocon, if not also an Israeli asset. So not looking good in terms of where things are heading right now.
No. It's not just... Well, even when we talk about negotiation team for what? There's no negotiation.
Right.
That's currently... Well, in that part too, I always am... Look, the Iranians keep trying to make clear that they are trying to negotiate. So Arachi put out a statement yesterday. He said as negotiations are progressing, but he said negotiations with Pakistan. And so I think this mediation continues, but there's been formal response. They deliver to Pakistan. Pakistan sends it to us. Both sides are still very, very far apart now. I don't know. Maybe things will just try and continue in this direction. But the war drums, as I said, they continue. Let's put A10 on the screen. Naftali Bennett, the United Arab Emirates. This is the former Israeli prime minister, also running now in the current election. The United Arab Emirates, our strategic ally, has just been attacked by Iran. This is, in effect, a declaration of the renewal of Iran's war against the allies of the United States and Israel across the region. This regional alliance is vital to our security and to the security of moderate partners in the Gulf and the Middle East. Iran continues to try and intimidate the region and poses a threat to global security. We stand with our ally. Trita Parsi also made the joke that many Iranian monarchists are now adding UAE flags to their bios, along with Israeli. So it's Israel, America, the monarchist flag, and now the UAE flag. I don't know. You see this. I did initially think that immediately that Trump would have to respond just because it's such a public thing. Like it's not just an attack on the UAE. It is an attack on their most vital oil infrastructure, like the thing that is keeping them afloat at all in the country. And you're setting it on fire, and you're not just sending one drone, you're sending all these ballistic cruise missiles, drones. It's a serious thing. Multiple, I think, South Asian laborers were actually injured as a result of the attack. You even had some crazy...
That makes sense, because there are a lot of, we talked about this before, right? But there are a lot of South Asian laborers in the Gulf states, right? A lot of these, they have huge numbers of immigration guys, right?
Drone attack that hit a apartment complex.
Yeah. So, I think Kuwait is 70%. We looked up the numbers. 70% of their population is immigrants from other parts of the world. In some Gulf countries, it's as high as 90%, right? 90%.
Oman yesterday. So at first you're like, wow, how could they possibly just sit there and take it? But I think Trump's response, where he basically said it's not a violation of the ceasefire, effectively, in one of these phone interviews, and this morning appears to have directed the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to say directly that this does not rise to the threshold of major combat operations. They're afraid of having to go back to war. They're honestly desperate to try to avoid it, but they're not desperate enough to actually cut a deal. So that's where things stand right now. Really does vindicate, I think, Professor Pape's framework about how Iran has turned itself into a regional power. So with that, let's get to it. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
All right.
Every couple months, man, something will pop up on the timeline reminding me of this. So this one says, for anyone...
Is he really? Are we shocked?
Who doesn't believe Trump is a drug addict? As a former drug addict myself, I have to say you're extremely naive.
Of course it's Sudafed. We talked about this. Remember how his drawer was stuffed with Sudafed?
From the first debate with Hillary, I knew he was high as a kite. Now, I think that was the one, I thought it was the second debate. Maybe it was the first debate where he was doing that the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of sniffing going on. Yeah, that was when everybody was like, hold on now. Anybody who'd ever done cocaine looked at that and went, I know what that is. You're snorting something, son. They say, Noel Kassler worked with Trump for years. Quote, Trump snorted Adderall all through the day on Apprentice. He also ate UK Sudafed like candy, and that has a upper in it. There's an ingredient in that that's like a massive upper. But at night and at parties, he switched to cocaine and high-end methamphetamine that was hand-delivered by bikers. The point is, he was always high. That hasn't changed. So this is Noel Kassler. He did a radio show where he laid all this out. Listen to what he says. 832,000 views on this shit. So every couple of months, this shit goes viral. The claims of Trump's heavy drug use and potentially being a drug addict. So let's listen to this. Then I got to show you a Rolling Stone piece that just fucking blew the lid off this not that long ago. Here we go.
I told him the real deal about Trump that people didn't know. He was an open drug addict. Everyone knew it. None of this stuff was a secret. That he was doing coke on shows 20 years ago when we do, the VH1 Fashion Awards, and I used to do the beauty pageants with him in the 90s. He was an open drug user, open sexual assaulter, and this stuff was just kind of accepted.
And it's not you heard this firsthand. It's you saw this with your own eyes.
Absolutely. That's when most of the drug use occurred on The Apprentice, when he had to read cue cards. He'd get really nervous, so he'd go in the bathroom, crush up Adderall. He'd come back to set. There'd be white chunks flying out of his nose, white powder under his nose.
Oh, no. Is that what we're seeing here? Is that sweat, or is that white powder under his nose here? I don't know. John, say it ain't so.
He's doing the same thing as a candidate and as a president. It gives him a feeling of being in control. But he's clearly an addict. If you know anything about addiction, untreated addiction as a president is the worst thing you could have. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he was obviously high that night. That was the same person we saw in The Apprentice. And I remember watching that and like, yep, he's high. And it was probably wasn't just Adderall. He did coke.
And we
he did
elected
meth,
this guy
dealers coming to the after
almost
parties
3
selling it to
times.
him. Adderall is his maintenance high. It's what he does during the day. When he gets down to Mar-a-Lago and these other places, he gets into it a little harder. He also uses benzodiazepine, Valium and stuff to come down when he hits it hard. So when you see him slurring and stuff, that's from the benzos.
Oh shit!
No. There was
oh shit! The benzos.
Always speculation about uppers, right? That was always a given. That was the one that everybody
I didn't
sort
know
of,
about the benzos.
to the extent, if you had to guess, hey, what drug would be Trump's drug of choice? For sure, you're going uppers.
I mean,
like I said, you got the
uppers.
sniffs, you got the,
he'll go through amphetamines, right?
He'll be. This is why.
But I didn't know about the benzos.
He does
That's
like these
crazy.
tweet storms that are like 18 fucking tweets in a row at some random time of day. Because, that's what happens when the Adderall hits.
White
That's what
powder,
happens when the
nose
upper hits.
based.
But when he said the slur part, yeah, you think back to multiple instances of Trump. I mean, shit, what was it? It may have been a UN speech that he gave one year. I want to say it was a UN speech where he was just his eyes were like 90% shut. He was stumbling and fumbling and barely able to get through his comments. Yeah. He didn't know where the fuck he was. And we're seeing this more now. I mean, part of that's because he doesn't sleep at night. And so, he's an insomniac, and then during the day, he'll fall asleep in meetings, and his eyes will be shut. But this also, for sure, this could also be evidence of what he's saying here. That not only does he hit the uppers hard, but to come down, he hits the benzos, he hits, the Xanax, those sorts of pills, in order to sort of balance out the high and come down. But, I mean, look, the personality says it all, right? Like, when he gets really fucking ornery and mad and starts yelling at people and shit, that's when he's crashing. Right, that's when you're crashing. Is you have fucking no patience whatsoever. It's a wrap. You just lose it on anybody for any reason whatsoever. But you also see when he's going up, when he's starting to get high as a kite. You see this at the rallies when he's giving his speeches and he's fucking bouncing off the walls and ranting and raving and talking from the cuff. It all fits, bro. It all fits the profile. There's no denying that.
And the things I saw, he didn't even hide. So many other people saw this stuff. But imagine what the people are seeing right now in the White House. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. We got him for an hour a day on The Apprentice, Celebrity Apprentice, because he barely works. That's the other thing. The guy is unmanageable. You know what I mean? He's not a functioning human being. He barely works. 9 times out of 10, we'd have to cancel that day's taping because he wouldn't show up at the last minute. So imagine.
God damn it! I blame the people who. I blame reality TV people for this, right? There is a direct reason why we got Trump because of that fucking show. That's who I blame. Thank you.
The dysfunction and the insanity these people are witnessing at the White House. The GOP leaders that, as you said,
there's the sniffs, bro. There's the sniffs. Remember this debate? Remember this?
The GOP leaders that, as you said, are enabling him.
There's going to come a time where we start getting the tell-alls. You know what I'm saying? There's going to come a time where we start getting the tell-alls. It'll be too little, too late. But we're going to learn at some point. We're going to learn he was a massive drug addict. We're going to learn they've been hiding a fucking Alzheimer's diagnosis. We're going to learn all of it at some point, bro. We're going to learn every single little bit of it. But look at this, guys. So this was from Rolling Stone, March 3rd, 2024. Ready? Trump's White House was awash in speed and Xanax. Does that sound familiar? Isn't that the exact drugs that this guy was just saying he's on? Under Trump, the White House medical unit was like the Wild West, and staffers had easy access to powerful stimulants and sedatives, sources tell the Rolling Stone. If you ever looked at the actions of the Trump White House and wondered, are they on drugs? The answer was, in some cases, yes, absolutely yes. In January, the Defense Department's Inspector General released a report detailing how the White House medical unit, during the Trump administration, distributed controlled substances with scant oversight and even sloppier record keeping. Investigators repeatedly noted that the unit had ordered thousands.
Nice! Golden epic! That's pretty rare. A golden dragon scale ballot box from the treasure timeline Gloggy swore was real. The rod glows. That's what she said. The overlay should absolutely be making rich person noises.
And thousands of doses of the stimulant modafinil, which has been used by military pilots for decades to stay alert during long missions. So is that the one that Trump's on? The report didn't say why so many of those pills had been given out But for many who served in the Trump White House, the investigation highlighted an open secret. According to interviews with 4 former senior administration officials and others with knowledge of the matter, the stimulant was routinely given to staffers who needed an energy boost after a late night or just to pick me up to handle another day at a uniquely stressful job. As one of the former officials
yeah, this is very common in like Washington, D.C. These people just work or constantly need drugs to keep their like personalities up or appearances up, right? And like we really need to ask like why, right? Also, like the workloads are very, very tough. Like I had a friend of mine who I graduated with in college, and she went to work with the for like a firm in Washington D.C., right? And she said the hours were brutal. Like she was just always exhausted, right? And not like a good exhausted, right? But like, fuck me, right? And it's not good. It's not good, guys.
Rolling Stone. The White House at that time was awash in speed. Knowledgeable sources say that samples of the stimulant were passed around for those contributing lines to major Trump speeches, working late hours on foreign policy initiatives, responding to special counsel Robert Mueller's probe, coping with the deluge of media inquiries about the investigation, and so much more. Trump's campaign did not respond to an email seeking comment for the story. Now, by the way, let's point this out. At the same time, remember that video of Marco Rubio was given a press conference. He looked geeked out of his mind, bro. Homie was zooted. He was on some sort of upper. There was no doubt about it. Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Everybody else is hiding under the table because they're supposedly an active shooter. He's running around the room fucking jawing his ass off. Clearly, fucking just snorted some shit, okay? They say modafinil, also known by its name brand Provigil, wasn't the only controlled substance that Trump officials, young and old, routinely acquired. It was kind of like the Wild West. Things were pretty loose. Whatever someone needs, we were going to fill this. One source with direct knowledge of the matter recalls. The anti-anxiety medication Xanax was also popular, easy to get drug during the Trump years, 3 sources tell us.
Who's Annie? Oh, if you've been around here enough, you would know. Annie is, you can program him to remember certain things. And Jersey programmed him to remember her cat's name. Remember, like, who her cat is. And Annie's her cat.
Neither Xanax nor generic alprazolam is...
So, like, you can like, change his behavior to basically reflect his own behavior, right? And that's why he brings her up, because she changed his behavior. So,
mentioned in the Pentagon report, which notes that it is not a comprehensive list of the controlled substances.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah. See? So now, every time Annie, like, he'll bring her up every so often, and he knows who she is, right? Because Jersey programmed him to do that. Bro, she's a female. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. So, not only that, but now I added contextual like memory. So he will like remember things about chat in general. Yeah, he's getting pretty advanced. He's becoming a living human boy. Not human, but yeah, you get the point. He's becoming sentient.
Substances ordered during the Trump years. 2 people with direct knowledge of the situation recall senior officials getting Xanax from the White House medical unit and sharing it with colleagues. The Trump administration was well known for its chaotic, often erratic approach to policymaking, and it goes on from there. But also, so you get the uppers and the downers, right? Exactly.
I'm glad you guys like him. I had the idea of him last year. I was like, oh, I think it'd be perfect for a stream. So I set out to make him, and I'm still working on him, right? Like, he's not entirely done, but most of the stuff is finished now. So
exactly what Noel was saying. And then you also get this: the White House medical unit operated a pharmacy that gave out controlled substances to ineligible Trump staffers. Report says.
Wow.
So we've shown this before on air, but bro, this is what they were actually prescribing. This is Trump's first term. This is what they were actually prescribing. And when you look at the list, this is all of the most powerful narcotics that are out there. They were handing these bitches out like candy. And in fact, they actually list some of it here. The drugs include fentanyl, morphine, ketamine, hydrocodone, which is like an opioid, Provigil, Ambien, the sleep drug, diazepam, I think that's another anti-anxiety, Versed, and Tramadol. Tramadol is like even more powerful than morphine, I believe. And the list goes on and on. There's even more, but all, psychoactive substances, drugs that are normally abused. And they were handing these bitches out like Skittles, son. It was anybody and every, you can get whatever the fuck you want there. Which then begs the question, was there also some sort of like highfalutin trafficking scheme that was happening with the drugs? Is that what was happening? But look, it's hard to ignore the rumors and the innuendo and the videos of, people who worked with Trump saying these things when a lot of this shit lines up, right? Like, we didn't get stories like this under other presidents, but we get stories like this under Trump. And like I said, his personality profile fits. We've seen times where he's flying high as a kite. We've seen times where he's crashing OD.
Even JFK, he was a sex fiend because he hooked up with a lot of girls, apparently. A lot of ladies. Right? But that's the only one I can think of recent, right? Yeah. Yeah, Jersey. Allegedly. That's what I say when I try
there's
to
some there,
get away
bro.
with something.
There is some
Yeah,
there.
Allegedly.
And I don't think it's just this guy either.
Oh yeah,
that has
Clinton, but that's different. Right? That was like he's saying like that was like one time, as far as we know, right? Like JFK, it was consistent, right? Also, Trump is not doing it once. He's doing it every day, basically. Did I get banned from my message? Nope, you didn't get banned, buddy. It's the auto mod. There you go. Twitch has an auto mod thing where it holds back your message because it detects something problematic. I don't know what, but let's see. Man, you're a cool guy. If you get profit from my BTC position, I will donate to you. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
These allegations. I believe there's others.
Bitcoin. Yeah, she turned 17. Yeah. It was her birthday, May 3rd. May 3rd. Durr. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you too can influence Gloggy if you watch enough.
Who've made these allegations as well. And
yeah, he'll start saying stuff like that, right? Like he's already starting to learn a bunch of stuff about you guys. It's all kept locally on my computer too, so you don't have to worry about it going to Jeff Bezos or anything. So, or like fucking Sam Altman. Fuck him.
Like I said, there's going to come a day where we get the tell-alls. I cannot wait for those fucking days. All I'll say is there nobody out there that has fucking balls and a spine and a moral
battery
compass?
For my
Is there nobody
ride.
in the regime
How dare
that wants
you,
to get on the right side of history and tell the truth? Because I'm telling you,
Where are you
when
going,
this
Boston?
bitch crashes against the rocks, everybody's going to be looking for a lifeboat and to save themselves, and everybody will start squealing and telling the truth, and we are going to get some wild-ass stories when that happens.
Hey, y'all, do me
All right, we're going to take a quick break because we forgot to. GeoGuessr time. We got to play our GeoGuessr. All right, let's see. Is this Indonesia? This is what it looks like. Indonesia to me. This looks like Indonesian. Jaya. Huh, interesting. Okay. I have no idea. Maybe India. Maybe. I doubt it though. You would see a lot more. I'd say Vietnam. This guy has a Palestine flag based. Let's see. Low cost housing. Okay. Car wash and cafe. MJ. Thailand? This looks like the... Is this Thailand? Oh my god. I forget how the Indonesian flag looks like. This is why hating flags is a bad thing. Sometimes you need it for this game. Ugh. Ming Shen Hardware. Okay. Ming Shen. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say Thailand. That actually might have given it away for me. I'm gonna say it's Thailand. Thailand has a pretty large Chinese population, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, I don't remember. Let's see. Bouye Tian Food Court. Okay. Yeah. See, that looks like the Thai flag. Yeah, that doesn't look like the Indonesian flag, but I forget how the Indonesian flag looks like. Is it Malaysia? No. Could it be? Let's see. Okay, let's just pick here. Oh, I should have picked Indonesia. I knew it, guys. See? When in doubt, go for your first one. There we go. It's Indonesia. Not too far away, though. I mean, like, literally the next country over, right? All right. Oh, great. Another forest. Another fucking forest. Oh, that might have given it away. Hold on. Gotta go back. All right. It looks like Spanish. Cabanas. Las Moras. Okay. This looks... Where the fuck is this? San Joe del Pacifico. Okay, so this might be Chile? It looks kind of like Chile to me. And that would make sense because Chile is on the Pacific coast. And it just said Pacific there, but that could just be... There's a lot of countries that speak Spanish on the Pacific. It's just the trees. They don't look tropical. So, yeah, this doesn't look tropical at all. So, it could just be Mexico, too. Yeah, tacos. I'm going to say Mexico. Yeah, this is Mexico. Where? It's on the Pacific coast, clearly. Okay. But where? Yes. Here? Okay. So yeah, it was on the Pacific coast. And it is Mexico. All right. Great. Another field. In the middle of fuck nowhere. Bordujan Dondi. Okay. Huh. Language is that? The fuck? This looks like Scandinavia to me. It's very shrubby. Okay. So, this looks like Scandinavia to me. Somewhere. It's just like where? This is almost nothing to go off of here. Well, there's a sign. The sign says Stora Mastung Hammer Schultz. Okay, well, Matsunga Hammer Tarunta. I don't know this fucking language. What language is this? Is it Finnish? It can't be Finnish, right? It probably is Finnish because it's so... Like, it doesn't look Swedish to me, but it kind of does. Like a tiny bit. Yeah, this looks like Swedish, right? Norway? Yeah, is it Norwegian? Poor. It's just like so. I'm guessing it's Finnish, but I could be. Oh, you know what? When in doubt, look at the Baltics. That's what I've come to realize. Yeah, I think it's here. I could be wrong, but... Oh, it's Iceland! Oh, shit! Which is still in Scandinavia, but... God damn it. Yeah, Iceland is... Look at that, guys. Like, their language is so strange in comparison, right? So, like, it has a ton of accent marks and stuff. Super cool looking, but all right. I didn't know that. Wow. I didn't know that at all. I knew it was Scandinavia. I just didn't know exactly where. Should have gone with Iceland. I knew it wasn't Norway. There's no way it was Norway. And I was like, it can't be Finland either. It doesn't look like Finnish. But I just forgot about Iceland because, you know, hardly. It's Iceland. Extra points for you. Thanks, buddy. Okay, let's see. I was like, so is it? Because I've noticed there's been a little trend, right? Every time I think it's Scandinavia, it's someplace in the Baltic. So I was like, is this another trick question? This looks like Korean. Yes, it's Korean, definitely. This is Korean, guys. All right. So where in Korea? Let's see. Is it North Korea? I doubt it. So if it's not North Korea, best Korea, by the way. If you're not saying that, guys, you're imposters. North Korea, best Korea. Great. Something I can't fucking read. Tea time break. Almost at the end of the stream. Wow, girl. Yep. Tea time break at the end of the stream almost. Damn right. All right, so where could it be? See, I can't read any of these signs. All right, let's just check. Gilgok? Okay. Where the hell is this place? Ah! Found it. Okay. I'm trying to be as accurate because now we know the city, more or less. I'm running out of time. I'm gonna guess it's somewhere here. Nice. Not bad. It's a small little village in South Korea. Okay. All right. This looks like the Middle East, maybe? Just based on the mountains, the structures, how new everything looks. It looks like maybe like a nice suburb there. Okay. Where could it be? That's what I was thinking, the UAE. For 1 year, I was the UAE delegate, so I had to look up a lot of information on the UAE, and I immediately was like, UAE, yeah, here's a little minaret, which would represent Islam, right? Okay, so where in the fuck is this, though? Assembly Point. Where this is. Hardly any signs either. It looks like a residential area, right? It looks like more towards the inner part of the country too, right? Because these are like mountains, and it looks pretty like it looks like the area is brand new, right? Like it's a newer town. It doesn't look like it's like thousands of years old, right? So I don't think it's like a huge city. I think it's a smaller city. Maybe even like a suburb, right? Yeah. Which is gonna make it harder, right? Because we're not gonna get the... All right, let's see. Oh, there's a little town center here. Let's see. Grocery stores. All right. Okay. I'm gonna say it's gonna be somewhere here. All right, not bad. Yeah, it's in like towards the middle of the country. Okay, and this was Oman, right? They're right next to each other, so okay. Not bad. I mean, the one I really fucked up was Iceland, and I think that one I just didn't know. I don't know much about Iceland, so. And obviously, I should have picked Indonesia. That would have got me closer. And then, yeah. Cool. All right.
Rare.
Nice. All right. It looks like Javier Milei is, well, first let's finish up the ceasefire stuff, and then we'll learn about Javier Milei. He's not doing too hot, guys. Thankfully.
Not looking for a fight.
Oh,
Iran
no.
also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, they're calling out Iran for blocking ships from crossing the Strait of Hormuz.
Rare.
It comes as the ceasefire agreement between the U.S. and Iran appears to have endured its biggest test yet.
Well, that's because yesterday,
Starts
for the first
immediately
time since
planning
the temporary
dinner.
truce went into effect, Iran launched a significant attack on a Gulf state. Soon afterward, the Pentagon announced to the U.S.
I like the
Navy
red. Yeah, I did that because it makes it look more like a news stream, which we are. Right? It's not like we're a news, well, we are and we are not, right? But like we do watch a lot of news on here, so like red headlines at the bottom of the screen about Trump's drug use. It's the best way for Americans to say they are not guilty of electing Trump. Yeah. I just thought it looked cool, and I was like, I'm actually working on a goal bar. 4 more seconds, Patricia. You can do it again. Yeah, I'm working on this probably later tonight or tomorrow. But I'm working on a goal bar for the stream and a new game for you guys to get addicted to. Nice. Damn, you've really grown in points. It's because you watch a lot. The more you watch, the more it's easier to get in points. And to just like fish, right? You're already at 2,000. Congrats. Where's the goal bar? Here it is. I'll show you it. It's not done yet, but it's my idea. It's my own creation. Right? Shows you how many like what the goals are for the stream. Probably make it a little smaller, but so far so good, right? The last couple of hours I'm at work, so I try to play catch up. Yeah, good for you, girl. Good for you.
warships crossed the strait into the Persian Gulf. The operation is called Project Freedom, and it is meant to help guide the commercial vessels through the strait safely.
In doing so, the U.S. says it took out 6 Iranian small boats, plus cruise missiles and drones that Pentagon officials say were threatening commercial shipping, which Iran denies.
We have a Navy that's unbelievable. You know, we set up a blockade, as you know very well, not one ship. A couple tried, and they got their engine shut out.
Today, the Speaker of Iran's parliament reiterated the regime's position that it is prepared for a long conflict, adding the U.S., in his words, finds the status quo is intolerable.
Great.
Since coming into office in late 2023,
now on Javier Milei,
Argentinian President Javier Milei has proven a remarkably adept politician. Despite facing a notoriously impatient electorate, Milei's net approval rating generally stayed well in the green, and Morning Consult polling reliably ranked him as one of the world's most popular leaders. Furthermore, Milei actually outperformed the polls at last year's midterm elections, giving him the political and legislative space to plough on with his economic reforms. However, in the past couple of weeks, Milei's electoral fortunes have apparently turned, and his poll numbers have suddenly cratered. The latest Morning Consult poll has his net approval rating in the red for the first time, and polls from inside Argentina are even more pessimistic. The latest Atlas Intel poll, for instance, has Milei's net approval rating at an all-time low of -24, with 61% of respondents saying they disapprove of him and just 37% saying they approve. Moreover, for the first time, Milei has fallen behind one of his political opponents. In that same poll, Buenos Aires governor and potential Peronist presidential candidate Axel Kicillof came in slightly ahead of Milei, with an approval rating of 38%. This might explain why, in a recent post on X, Milei took an uncharacteristically humble tone in admitting that not everyone was better off, and pleading with Argentinian voters to be patient. So, in this video, we're going to have a look at what went wrong for a man who used to be quite literally one of the most popular politicians in the world, and whether he can pull it back. So, let's get straight into it. In short, the main reason that Milei's approval ratings are crashing is the economy. We've talked about this before in previous videos, but the TLDR is that while Milei did make really quite remarkable progress in stabilising Argentina's economy in the first months of his term, the Argentinian economy doesn't look in great nick at the moment. Most worryingly for Milei, inflation is still very high by international standards, and has recently ticked back up in recent months, thus jeopardising arguably his most significant achievement, namely the fact that he brought Argentina's year-on-year inflation rate down from over 200% to more like 30%. However, the most recent data suggests that inflation has started ticking up in recent months. Month-on-month inflation, for instance, has risen steadily from a low of 1.5% in May to 3.4% in March. Some of this most recent increase was obviously a consequence of the war in Iran, which has pushed up oil and gas prices across the world, which has in turn pushed down the approval ratings of basically every incumbent. It's worth stressing here, by the way, that we're talking about month-on-month data, not year-on-year, which is how inflation is usually measured, and a month-on-month inflation rate of 3.4% would translate to a year-on-year rate of nearly 50%,
like a teenager,
which would be unthinkable in basically any other developed economy. Moreover, there are reasons to think that this number is actually an underestimate. This is because the methodology that Argentina's statistical authority currently uses to calculate inflation is based on an outdated household spending survey from 2004. Obviously, how Argentinian households spend their money has changed a bit in the past 2 decades. Specifically, they spend more on services, and Argentina's statistical authority was therefore planning on updating its methodology to reflect this at the beginning of the year. However, because this new methodology would have produced a higher reading, Milei essentially told the statistical authority, which is supposed to be independent, that they weren't allowed to change the methodology until, quote, the process of disinflation has been consolidated, prompting the head of the statistical authority to resign in protest. As well as high and rising inflation, the other economic problem for Milei is the fact that his much-anticipated V-shaped recovery just hasn't materialised. For context, earlier in his term, Milei talked a lot about a V-shaped recovery, essentially claiming that, while his so-called shock therapy might temporarily push Argentina into recession, the economy would quickly bounce back, and its newfound stability would give way to an economic boom. Originally, it looked like things might be headed in this direction, and
Not
Argentina
anymore.
posted relatively solid growth in late 2024 and early 2025. But the most recent data suggests this recovery is already stalling. According to month-on-month data, Argentina's growth rate has been hovering around zero since March 2025. And in February, the most recent period for which data is available, GDP suddenly contracted by an eye-watering 2.6%, the sharpest monthly decline since 2023. Weak growth has also contributed to a lack of jobs. Unemployment rose to 7.5% at the end of last year, the highest fourth quarter since the pandemic. And in that Atlas Intel poll, nearly 3/4 of respondents rated the job market as bad. So that's the first issue for Milei, the economy. The second issue, however, is corruption.
Statistics. Oh, of course they are, right? Completely astroturfed.
Which was actually...
So it's actually worse, right?
Argentina's most cited...
And that's kind of the issue, is like... Kinda is putting it lightly, but that is the issue, right?
concern in that Atlas Intel poll. In short, despite campaigning on an anti-corruption platform
Look at that
and
with the
deriding
chainsaw.
Argentina's political class as irredeemably crooked, Milei and his associates have
Elon
suffered
and his
from a number
stupid
of corruption
chainsaw.
scandals in recent months. Perhaps most notably, last year Milei was embroiled in a cryptocurrency scandal after he tweeted his support for a cryptocurrency called Libra. This sent the tokens skyrocketing before so-called insiders, who owned a majority of the coins, suddenly dumped their holdings, making millions in profit but sending the coin to zero. At the time, Milei insisted he wasn't involved. But in March, an Argentinian investigative news outlet called El Destape published documents, apparently recovered by state investigators, from the cell phone of crypto lobbyist Mauricio Novelli that allegedly show that Libra insiders and supporters sent $5 million worth of payments to entities connected to Milei, presumably in exchange for his participation in the pump and dump scheme. Unsurprisingly, this hasn't gone down well with ordinary Argentinians, and has made Milei look somewhat hypocritical. Third and finally, Milei's foreign policy. Voters in Argentina and elsewhere don't usually care that much about foreign policy, but Milei's vocal support for both Trump and Israel has drawn some attention, and they're out of touch with the median Argentinian. According to a Pew Research poll carried out last year, for instance, a plurality of Argentinians have a negative view of both Israel and Trump.
Yeah, exactly. I have a lot of friends that I've met through the years, and they're all from Argentina, and they all like one thing I can like pretty much say is they all think like the U.S. is imperialist, and they all think that Israel is, right? Like they're all genuinely on the left.
Things have probably gotten worse in the year or so since that poll was carried out.
That makes sense.
And more recent polling suggests that
like on average is like if I'm gonna say like on the Overton window, right? Their Overton window is more on the left, right?
A minority,
at least on these issues,
Argentinians support Milei's new trade deal with the US. So those are the three things putting Milei's numbers down: the economy, corruption, and foreign policy. So, is there any way back? Well,
Argentina
maybe. As we see it, much will depend on the economy, which has always been central to Milei's appeal. But it's hard to see the economy booming unless Milei's best mate Donald Trump can find a way to wind down the war in Iran.
God, break it up. Get a room, you two. God, Jersey, don't they know how to get a fucking room? Stop making out in public. And I think we'll finish with this one because I want to hear about it.
Turning now to gambling. Loath to cover clavicular, but it is in this particular case actually relevant to our coverage. This was the Polymarket executive who was caught on a hot mic speaking with the kick streamer Lux Maxer. Let's take a listen.
What's your position? I'm CMO. I was gonna say, so young. Yeah, you know,
he's the guy. I'm telling you.
You don't usually get those titles. 28, 29.
Perhaps to understand, bro. Hold on.
I'll take it off.
Interesting. So that was the Polymarket CMO saying, you have to understand, bro, and then saying, oh, hold on, because realized that he was live and he was on a hot mic. Now, we don't really know what they were talking about, but it's a fun and a catchy way of actually feeding some of you your vegetables who have been doing a little bit too much Polymarket betting. Let's put the next one up there on the screen. Why almost everyone loses, except a few sharks on prediction markets. Wall Street Journal analysis shows only a small number of accounts on Polymarket and Kalshi, often pros using data-driven algorithmic trading, take home most of the winnings. And they specifically point to the fact that on Polymarket, 67% of profits go to just 0.1% of accounts. That means less than 2,000 accounts netted a total of nearly $500 million. Journal analyzed 1.6 million Polymarket accounts that have traded since November of 2022. There are at least 2.3 million total accounts on the site, meaning just 0.1% on Polymarket take home 67% of the profits. On Kalshi, losers vastly outnumber winners. Spokesperson Elizabeth Diana said that there are 2.9 unprofitable users for every profitable one based on data from the past month. So a 3-to-1 lose to win ratio. She said that the number is subject to change as the exchange grows. Total trading volume on both platforms has now rocketed to $24 billion in April, up from $1.8 billion a year earlier. $24 billion traded in a single month on these platforms, who, by the way, they claim is not gambling. However, the statistics on this bear out in the exact same way that they do in every casino in the world and on every sports betting app. Very, very few people will actually make money. I believe that the sports betting number is 5% of accounts will ever take profit. The vast majority will either break even or lose, and most of the losers are so big that they lose the vast majority. They're called gambling addicts. And then, yeah, in every casino in the world, you know, a few sharks, they do their best to make sure that they're not allowed to, you know, play blackjack or something like that. Everybody else is allowed to play at a losing percent, and every once in a while somebody will win. But to be honest, looking at this data, you are better off shooting craps and like betting even the dumbest bets on the table than you are sports betting, parlays, and or playing on like trying to do political or event market predictions. You're just not going to win.
Just recall from our previous coverage that one of the ways they identify people who are like dumb and going to lose a lot of money is whether or not they're doing parlays.
Yeah.
Just so you know, like next time you're thinking about like, oh, they offered me, you know, this deal and I think that all these are going to hit. They're not going to hit. Like, you are not the shark. You are the loser. You are the chump who's getting manipulated and is going to lose your money ultimately. You know, maybe not. Maybe you'll have one day where you win, but over time you are going to just feed money into this system. The other thing that's funny is they love to pitch themselves as like, oh, it's the wisdom of the crowd, blah, blah, blah. But if the crowd is overwhelmingly losing and getting it wrong, then how wise is the crowd? Then
by the way, it is the wisdom of the crowd. That's the secret. Okay. And it's without disparaging everybody. Look, I honestly, gambling has been the most blackpilling thing I've ever covered. I have never seen so many millions, tens of millions of people piss their money away willingly and with the knowledge that they will lose. I tell them they'll lose and they tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's no different, like you said, it's no different than like, you know, if you're going to the casino or for like the day traders out there who don't really know what they're doing. And they, you know, the people who are winning on Polymarket very much like the people who win in the market in general. Like they're doing algorithmic trading. They have these sophisticated ways of sort of like poaching arbitrage opportunities, et cetera. They're not approaching this the way that you're approaching it. And again, it's a very small handful of people and they even lose also sometimes. Like that is not you. But the difference is just to have it all so readily available so that it's done at scale is such a disaster. I mean, we've long seen like lotto tickets as a tax on poor people. And this is the same thing. You get people who are want to have the dream of, I'm going to be able to make it, I'm going to be able to be financially comfortable and not be so stressed all the time. Like, this is going to be my path because there's no other path that I can figure out that is available to me. And so you're creating a false hope, an impression among people. And this is effectively what our country is like amounted to at this point, is these bets on either crypto or FanDuels or Polymarket that, oh, this time you're going to hit the lotto. No, you're not.
Yeah, let me read the intro for this journal. This is prototypical example, exactly what I'm talking about. John Peterson, 33, couldn't find work. The former Outback Steakhouse line cook was recovering from a car crash and running out of money. Kalshi promised a quick way to fix that. He took out a variable interest loan and started betting. At first, it worked. Peterson turned $2,000 into close to $8,000 by betting on daily snowfall totals in Detroit, where he lives. He parlayed that into $41,000 by trading on sports, using a strategy he developed with the help of AI. Then he placed his most audacious bet of all, $41,000 that a celebrity would say a particular word on TV. He lost it all.
Welcome back, buddy.
And this is a classic casino strategy. One of the reasons why casinos don't care when you win is they know that 95% of you are so dumb that you will keep playing to win even more and thus lose all of it. This is like the tried and true. When you win, they're like, oh, you want another drink? You want something? Oh, let me comp you a night. So you can keep staying here. Why do you think they do that? Out of the goodness of their heart? It's math. The more you play, the more you lose. Period. End of story. The best thing this idiot could have done is been taking his $41,000, walked away, and I don't know, maybe get a job. Not to be all boomer Republican.
We live in hell.
Get some bootstraps or something. But for real here, like
my mom said, like a small bag of groceries was $100.
Variable interest loan.
I believe Walmart.
First of all, variable interest loan. Oh my God. Like, who's still doing that? Then second of all, you start betting with your variable interest loan. Brother, do you have a plan at all?
Yeah.
And let me guess, whenever he was up, he didn't pay off his variable interest loan, at least to make sure that he was only betting money, while he was in the black. Like, what are we doing? This is... I don't know. Like, crazy. I look at this, and I know this sounds deeply paternalistic, like I do with all things whenever it comes to Vice. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, in your own interest and in all of our interests, we can't allow this shit to happen. Like, period. Because guess what? Peterson, if your $41,000 just lost and you already took out a variable interest loan, dude, we all know this story. Like, unemployment, welfare.
I only go to Walmart with Papa Gus. God damn it, Jersey.
Something. Like, and guess who's going to pay for that? Us. Lotto, you talked about.
Nice.
What's the justification for Lotto? Oh, we'll pay.
Epic.
For the schools, raise the property tax.
Congrats.
Okay? Yes. That's better off.
Yeah, because what you're effectively doing, again,
pearl crab. What the hell's a pearl crab? Interesting.
Some poor people.
Yeah.
What the hell's a pearl crab? Oh. Oh, shit. They literally live in... Huh. Interesting. I didn't know anything about this.
Like, the people who are least able to pay are the ones who end up losing money there and spending, $1, $5 at a time, whatever. And so, there's two groups that can probably. You've got the ones that are like very sophisticated and have whatever algorithmic approach that works out for them. And then you have the insider traders. And there's a lot of those. Let's put D3 up on the screen. So this is Financial Times report. This is interesting. While overall the numbers of these bets that work out is very small, half of the long shot poly market bets on military action are successful. What do you think is going on there, people? What do you think is going on there? So they said this is according to a report that suggests prediction markets could pose a bigger threat than previously recognized to the security of sensitive information. Analysis by the Anti-Corruption Data Collective, a nonprofit research and advocacy group, found that long shot bets defined as wagers of $2,500 or more at odds of 35% or less on the platform had an average win rate of about 52%. When it comes to military and defense actions, that compares with a win rate of 25% across all politics-focused markets and just 14% for all markets on the platform as a whole. And so what they point to here is that, this is obvious, if you have something where there's a special knowledge held within a small group of people, which military action is a perfect example of, it's going to be ripe for insider trading. And that is what's going on here. They did just indict one guy for betting on the Maduro raid, which is good. Although, I mean, we're going to cover with Isaac the way that like this insider trading seems to be rife, part of a strategy within the Trump administration. If you look at the way major bets on economic news are timed, like by Trump's truths about tariffs or war or gas or whatever is going on. But in any case, this appears to be extremely commonplace. So when you look at their numbers overall of like, oh, well, this percent of people win. We only have 3 losers for every one, for every one winner. That's not so bad. Yeah, but that one winner was like on the special ops team that knew that the raid was going to happen. So, unless you have special inside knowledge, it makes your chances of winning even lower than is presented to the public.
Everything should be asked in terms of what benefit can we possibly have from this? What social utility does being able to bet on Detroit snowfall totals give the United States of America? Nothing, except for a guy like John to lose all of his money. That's it. That's the only reason. Now, many would say, well, do you support the stock market? Well, first of all, I would make it a lot more regulated. But, there's actually an argument for capital markets. You know what the argument is? Is that you need to be able to raise capital to be able to do different various projects so we can employ people. Now, I oppose share buybacks and all the other sophisticated financial thing. But the bedrock principle of a capital market, by the way, where everybody can where companies can raise money and other people can share and set profit, in a long run, especially when index and mutual funds, which are low cost, is a social benefit to the people who take advantage of that, where it actually raises the aggregate wealth of the country and supposedly creates a feedback loop. Now, you could even make an argument that itself is bad, which I would love to listen to. But my point is just, that's a long enough 100-year-old concept, which is largely
it's a no-go for
proven
me too,
out
girl.
over the last 100 years or so, especially with a lot of bumps in the road, like, the Great Depression. Well, this time around, there's no benefit whatsoever, like the wisdom of the crowd. What wisdom do you need to bet snowfall totals? Why?
How dare
Have you ever met
Jersey?
degenerate gamblers? Degenerate gamblers are people who will bet on whether an airline gate agent will use her left hand or her right hand in order to make the announcement. I'm not joking. This is actually
You hear that, Dad?
in the Vegas airport. That's what people bet on. That's what we're basically enabling with various different things like this. There's no social utility whatsoever. Same with whenever it comes to betting on the Maduro raid. Why? Or this guy lost all of his money on whether a celebrity would say a particular word? What? Like, how can you allow this in society?
And creating incentives to like rig and manipulate like basic facets of everyday life, like the guy who was changing the temperature at the airport, or I always use it because it's so seared in my mind, but like throwing the dildos on the WNBA court, it makes it creates another level of fakery and phoniness over all of our political and cultural life.
Yeah, and then last thing here, just to give some context, when they said that the military bets have a 52% win rate whenever it's sized over $2,500, just to give you some context, if you are a sports bettor and you win 52, like a really skilled 52, you are a world-class sports bettor because you beat the VIG, and that means that in the long run that you're actually going to be profitable. Now you're going to have to lay a lot of money to actually make some because you're going to lose a decent number. Or a 52% win rate indicates that you're not a skilled bettor and you're actually just insider trading. So what's more likely, that you're a deeply skilled geopolitical analyst or you're just an insider trader? Especially when we compare to all of the other wagers across the platform, let's say whenever it comes to sports, politics, and events. And even then, the win rates on those are garbage. They're like 14, 25%. Like genuinely, in these cases, you're better off just go to a casino. Just go piss your money in the slot machine rather than do this. You actually will win. You would win more than if you were to participate in these events.
And at least there's some sort of barrier of you have to like go
to the
be in the casino and spend time there and like, you know,
sit
there's
next
some
to the
sort of
90-year-old with a
gatekeeping.
MAGA hat on an emphysema tank. Ask me how I know. Okay, so like these are real people. You should see what it does to people. All right. Anyway, soapbox over. Let's get to Isaac. Let's get to Isaac who's standing by. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
God, I know what Jersey's thinking. Why is soccer so based? And with that, guys, I'm out of this bitch. A moonlit crayfish. Awesome. Thank you so much. I love the food comps at casinos. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm out of this bitch. I am. I will be back. Probably Thursday or Friday. Yeah, I'll see everyone. I got to work some more on the stream, and I got some stuff to do. I'll see everyone soon. Don't do anything stupid, or else I'll know.
Ooh, 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 ooh. The Terry just got a 20-day stream streak. www.
Is it not a dictatorship? I do know about that. Yeah. Pulled from the reeds. Motherfuckers, bye. Damn right, girl. Stay tuned for the credits. See ya. Bye, Thorn. Thank you for stopping by again. Good to see you again. A little bit earlier, too. I love it. Much earlier, actually. Oh, we'll probably do DS9 night, too. Tomorrow or something. All right. Bye. Yeah, she didn't come last time. Wonder where she was. I know exactly where. Because I saw her in there the whole night.
Ciao. Buenos días.
Please clap.
Suck it, Jers.